more there.
Yeah. So I mean, they said they're going to be spending on other stuff. Although it's funny because they said, well, we're reducing in some areas, we're making clear strategic investments. That's what Chuck Robbins said.
Yeah.
But those investments aren't in people. They're on chips, fiber optics, security, and the use of AI by their own employees.
Yeah.
So, I mean, why was I unimpressed? I don't know. Just because, like,
Stock's only up 15%. No good. No good in this market.
well, no,
You guys stay high next.
I don't know why it was up. I mean, listen, it was 6 a.m. Give me a break.
Okay, whatever. I think that this is the perfect example of, Cisco's got 80 some odd thousand people. You're in this moment where you have the clear.
Good morning.
You've got covering fire to go ahead and make some cuts and whatever it is that you've probably been looking at for some time. And maybe the decisions are a little bit quicker than I've implied, but I feel pretty strongly that.
All right, the New York Fangs are mixed at the moment. We've got ARM holdings, inside day. If this holds and starts to rise, I might buy some ARM holdings for a short-term trade.
The company's orders for AI infrastructure from hyperscalers is that what they expect this year is $9 billion. The expectation had been $5 billion.
For a couple years now, but it's starting to turn around, and a lot of these properties are now underwritten to reasonable cap rates that they don't expect to come down rapidly. So I think real estate's attractive. And the private credit idea, I think you always have to pay attention to where people are running away from.
Okay, Cisco cut jobs, and the stock is up on that, plus AI focus. Okay, we all knew that they're going to be more involved in AI. Looking for a fade. So I can take these iron condors off. Okay, let's just go through this real quick. I didn't get a chance to review this myself. Let's see. OPEX. Okay, OPEX tomorrow, obviously. VIX expiration next week. Brent's looking at June calls. We talked about that yesterday on VIX as a hedge with oil above 100. He was talking put flies and some of the more popular names like AMD, SNDK, Micron, etc.
And the challenge of these from a trading perspective when you're coming into the open, the IPO price that's headlined.
Okay, let me just grab this.
This morning, even with that IPO, it moving higher and higher, and then once it's trading, you're not necessarily trading on a retail side at that IPO price. You got to wait for the market makers to give you that price. So you might be even higher at that point. And you got to be really careful if everybody's excited about this. Any IPO, the hype price, I think, is baked in, at least in the first couple hours of trading. And sometimes these don't pan out if you're in initially. And then
okay, let me just look at Trace real quick.
Let's see what the earnings
All right, so non-zero day, you can see that's toggled off, non-zero day. We got support way down here at 7,400. We got resistance north of 7,500, 75.25 is 99 percentile. We may test that today. Let's see where else here. 7,500, 74.75. All right, so 74.75. And 7,400. Okay, what's below that? 7,400. Let me zoom out. 7,400. 73.80. All right, 73.80.
Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network. CSCO. My parents didn't really talk about money at all. In college, everybody around.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Oh, boy. Hope everyone had a good evening. All right. Cisco starting to drop off here. Cisco. Okay, I'll be taking off the iron condors probably before noon, somewhere around noon, where an IB drops off. More inflated IB up high. Call wise, pretty expensive on the call side, so we'll be taking those off soon. Close the whole thing. Okay, we got about 3 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go, actually. 2 minutes. 2 minutes 30. 2 minutes 30. Come on, Bloomberg. You're loading slow here. Bloomberg. Boy, everything's slow today. All right, we've got 1 minute, 50 seconds to go. Less than 2 minutes. Here goes ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings moving back up into yesterday's price action. ARM. Okay, real quick. I just want to take a look at this here. He's talking VIX. I like the idea of VIX calls out in June. I would do like a 20 or 25. VIX calls or put flies on some of the bigger names like AMD. A little lower. Okay, we're looking for the markets to be pretty stable. We got purple gamma or a positive gamma. Okay, we got positive gamma. Not expecting much movement. 7,500 is resistance. Okay. All right, Cisco. My Thinkorswim shows a little dip here. Let's see. Cisco. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. We got 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds.
After launching the largest U.S. IPO so far this year, raising more than $5.5 billion, pricing at 185, well above the range. Ticker will be CVRS. Jim, we were looking at maybe something closer to 150, 160.
Yeah, 185 gives you $56 billion market cap. That's 111 times sales, not earnings. The company did lose money last year. I think what's really important, these guys go up against NVIDIA.
All right, we are open.
Because they're really based on inference. They use a super big chip. I thought that the CEO represented the company well. The only thing I would warn is that you have to understand. I mean, this company was worth $8 billion.
Hi, Tip Alert plus 800.
Okay, first 15 minutes, I'm watching and looking for positions potentially that we can trade, as well as taking profits off the table. Okay. Cisco. Okay, Cisco, some selling right at the open. Let's see if I want to take this off real quick. Cisco. I'm going to close the put side. Buy at 20 cents. Okay, I closed the put side of the Iron Condor for 20 cents, $20.
This is in large part a bigger part of the economy than people realize. You know, you talk about $750 billion, $1 trillion being out of the economy. So you're going to have a ripple effect that involves
Okay, close the put side on
the food and beverage, which used to be a big mainstay.
that iron condor.
Is not nearly as big ex Walmart. So you do have a belief that
Okay, so S&P is climbing.
we just got one right here.
Well, your point about restaurants is a good example, threatening some multi-year support. I think we've been
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's on the move.
3 days since Liberation Day.
Yeah, look, I think that consumer spending a little less. We heard the retail sales not so great. When it comes to the
AAOI's off a bit. IONQ. IONQ is starting to move. Okay, top stock, Cisco, Take-Two, NVIDIA, Charter Communications, Starbucks, that's the top 5. Number 6, Booking.com, followed by Broadcom, KHC, Kraft Heinz, STSH, Broadcom, Dexcom, Old Dominion Freight, and Marvell rounding out the top 10.
healthcare insurance, those stocks are soaring. Witness UNH hitting a new high. CVS just breaking out here in that 10. But healthcare in general, wow. I mean, no thank you. And that's been, to me, an opportunity. But wow, I've been wrong on that opportunity. Way too early.
Look at that. You've been constructive on CVS.
Yeah, Joyner's come in. Dave Joyner's come in. He's solved that. And he's basically just said, if you go through his deck, which was brilliant deck, he doesn't talk about the front of the store. We all think of CVS as like you go through, there's a candy aisle, there's a Halloween aisle. No, he's turned it into a healthcare company. Really have to hand it to him because people didn't understand. Walgreens is kind of going away. Rite Aid went away. He's the only guy in town against Amazon. And that's who he's competing against. And he has same day. My hat's off to him. He really figured it out.
Well, I'd say there's a big piece in the FT this morning about Walmart and these new last mile distribution sites there. I mean, they're race to deliver.
Oh my God, the battle. When I was out at Amazon, the one thing they were certain is that they're going to beat Walmart no matter what. And Walmart is, don't make no mistake about it.
Okay, S&P futures continue to climb. Okay, we'll watch this closely. Okay, 7,500, 99 percentile, way up high. IONQ popping now, IONQ. All right, stocks are mixed. Netflix had 2 good days in a row. Netflix starting to look like institutions are picking up shares. Okay, so I don't know. We'll see. It's at the 9 EMA now. Cisco, we'll watch this one. Oversold conditions at the open, starting to rise. That might be a day trade there. Apple's off. Oh, God. Kramer, you're really annoying with that voice. Intel losing market share to AMD, they're talking about. Okay, Intel gapping down on that news. ARM Holdings fading. Inside day, Palantir catching a bid. All right, so it's doing the opposite of what the market is doing. Palantir starting to bounce. Everything was up yesterday. Palantir was down, as you probably know. Okay, Nokia. Let's see. Nokia, are you up again today? Nokia continues to ramp higher. We need another couple of Micron trades that just keep going. Micron. Palantir, Blue Owls down. Let's see what are the banks doing? Banks. All right, Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley gapping up today. All right, looking for Morgan Stanley to keep going. RSI rising. Not really. MACD, stochastic, watching those. Stochastic's rising. Okay, Morgan Stanley gapping up a little fade back to yesterday's high. Looking for a bounce on Morgan Stanley. Goldman Sachs looked a little better. It was a little more extended. That's the only reason why I didn't take it. Goldman Sachs looking good. What's JP Morgan going to do? JP Morgan was down here at the 50-day looking for that to do something. Citigroup, Bank of America, nothing doing here. Let's see what's actually moving the markets at the moment. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, May 14th. We got OPEX tomorrow. A lot of the support in the markets is going to expire tomorrow. OPEX, CSCO gapping up, looking for that to fade. NVDA looking good, gapping up. NVDA. Okay, what do I want to do with my NVIDIA position? NVIDIA, I already took NVIDIA off. Okay, so that's done. Meta, watching Meta. Palantir bouncing. Okay, the New York Fangs are just sitting tight right now. Okay, I was talking about taking profits off into strength for the last couple of weeks now into this week. Reason being, we've been up for 7 weeks without a pullback. I'm getting a little bit more anxious for those of you who haven't taken anything off. New York Fang. All right. Just take some off. You may reduce your exposure. If you're the type of person that keeps 100% on, when the markets pull back, you're going to give some back, obviously. But New York Fang looking good, still grinding higher, expecting the markets to be okay into NVIDIA earnings. Okay, meaning hang out in this area. We talked about positive gamma, how it's above and below, which is supportive for now. Okay. So you can see purple above. You can see purple above and purple below. Darker purple below. All right, let me zoom out a little bit here. You can see red over here on the right. Okay, but bright purple below and above. That's telling you prices are probably going to stay in this zone. It might have a chance to start heading up towards this level up here. That's a 99 percentile at 75.25. The market's run up there. There might be a trade there. Okay, enough of the advertising. Okay, let's see. Okay, May 22nd, call sweep. Okay. Stock split narrative. It's only $230, so I don't know why they want to split it, but Micron, PCG, energy, fuel cell. Okay, we talked about that one yesterday, fuel cell. Let's take a look at fuel cell. Okay, nice big move. Inside day today, fuel cell. All right, looking for Cisco to fade. This big gap up showing up on everybody's screen. I would imagine there are going to be some profit taking.
When we come back, I'm so excited to get to this story because Ford, obviously,
S&P. I just want to keep an eye on this. Hedge flows.
after Morgan Stanley said it's possible they could do a deal with a hyperscaler for their batteries. That's next with Keith Naughton. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
0 day. A little bit of support right below. 74.55. We bounced right above that. Somebody sold some. Was that at the open? Let's see. Nah, it's pretty much the same. Net OI. Not a lot there. Net OI. 74.50. Okay, so you can see where the resistance is north of 7,500. We could run in that direction, so keep an eye on your S&P. It continues climbing here.
Almost since the early days of the spin.
I think people didn't understand the cash flow generation of properties and obviously work for what Mark Lazarus had going for him, which was a little bit better.
CSCO.
The analysts were surprised at the strength in MS Now and us. Yes. CNBC. I don't know why they'd be surprised. We own it. I mean, you never want to be so for granted. Take it for granted, but we've been in business a long time, and we're mission critical for people who care about their money. Which last I looked was about 373 million people, give or take.
Yes, licensing up 112.
Okay, NVDA is still moving here. NVDA, let's focus on what's actually moving now. NVIDIA. IONQ bouncing. Need AAOI to bounce. AAOI.
And some things that work. There's some things that should live and some things that should die. And when you look at Ecclesiastes, we were on the good side.
Jim, let's talk
Okay,
about
NVIDIA.
Kevin Warsh confirmed as chair by Senate last night. Powell's term ends tomorrow. This 30-year at 5. There's some discussion yesterday about whether 5 is resistance.
NVIDIA on the move. NVIDIA. What else chip wise? Marvell. Okay, Marvell. All right, yesterday we tried to get Marvell to break out. Okay, Marvell's breaking out today. Okay, there goes Marvell. All right, I'll try Marvell again. Let's see what we're going to do here. Marvell, I'll go out to June. MRVL. Okay. Still going. All right, I want to buy it right this minute. Let's see if this pulled back in a little bit like it did yesterday. Yesterday, Marvell gave us a couple of dips early. Okay. Dip, pop, and then it faded the rest of the day. Let's see if it dips right now. Marvell. That's number 3 on the NASDAQ 100. Take 2 is number 2. Take 2. Take 2. Okay, that's already fading. Micron, little dip. Okay, oversold condition. Let's see if it breaks out above 815 today. Micron, Palantir still trying to bounce. All right, NVIDIA starting to lift a little bit more. NVIDIA. Netflix continues to push a bit higher. Palantir. Cisco looking for a fade. Cisco. Okay, there goes Amazon. Amazon yesterday was a pretty decent trade. Amazon. Okay, AMZN. Amazon. Somewhat oversold. Amazon. Can we follow through today? It looks like we might. Okay, I'm going to try Amazon instead of Marvell. Amazon. It's not as overbought yet. Amazon. MACD turning up. RSI. Okay, Amazon. Amazon. Come on. Thinkorswim. What's going on here? AMCN. Amazon. What about tomorrow, Carl? Tomorrow calls. Cheap calls for Amazon. Tomorrow. Okay. Amazon, I bought a couple of 272.50s. If this takes off to the upside. Okay, Amazon. Those are $1.65. Futures. Okay, we're starting to pull back already, Amazon.
the nation and continue to shape its future.
Nokia. Let's see what Nokia is doing. Amazon. Nokia. Yeah, whatever. Nokia looking good. Let's see. Nokia gapping up this morning, dipping a little bit early. Nokia looks like it wants to keep going. It probably will. Nokia company basically saying that they're going to double their sales over the next 12 months. Double their sales. Nokia gap and go. Okay, we have January 13 calls. Taiwan Semiconductor. Okay. Okay, Nokia still going here. Nokia. Nokia going. Fairly inexpensive stock, Nokia. Amazon hesitating. Apple. Amazon. Amazon's AWS backlog accelerated to 465 billion. Strong capital velocity. That's a measure that I've been working on. Python script. Strong capital velocity as options traders target agentic AI hardware upside. So we're looking for Amazon to continue. Break a bit higher. Amazon. Okay, Nokia on the move here. Nokia looking really good. Fuel cell continues. Fuel cell inside day. Amazon looking for this little inside bar to start finding buyers. We're starting to lift right now. Amazon oversold on the 1 minute at the open, starting to gradually move higher. Watching Amazon. Let's look at the 3 minute. Okay, 3 minute consolidation into the last half of the day yesterday. Amazon, Nokia looks like it wants to go here. Nokia, cheap stock, Nokia. Cisco with earnings. Okay, NVIDIA fading a bit. All the New York Fangs are just hesitating at the moment. I do want to buy some VIX calls for June. Okay, VIX calls for June. They're starting to turn here. All right, let me buy some VIX calls for June. Let's see. That's a hedge. VIX. Let's see what we can do here. VIX. VIX. Let me do June. June 17. All right, the 20s are 250. I'm going to buy a 20. Should I buy 20? We're close. That is a 52 delta. Let me go. 20, 22. All right, 22. All right, I bought the 22. Bought VIX 22 calls for a hedge. Morgan Stanley. Okay, so we've been looking for Morgan Stanley to break out. So, Andrew, this one should go. You're right. Should go. Looking for a follow through. Let's see if the buyers step up. It's traded on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, so could see a little shenanigans first thing. But it's breaking out of a squeeze. RSI is above 50. Volume looks good. MACD stochastics could be a little bit better. But the banks have just been consolidating for like 4 weeks. Some look better than others. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs are the favorites. If you're going to take any of them, I would look at those two. Let's look at Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs. Okay, Goldman Sachs gapping up too. It's got this resistance level over here. Okay, so that should be above 1,000 soon. All right, Cisco's still sitting here. Implied volatility being crushed. Taiwan Semiconductor looking really good. Taiwan Semi. Okay, nice bounce with Taiwan Semi. Okay, up quite a bit. Taiwan Semi looking for this to dip a little bit for an entry. Some of you are already in this. Nice job there, David. Okay, NVIDIA trying to pop a little bit more. Amazon, no follow through yet. Amazon, no follow through. Okay, let's get a sense of what's going on here. We've got hedge flows turning back down. We've got red over here on the right. Net OI. We got support down below. We got nothing but upside potential up to 7,500. North of 7,500, it gets very resistive. Okay, so let's go to GEX. All right, you can see how much is up there now. I can't imagine there would be a lot of people interested in buying up here, Cisco. This is going to do one of two things. It can fade immediately, or it can just move sideways and stay up here, gap up, which would be somewhat supportive of an institution's buying. Okay, let me go look at Cisco earnings, just get an idea of what's going on here. Cisco. Hope everyone had a good evening. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, May 14th. Tomorrow is a major OPEX, obviously, for the month. Cisco reported in line. And it gapped up like that? Earnings look good, but 15%? I don't know. That just seems a little bit extended to me. Okay. I got a kitty cat at the door. Bear with me 1 second.
companies like NVDA and the other hyperscalers, we've already seen valuations on non-public companies like AI, like OpenAI and Anthropic soar. And investors are just looking for anything else, right? So even if it's a company that only makes 1/4 of 1% of the revenue in NVIDIA, they're all in. Well, this is a company that tried to go public a few years ago at a small fraction because they raised money privately. Last round, a fraction. The 40 billion, potentially much larger than that, depending on how it's raised. So we just are seeing quantum of capital being tapped into anything around this. And again, it's one of those conversations that are we going to look back 5 or 10 years from now and say that was kind of interesting back in May 2026, or is it the start of the 7 or 9? And that's kind of what we do on this. All right, the other illustrations I got the program. Are you hosting over this weekend? No.
All right, Amazon not following through yet. Cisco has good earnings, but I don't think it looks that good for this kind of gap up. This has got to fade. Markets are very illogical, so who knows? Somebody may know something. Keep prices up here. So like I said, either this is going to fade or it's going to chop around north of like the gap. If it loses the gap, then we could expect to see implied volatility drop pretty quick. All right, we're already starting to do that right now. Let's see. People are going to start getting nervous. They're going to start selling. Cisco. As soon as this gets to break even, I'm going to go ahead and unload this position. Maybe make a little profit. All right, NVIDIA is just sitting here. The markets are not following through. So that's going to put some pressure on Cisco as well. That said, we do have a few stocks. All right, Nokia just turned around as well. Nokia just reversed. Morgan Stanley, looking for that to take off. Morgan Stanley looks really good, I have to say. I don't want to fall in love with a stock, but whenever I see Bollinger Bands looking like this, okay, looks good. RSI is above 50. I'm rationalizing the trade right now. I took it yesterday. I plan on adding if this starts running and then start rolling out. Financials are due. They've been off for the last 3-4 weeks. They hit the 200-day and it's consolidating. So I'm looking for this to make a higher low soon at the 50-day, hold above the 50-day, break to the upside. So that'll take a lot of banks and private credit like Owl. Blue Owl hasn't been moving. Neither has Apollo. Apollo looks a little better. It's got tight Bollinger Bands, RSI rising. Financials need to catch a bid. All right, financials. So the best looking ones right now are Goldman Sachs. They tend to lead, Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. The fact that JP Morgan isn't leading, a little concerning, but not that much. Morgan Stanley, another big one. Frano, you had mentioned a while back Morgan Stanley was going to do an IPO. Were they going to do the IPO for SpaceX, I believe? I think that's what you said. I don't know. I can find out. Was it a different IPO? Let's go see here. Share this one. Let's go. Who is providing the investment banking backing for SpaceX? I syndicate of 21 Wall Street investment banks. Oh, okay. Morgan Stanley is the number one. Emerging as a clear front runner. Okay. You see that? Okay. All right. That looks good. All right. Let me just delete this. Okay. So Morgan Stanley is the clear front runner.
Also, the tech rally continues with strength as Cisco soars on raised forecast and an AI-focused restructuring plan, plus an exclusive.
It's in the way. That's in the way, Vinny. Okay, get this over here. Or put. That's okay. Right there is fine.
With the summit in China, Presidents Trump and Xi wrapping up their first day in Beijing with trade, Iran, and Taiwan all in focus.
And when is that supposed to be? When is SpaceX scheduled? Supporting co.
The relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Tonight, it is my honor to
Looking for a follow through.
to you, Madam Peng, to visit us at the White House. The
Sorry about that. Had you guys on mute. I'm sitting here talking to myself. Okay. So Morgan Stanley should, once people get a hint of that, should be much higher in the future. Right now, we're just sitting here. Markets are just chopping around. Nokia. Okay, Amazon's not following through. Amazon. All right, I'm gonna have to cut this loose. Amazon's not working. Shoot. Shoot.
First of all, so great to be here. It's never been more important together to talk about these topics. Even if there's like a become vibe, what's been said, I think what's coming, both in AI, energy, geopolitics, is going to disrupt the world completely. It will be unrecognizable, which is why this is so important. Just want to start there. Now let's go to hedge funds.
Let's start with the existential points. Yeah. I like it.
All right, let's see what C-Web is doing. C-Web, Morgan Stanley. Okay, Morgan Stanley looking for a bounce. Morgan Stanley, nothing yet.
Completely focused on artificial investment. That means AI generates the insight, trades billions of dollars, and competes with our expert system, which is the previous version of AI. And it's a close call on who's winning, and it's the worst that it's ever going to be. So, on one hand, this is going to change everything. The thing that's going to change is the combination between humans and technology, which is not to say humans will not be necessary. Even in that fund, for example, to your question, created an alpha pressure account because we needed to build a team that is large to do that. So you have a different combination of human technology. The thing that I really focus on when thinking about this is the difference between a productivity increase, meaning we're doing something like humans would do it, but trying to do it more productively. I think that is a evolutionary change. Versus, I would think about AI like an alien technology. AI looks at humans full clothes.
When is SpaceX? When is that SpaceX supposed to be?
Maybe I'll be able to learn it one day. We look at how AI does certain things, we can't figure it out. How did you get there? And if we keep just focusing on using AI through
Okay, Cisco.
Once things start to get rebuilt, the factory get rebuilt around AI intelligence.
June 18th, June 30th.
I'll give one example of that just to make it visual, because I think we're in that moment right now. We've been looking at what we call kind of the Barnes and Noble moment, right? Remember when technology came and disrupted
June 18. June 30.
It's happening right now. You look at application software stocks, and Cisco's having a great day, but as an index, they're down 40% because they're going through a holy crap moment. How different are things going to be when the whole factory is wired in a different way?
Are you a believer that what we are heading towards is this future of AGI that like completely reshapes humanity? Is that what you're talking about? That some of the freak out in markets, it's calmed down now, but is warranted because things are going to fundamentally change.
The thing I will bet completely on things are going to fundamentally change. What that's going to look like, I think, is a very hard question. Let me just expand on that.
Palantir still trying to grind a bit higher.
Think about three.
Okay.
For years now, we've been in the biggest investment cycle because people are
Oracle.
the price is so big.
Another inside day. Inside of yesterday's inside day.
Had tremendous amounts of cash, spend the balance sheet down, government to spend the balance sheet down. With that promise, that is already, forget about what you think is going to happen, changing everything. That followed with capability changes. Coding, 3 years ago or 2 years ago, AI could do 5 minutes of coding. Today, it's 12 hours of coding, and scaling keeps going on. So that's going to keep expanding. If you look at Anthropic's earnings a year ago was $1 billion, it's now $30 billion this month. These are wild changes. And couple that with what's happening in
Okay, Amazon's still drifting a bit lower. Futures continue to rise here. Cisco, what's Cisco doing? Cisco. Okay, Cisco rolling over a bit more. Okay. Cisco. Microsoft, nice reversal on Microsoft, pushing back up. Microsoft. Okay, watch Microsoft here. We're looking for Microsoft to do something eventually. Microsoft. Okay, RXT. Okay, RXT. Rackspace, RXT. Okay, consolidating up here at the highs. Wouldn't mind seeing a little base up here. It could take off to the upside, but I'd like to build a little position here. Just looking at, I keep looking at this weekly, and I'm like, wow, you know, this is quite a move. If you go out a bit more, you can see where it came from. I didn't realize. I thought it was I thought Rackspace was a Rackspace or something along those lines. It sounded like Rackspace. I thought this was like back in 2000, 2008, 9. I thought they were in the literally computer racks, etc. I don't know. It just seems like it was earlier than 2020. Am I wrong? Is there somebody else take over the name? I don't know what the deal is here. Anyway, Microsoft continues to push a little bit higher. I'm not going to get too excited about it because it's still in this descending channel, basically. Okay, connecting the bodies of these candles. And basically linear regression. Okay, so I'm just thinking linear regression, lower highs, the bodies of the candles again, touching a few of these lower candles, the bodies, and we're just above the 50 days. So eventually, I'm looking for this to turn and move higher. I'm looking for Microsoft to do this and break out. Okay, it'll reinvent itself even more, you know, with Azure and more AI. They're building data centers. The biggest problem with Microsoft is they're spending so much money. At some point, this will get released and it'll start rising again. Taking a lot of patience, though. All right, Cisco, back to Cisco. Okay, and S&P. Let's go back to the S&P. All right, hedge flows are starting to turn. You got this 99 percentile way up here. Are they going to run this thing? Are they going to run S&P? What about IWM? I've been looking for IWM to lead. It's just been lagging. Okay, just sitting here while the S&P trades near the highs. Okay, I'm going to keep repeating this, but we got a pretty narrow range for the most part. Okay, the high of the day, 74.81, the low, 74.54. All right, so basically what, 40 points? 30 points, sorry, 30 points. And we have this situation. like we had yesterday. Yeah, purple above, purple below. And the dark purple is right in here. So prices are probably going to stay inside this area. So you definitely don't want to buy the high of the day right now if you're thinking S&P 500 options. There goes Oracle, finally getting a lift. Oracle catching a bid for Frano and me and whoever else is in this. Oracle catching a bid. Finally. Oracle catching a bid. Let's see. Okay, there goes Bitcoin too. Bitcoin's on the move. Okay, Bitcoin's got a lot of work to do to get back into Monday and Tuesday price action. Oracle. Okay, looks like Slack is giving us a little issue uploading images. I don't know if anybody else is having a problem. I know Mondo just uploaded something a few minutes ago. It could be nothing. Okay, Frando's on a plane. All right, never mind. Oracle. All right, nice move on Oracle. S&P rising. There goes the S&P. S&P 500. Okay, going new all-time highs. 7,500 sure looks doable, right? S&P 500.
You had to cross the threshold of 51% approval from your shareholders. The ultimate exercise in herding cats. What was that process like? I mean, how much money, how many resources did you aim at just trying to corral all these votes?
S&P is still pushing. CSCO. NVDA still pushing. Looks like Microsoft and Apple short covering. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla might be a trade. Tesla gave us a thrill yesterday. Monday was the best day this week so far with Tesla. Let me go to the 5 minute. Monday was really good. Monday, Tuesday, a little dip. Wednesday, follow through, fade. All right, can we follow through and take out 450? Tesla. What do I have on Tesla? I know I took some TSLL shares off yesterday. Tesla, let's look at the 1 minute. 1 minute, somewhat oversold. Tesla, if it gets going here, this could be a good one. Tesla. Okay, Oracle still going here. Oracle. Okay, Oracle, nice move. Oracle. 185, 193. So far, 194, 194. Looking good. Amazon looking for a bounce. There goes Oracle. Oracle looking really strong. Oracle really strong.
Well, I do want to talk a little bit more specifically about your relationship with NVDA.
Oh, futures continue. Futures.
And by extension, marketing the NASDAQ 100, that is one of the reasons why NASDAQ chose to sort of extend
Oracle looking good.
of the NASDAQ 100.
Top 10 again on the NASDAQ 100. Cisco, Take-Two, Marvell, Charter Communications, Broadcom, NVIDIA, DoorDash, Kraft Heinz, Workday, and Palo Alto Networks, rounding out the top 10. S&P 500, what do we got for them? S&P 500, we've got Cisco, Ford, which a couple of you, Grover mentioned Ford yesterday. It's trading nearly 15. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Take-Two, Charter, Hewlett-Packard, Broadcom, App TV, TKO, AIZ, NVIDIA, Supermicro, and DoorDash, the top 10. Okay, Oracle is ripping here. Or what do I have? Oracle. I got some options here. I got to do something with here. Oracle. No, I rolled to 210, 200, 210. That's right. 200, 210. Mondo just took 195s, looking good. Meta turned up. Meta looks like it might stretch its legs. Watch Meta. Meta is about to go. Meta looks like it wants to go. 50-day target. Broadcom high of the day. Broadcom looking good. Broadcom's been lagging lately. Okay, nice move on Broadcom's part. Looks good. Bitcoin, Oracle. Meta looks like it wants to go here. Okay, Meta. Okay, looks like it's going to go. Meta. All right, Meta. All right, let's go to Meta. Meta. Okay, Meta looks good. Okay. Okay, so Cisco trading 116 continues to fade a bit. Cap up. NVIDIA, beautiful move on NVIDIA's part. Okay, Microsoft looking good. Oracle driving higher. Oracle, that looks like institutions. Oracle. Looks like institutions buying again, Mondo. Okay. Oracle. Okay, big move today on Oracle. Okay. You know what the thought is here? All right, so every time this, okay, we broke the downtrend, right? So you know about that. You know how we're looking at this. We break the downtrend right here. We make our first pullback to the 21-day. It gets bought. Volume comes in. RSI keeps rising. Okay. We've just made our next or our last or more recent pullback to the 21-day. What's happening? They're buying again. So this volume should pick up. MACD is rising. Stochastic's turning back up. Everything is saying follow through. Okay. Oracle. So you know what we're thinking on Oracle. We've been talking about this for weeks now. This is starting phase 2. Okay, phase 2 is the markup phase. That's when institutions have accumulated everything they want to accumulate. Accumulation phase is phase 1. That's the end of the pullback, the markdown period. All right. So you get distribution. Something happens. The company says something that the markets don't like. In this case, they were spending too much money and they had no way to pay for it. So everybody was thinking, oh, Oracle's going to blow up and go out of business. It was that bad. So you get distribution. Institutions get out, prices drop below the 50-day, and we start trending lower. At some point, something happens. Analysts meet with the company, with management. Management discusses with them what the game plan is to rectify their debt and bond offerings, et cetera. They've relieved all of those issues. What happens? Institutions pick up shares. They accumulate. Then, once they have their shares, they're waiting to make 40, 50, 60, 80, 100%, whatever, as you hear Stephanie Link talk about all the time. So I'm not surprised that these people are getting into Oracle, and so should we. So Oracle's climbing. Looks like it's going to take out 200, perhaps by tomorrow at this rate. It just keeps going. So institutions apparently are active again. All right. So they accumulate their initial positions. I can't speak for all of them, but I know that some of them, it takes months, days, weeks, months to accumulate positions. If you go to the weekly, uh, here we go. Go to the weekly. You can see that this accumulation took several weeks. What is that? About 10 weeks. We move above the 10 EMA weekly. So long as this stays above the 10 EMA weekly, we're good to go. Okay, we're good to go. And looking for more upside. Okay, so if we get a 50% retracement, that's 250. Okay, so if we get there, that would be great. 50% retracement, 618, whatever. Okay, so that's Oracle. It's not my opinion. It's exactly what's happening. Being able to interpret what the chart is saying. Okay, so today we're expecting more follow through. MACD's rising, volume last week. Let's see if volume picks up again. All right, so phase 2 looking pretty good. Nice trade. Okay, CSCO pushing a bit higher right now. CSCO.
Some see heroes, others only egos.
Okay, futures continue to make higher highs and higher lows.
While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Healthcare access remains a major challenge with patients in cities like right here in New York, often facing long wait times and a shortage of doctors. Companies like Resilient are trying to change that by combining telehealth, in-person care, and AI assistance. For more, we have the CEO and co-founder of Resilient Health here, CEO Dr. Dinesh Nagda. This is a really exciting story, Dinesh, because it's so difficult to see a health care professional in person these days. A lot of times insurers really limit your access, and employers want to find a solution. They're making deals with companies like yours.
Exactly. I mean, at this point, it's gotten so bad that there's an entire movement around this called the direct care. They seem to have primary care contracts.
All right, so we continue to move higher. Meta, S&P 500. Okay, so all-time highs now. All right. Microsoft made a nice little move. Amazon's still pushing lower, so I'll get stopped out of Amazon. Morgan Stanley. Goldman Sachs. Travelers Insurance. Microsoft looks good. AXP. Sherwin-Williams. Okay, let's go here. S&P continues. Mm-hmm.
kind of idea, which is not as well executed.
But the challenge is when you have the doctor on the screen, that doctor is not able to
Okay, Meta. All right, the New York Times, Apple, Amazon, Google, those are just kind of taking a break. Same thing with Tesla, no follow through. Netflix, same thing. Okay. Oracle still going here. Oracle had it taken out yesterday's low. This would be an outside day right now. Looking pretty strong. Oracle, just spent a few minutes talking about Oracle. That looks good. Okay, let's look at hedge flows. Hedge flows. All right, so 7,500 is a possibility. 75.25 is a 99 percentile. Do we test 7,500 by tomorrow? Okay, Amazon's still dropping off here. Amazon. Oracle having a good day. All right, so 200, 210 is where we need to do something with Oracle. All right, 200, 210. Nokia looks good. Oracle. Okay, we're breaking outside the upper trend line. Jeez, this thing is insane. Okay, so you know what the deal is. Long as we have this purple around us, okay, above and below, prices should stay pretty contained in here. Could press the upper level. The algos could go after this level here. Algos could go after 75.25. Okay. Crazy to think that we could get there. 75.25.
Never having to change doctors again sounds promising. I just went through an unfortunate situation where trying to insure with my healthcare provider, right? And they fought for a few months before they got back together. I have a pretty PT. How do you deal with insurers?
I mean, to be completely direct,
All right, so
changing continuity affects costs significantly for the employer. And so by having a partner direct where I don't owe insurance,
75.25. F16. Distinctive sound. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Okay, so it's not letting me upload here. Okay, so it's not letting me upload. For whatever reason, Slack's giving me a hard time. Okay, I'm going to reboot, rebooting Slack. I'll be back. Okay, Slack. Quit Slack. Okay. Let's see if that fixes it. Upload. Nope, that didn't fix it. All right, I don't know what the deal is with Slack today, but not letting me upload charts. Okay, NVIDIA is still ripping higher. Amazon is dropping off more. Amazon didn't work. Okay, Oracle still pushing. Oracle's going to take out last Thursday's high. Oracle What happened there? Mm-hmm. Quincy, Main Z Biomed. Okay, nice one, Mondo. Nice one. Okay, S&P making new highs here. S&P.
My name is Wally, and you know what? We are standing in our new remodeled showroom at Sunspace and Mobile in Calhoun.
We're a veteran-owned company, and we've been building custom sunrooms for over a decade.
Our dedicated team ensures high quality, efficient work on every project. No subcontractors involved.
With free custom designs to on-site project reviews and permit assistance, we make the process.
S&P still going here. All right. S&P. Okay, Cisco rolling over now. Cisco rolling over a bit. S&P. Geez, look at this. Look at this market. Okay, we'd love to see a little trend here. Okay. I can't post in Slack for whatever reason. It's giving me a hard time. So I don't know if I need to reboot my machine or whatever. Anybody else having a hard time posting charts? S&P. Seek and destroy.
Franklin Templeton CEO Jenny Johnson says retirement accounts are the best fit for private credit and private equity because investors can better withstand years of illiquidity.
Okay, S&P is still going. NVDA. Oh my gosh, look at NVDA. Oracle ripping. Oracle ripping. All right, that looks good. Nokia. Oracle. Oracle, what's Oracle at? Nearing 200. Apple. What's Apple doing? Apple. All right, trying to turn back up. Apple. I have some calls. What did I buy? September. Okay, I still have those September 350s that someone bought. Let me just go check and see what the open interest is now. Okay, climbing. Deltas are climbing. All right, Deltas. Palantir. Looks like it wants to launch Palantir. Apple.
One of the first selling points of private markets is the liquidity premium. And I think Jenny Johnson's point, I think, is well stated, which is that over periods of time, that illiquidity premium can stack up and make quite a compelling kind of profit, essentially, for clients versus, the classic public fixed income products that they may be able to access already.
Well, and for years, teachers and police officers, firefighters, through vehicles like TIA, CREF, or CalPERS have had, of course, these investments in their portfolios, whereas
I saw that earlier.
running 401ks or even having them directed by RIAs.
HPE, all right, looking good. All right, Meta bouncing. HPE, Hewlett Packard, big gap up. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, I saw that big gap up. Okay, S&P is ripping here. S&P.
I think I would say that it's a trickier time to be making that case. With the volatility at the moment going on in private markets, the looming spectre of AI and its impact on software, not to mention the inflationary pressures that have been brought about by the geopolitical crisis in the Middle East. So it's a sort of trickier time to be making the case, but I think in sort of the broad sweep of the argument, I think is kind of well stated.
Well, I mean, as far as I understand it, Silas, I'm not as deep in it as you or Danny. It's a trickier time to have been invested in these kind of assets, right? Because the vintages 2021, 2022 are those.
All right, S&P still going.
Issues, and from what I understand, everybody's after this year, right? In terms of institutions, as retail gets spooked, institutions are there ready to buy it up.
Yeah, it sounds like you have better knowledge than me, but I totally agree with you. I think that's right. Like, I think the 2020, 2021 kind of years of the froth, definitely the ones that people are most concerned by. And now I think you see kind of bigger private equity clamoring for cash to invest in a kind of sort of like heavier, more opportunistic environment. And so yeah, I think that's true.
All right, Silas, great having you on the program. I'm so bummed out that I missed you when you were in New York.
S&P still climbing.
Bloomberg Silas Brown covers private assets for us. Coming up, the U.S. and China look to ease economic relations with a.
Okay, S&P looking really good. S&P continues climbing. Higher highs, higher lows. Futures 75.17. Can't believe we're in the 7,500s on the futures. 74.93 on cash, S&P cash. Ay, ay, ay.
One of the things that really struck with this, how focused you are on the customer.
Apple turning back up looks good. NVIDIA still extending.
Continuously pushing performance is how players take their game to the next level, and how Aramco delivers reliable energy to millions. Aramco, an integrated energy and chemicals company.
How can the top global beverage producer go from vendor credit molds to operational control?
Let's rewind the tapes. Sales were surging, but the accounts payable team was falling behind the account. Vendors threatened to go.
Right there, the company called Exavoid, who brought their teams and tech together to rethink the process.
In months, top vendors were back on track. The backlog eliminated. Even accuracy clients and near perfect.
When they didn't just have a plan, they took over complete control of the team.
S&P.
The end of jobs or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype, while others follow the noise. We follow the money. NVDA.
I see.
Let's get to high-interest now. Look what's making headlines around the world. Wes Streeting has resigned as Keir Starmer's health secretary. The move paves the way for him to challenge the UK Prime Minister for his job.
Apple turning back up. Apple.
His Labour Party publicly called for him to resign in the wake of disastrous local election results. Streeting is only one of the party figures likely to throw their hats.
Okay, we're getting extended.
Some signs of consumer resilience, even as gas prices rise. The report suggests higher than usual tax refunds help provide a financial cushion against mounting inflationary pressures. Meanwhile, recent
Okay, Apple, S&P 500. Continuation here. Yikes, still going.
the Long Island Railroad, the nation's biggest commuter rail, faces a potential shutdown beginning Saturday. Talks between LIRR workers and MTA officials have hit a snag over wage increases, which is like the main snag. A strike would force thousands of commuters onto the island's already congested
75.25 looks like it's coming. Oh, shit. Look at this market. Oh, this is great. Stay engaged, but reducing exposure into strength. I did add some hedges this morning. Okay, if the markets continue.
Would this create some kind of precipitous fast lane, or how would these companies be classified as like low risk?
Yeah, it's a great question, Matt. I mean, it's we don't have a ton of details yet about how this would actually work, but essentially what you're saying is correct. As far as we understand it from what the secretary said this morning, that there would be a board of investment. He's also talking about a board of trade with China that would wall off or sort of try to
Still going. S&P still going. Futures are still lifting. Apple's about to break higher. Watch Apple. Apple's about to break higher.
I noticed actually in the Ford, there was an excellent story on Ford working with the Chinese battery company CATL, and in it there was a graph of Chinese investment in the U.S. We can see that it hit a high in 2016 when President Trump came into office, and then just proceeded to dwindle away to nothing. Of course, this is, for direct investment. One of the things that President Trump has really pushing for from other countries. Is this likely to boost that materially?
Apple. I'm going to take a look at Apple. All right, trying to push through this level.
And so I think that this proposal is one among, I'm sure, some others that are being considered that would move that idea forward, where you would see some more Chinese investment here in the United States. But again,
Apple. All right, so these leading stocks look good. There goes Palantir. Palantir's pushing off the low. Palantir been off lately. Back down to the lows. A lot of people will be looking at this as a double bottom zone, looking for a pop to the upside, put a stop underneath. I like the idea. Palantir is not going out of business. Okay, nice little move there. Oracle's doing well today. Oracle breaking out again. Oracle looking good. Okay, Bitcoin, having a good day. Bitcoin, I don't know if you've been watching Bitcoin, but that's having a good day.
Exactly the opposite of what President Trump says that he wants. So maybe they were just inflationary rather than strategic, or maybe we've gotten kind of the manufacturing influx that we wanted, and we're willing to accept that low-end consumer goods and like fireworks can be produced there and buy in Asia.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Probably going to go through the 200-day. Assuming retest the 200-day soon. Okay, S&P still pushing the highs. Very nice day again. I don't know. 7 weeks up, that's just making me a little nervous. Sarcasm aside, I'm not really nervous. I'm planning for what could be a move in either direction. I'm staying engaged. I'm staying in positions. I'm just taking less risk as we rise. I mean, this is 7 weeks up without a respite. That's just crazy. And the intensity of the move, considering everything else that's going on. Let's see what breadth looks like real quick while I'm thinking about it. Breadth needs to be improving on a move like this. If it's not rising, that would mean only the New York Fangs are being bought. But as the case may be, we see the big caps in the top panel, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ in descending order. Mid caps, small caps, NASDAQ, all pointing up. So that's good. Let's look at the S&P. So the reason I'm presenting this is for those of you on the fence on whether or not you want to take some off into strength. You can see a squeeze here. So this is going to go at some point. Looks like a cup and handle. I think the biggest surprise would be a move to the upside. People aren't ready for that. You got the number of stocks above the 20-day currently drifting back down towards 40%. So there's a lot of fuel to the upside. If this decides to go, this could get hairy for the bears. Not that it hasn't already been. The bears have already been toasted. Okay. Okay.
Bloomberg Tech is live from coast to coast with Caroline Hyde in New York and Ed Lefko in San Francisco.
All right, we're starting to show signs of consolidation up at the highs now. I would take some profits off the table. Amazon's still dropping off. All right, so that didn't work.
Later this hour, Cisco is our top story, and it's actually rising with the rest of the market. We're up 15%, on track for our biggest jump since 2011. After the open, we hit 17%, putting Cisco on track for its best day since 2002. It's a pretty simple story. Hyperscaler demand. Calendar year 26, $9 billion, up from a previous forecast of $5 billion. $4 billion of that will translate into actual revenue, sales, on the income statement in this year. There are many more friends, but Cisco is finding its place in this AI infrastructure story. Let's get out to Bloomberg Equities reporter Ryan Veselica. I think, Ryan, the best place to start is what has the sell side reaction been to this? What are the analysts saying the main thread of their enthusiasm for Cisco has been this morning?
Okay. Going to go one more time, S&P. Looks like it's going to go one more time.
growth for data centers related to AI. And Cisco is really well positioned in that. It's a legacy company that has a wide product suite that people are using here. It seems very well positioned, and it does seem like analysts are really sort of seeing additional confirmation of this trend.
Right, there's so much to pack into Bloomberg Tech today. People are saying, why starting on Cisco? The markets team is looking at the equities market widely, and Cisco is a big factor in kind of the feel good that's out there. Networking is your cables, your switches, your routers. That all goes into real data centers, right? The other part of the story is Cisco's discipline. They're cutting about 4,000 roles. How did the company kind of spin that as a positive in that sort of feel good around AI in the market itself?
Well, they talked about how they are really focusing and prioritizing AI. You mentioned the job cuts. It does seem like all of their investments are really geared towards this end market in particular. So there's a lot of optimism about that. And I would just say, remember, Cisco was one of the major companies of the .com era build out. Now it saw huge growth at that time, and then only recently surpassed its .com era high. So there's a certain amount of poetic justice, I guess, in the fact that AI is the thing that is finally bringing it back to record levels. It does seem like it is now becoming a real part of this technology build-out, just as it was in the internet tech build-out.
Ryan, you and I were not doing this in the .com era, but here and now, Cisco is a big story. Bloomberg's Ryan Baselica on the equities desk. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's that. Oracle.
15-16%. The company posted
Looking good, Oracle.
in first quarter net income, but it beat estimates, swinging from $99 million
Okay.
a year ago. This is the fintech space, right? Revenue jumping 44% to $1 billion, driven by higher interest income, growth in debit cards.
Okay, so Oracle still pushing. Oracle.
Very busy Thursday morning. Today, all eyes
Oracle at the highs.
set to begin trading after pricing its IPO at $185 a share, raising $5.55 billion, the biggest US IPO of the year so far. It has been mayhem in the market so far. Shares were indicated at one point to open at $400 a share. 400, having priced at 185. I think we're now back down at $350 a share as of 1 minute past 8 Pacific time, 1 minute past 11 a.m. Eastern time. Bloomberg's Daily Lipschultz has been my partner in tracking the chaos of this IPO for a good few days now. Let's start with the math, yeah? The indicated opening price, well beyond $185 a share. What's that telling us? It tells us that there's untapped demand. And when you look at a deal like this, more than 20 times oversubscribed, we reported before it even launched, there was $10 billion of demand. So these are huge numbers. This is the hottest stock, at least from an IPO perspective this year. Bar none. The big question that you asked me, look at the market cap and where this could open, if we're getting closer to $80 billion, talking to folks on the buy side, NVIDIA is worth $5 trillion. Who's to say that this company doesn't easily trade closer to $100 billion? I don't know where you've been hearing about that from your side. Yeah, so exactly. That brings us back to what is Cerebras? What does it do? Well, it is a full stack, vertically integrated supercomputer maker, right? NVIDIA makes largely the chips for the server trades these days. It doesn't build its own servers. Dell does that. Supermicro does that. Cerebras does the full send package. But even at $100 billion, it's a drop in the ocean. Why is the market so enthusiastic about this technology? What else do we know about this company's financials or its customer backlog?
The big thing initially when they tried to go public, 2 years ago, was concentration risk. So 42 was pretty much their only customer. They've expanded that. Now you have OpenAI and others in a big picture. At least when I talk to folks on the buy side,
0 day. Look at this. 0 day.
a market, especially as it relates to building some of the compute and everything that goes into building out the AI future. If this is just the start and we're in early innings, what does this ultimately look like? Call it 5 years from now. And the big question is, back to your point earlier, if this is just a drop in the bucket, there's a pretty much massive potential as it relates to going forward. Though again, all things considered, we've seen semiconductor index up 30% since they started this process.
I would say indicated opening prices that are on the Bloomberg terminal, they're not always right. Who knows what will happen when trade starts? Bloomberg's Daily Lipschultz, please don't go far. Stay with Bloomberg Tech, because coming up later this hour, we will speak with Cerebras CEO, Andrew Feldman. And if you're on the socials, hit me up for your questions. Now, coming up, China's Xi Jinping gives a warning to President Trump on Taiwan. We're gonna have those details next. This is Bloomberg Tech.
And since you bundled home and auto with 24/7 protection, you can handle all the worry with us.
That's right. At Progressive, it's our job to do the worrying for you.
The scandal, for example. Awfully close to the curtains. And when was this porch built? Did they have building codes back then?
Are your headlights too bright?
Do people know when you're texting with the toilet?
How many spiders do you really need to keep sleeping?
Yes, when you bundle home and auto, you can be free of all these worries and more. Because we're already worrying for you. Oh, and the answer is 8. 8 spiders. But Taylor, one of the things I've always struck with this how focused you are on the customer.
Service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way. Better of the same. It's not more of the same. It's better of the same.
When I moved to New York City from India, the only dream which I had was a new position. But when I arrived here, I thought there was something missing. So that's when I started working on Wall Street, covering pharmaceutical stocks. I wanted to learn a few skills to expand my impact in medicine. Then I moved to Silicon Valley and found it really decisive. Finding my own path opened up opportunities to help people start impact matching.
Pete Gordon invests the way he wants to invest. No minimums and no hesitations.
I'm taking a train tomorrow. It's like 30 minutes from your house. 40.
Oh, talk about easier investing.
I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and those suits were highlighted, and this is Bloomberg.
Oracle's still going. Oracle. Oh man. Microsoft still drifting higher, higher highs, higher lows. S&P, that 75.25 is coming into view. All right, Jensen, talking right now.
Do you get any specific estimates for your chips for the H200? We want to talk about, I'm here to support the president and to represent the United States.
That was NVDA CEO Jensen Huang speaking.
You tell him, Jensen, I'm here to support the president and the United States. Cool. Cool. I like Jensen. He's just got this attitude about him. I don't know. He's not an arrogant ass, you know. He's all about intelligence and sharing what they're doing with the world. A lot of people maybe don't like what's happening. Embrace it because it's not going away. That's for sure. Okay, there goes Oracle. Continuation, Oracle. Oh, Lord, 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 Lord. Frano's in a plane. She must be anxious.
Between the U.S. and China rather than overhauling them. If we start with the latest news, President Trump out saying that Xi Jinping has pledged not to supply.
All right, Tesla look like it's going to turn up, right?
And that it's going to help
Tesla.
to the negotiating table. Perhaps this will help make some progress when it comes to what has been gridlocked in those ongoing discussions.
Okay, let me take a look at Tesla. Tesla. Okay, Tesla. TSLA, Tesla. Okay, somewhat oversold this morning. Rising. Let's see, the 1 minute. Okay, we're still rising. Okay, can we make it a couple of points higher, Tesla?
Xi Jinping basically threatened that Taiwan could derail the U.S.-China relationship. That was not mentioned when it came to the U.S. readouts in this. And in fact, we just heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who appeared to downplay that the concerns were raised.
Tesla still looking very strong here. Tesla looking for more upside. Thank you, Grover, for that post. Tesla turning the corner. Okay, Microsoft has got legs. Microsoft is pushing higher as well. Okay, you can see oversold condition. Microsoft, you know, I love this setup. Oversold condition. Once prices start to reverse, put a stop underneath the low of the morning. 401. That's a $9 move, $10 move. Microsoft $10 move off the low.
Here in China, we can't say at this point there's still a lot that we are waiting for, potential purchase agreements when it comes to agriculture, growing aircraft or energy products.
401, 410.75.
Here of leaders do have bilateral meetings going into tomorrow as well.
Kendall, with everything you need to know out of China so far in the meeting between President Trump and China's Xi Jinping. Thank you very much. So let's get the broader picture with Michelle Guy, the CEO. The Crack Institute of Tech Diplomacy at Purdue also served as Assistant Secretary of State for Global Public Affairs under the first administration. You understand how this works. You understand what's at stake. Like here on Window Tech, right? I want to start with Taiwan because for a very long time you've been in this program.
S&P is still climbing. All right.
America's dependence on that nation for semiconductor supply. Right? I'm literally talking about TSMC and the manufacturing footprint in China, in Taiwan, apologies. Have we learned anything new here on Taiwan? What do you make of President Xi's statement, I suppose, through the state agency?
Nothing's new here. I think the position that China has taken on Taiwan being really important to them when it comes to U.S.-China relations has been the case for quite some time. We know that General Secretary Xi Jinping has been pressuring the president on arms sales to Taiwan for a while, so that's not new at all. And neither is the United States position on maintaining.
Okay, we continue to rise. All right, Microsoft's giving us a nice day. Okay, nice day. Just let them ride. Let these ride until these. Okay, Cisco just turned up. Okay, Cisco's not working. Okay. Here, let me take a look at Cisco. Cisco kid was a friend of mine. Cisco. Okay, just kind of, all right. So we said earlier, this is going to do one of two things. It's going to fade or it's going to move sideways. If it moves sideways, that's telling you institutions are probably going to be picking up shares, even on a gap up. They don't mind buying high and selling higher. I just don't get it. I don't get what they see that's so special. The earnings are okay. They reported in line, so it's nothing spectacular. It must be something they said. Company expects fourth quarter non-GAAP of $1.16 to $1.18 per share on revenue of $16 billion to $16.9. Pretty much what they did for the previous quarter. $1.06 on revenue of $15.84 billion. Okay, so, you know, estimate, they beat it by a couple $100 million. Reported earnings $1.06 instead of $1.04. I mean, that's not, I don't see that being the reason to just blow out earnings, but everything's been working like this lately. That is so stratospheric. This has got to come back down a little bit, or at least at a minimum, hang out up here. Cisco. I know. What do you guys think? I know some of you are long after the open. Implied volatility. Look at Bollinger Bands too. Volume shows institutions. Cisco. I took June, right? I took June. So June, I can always roll these out. I took the put side off for $20. S&P continuation. S&P continuation. Mm-hmm.
Mateo, one of the things that always struck with this how focused you are on the customer.
When control of commerce changes, entire sectors like energy move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 15% chance of keeping the House. Think that probability is too low? Buy yes for 15 cents. Think it's too high? Buy no for 85 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market and hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and business. Okay, so Cisco at highs. Microsoft still ripping here. Microsoft, nice reversal day. All right, so you can look at it two ways. You can look at it as a box trade, a Darvis box, or you can look at it as descending channel. Either way, we need to get above the 921 day, move up to that upper Bollinger Band. RSI needs to climb. Stochastics and MACD are set up. They could turn. So this is Microsoft definitely gearing up for something. Oracle having a good day. Oracle. Big day for Oracle. Big day. This is a nice move on Oracle's part. Okay, what's AAOI do? That's still drifting lower. AAOI. I had a big move yesterday. $40 plus. IONQ is rising. IONQ. All right, let's take a look at IONQ. Okay, that's trying to break out this little bull flag. Okay, looking at the 1 minute chart, it was oversold at the open. Okay, so there's your setup. Oversold at the open, came down, retested it. Amazon, a little too early with Amazon. That happens. RSI down here near the lows. It'll start participating soon, it looks like. Amazon. If you were looking at Amazon early, you didn't take it. This is a good setup. Starting to turn. Once this gets a move on, you can put a stop underneath 267 or 267.60, whatever. S&P continues to move higher. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a fine, beautiful Thursday here in sunny Myrtle Beach. It is May 14th, Thursday. Got about 40 minutes to go, 39 minutes to go for the lunch hour. Okay, some stocks that have pulled back, big names like Amazon or Netflix or Tesla. We're looking for these to turn back up along with Apple. Apple's turning up now. Apple, you know I love this setup. 1 minute chart, oversold. Starting to make higher highs, higher lows. If you take it right now, put a stop underneath 298. That's a dollar stop, looking for $2 upside. Can we get $2? Yeah, I think we can. 301, maybe. It's a little extended from the low. It's better set up, 20, 30 cents, $1 off the low. Okay, 297, 50 cents off the low. You got a higher low. I love this setup. Okay, Tesla, same thing. Tesla, oversold conditions over here.
late yesterday, oversold again, but a higher low. You see that? Prices make a lower low. Now they reverse, put a stop underneath. I believe Mondo mentioned Tesla right around 10:15, 10:30. This is moving higher. Okay, Netflix, another one. Netflix, the last couple of days have been looking like they want to do something, like institutions are accumulating shares. So it dips a little bit and then they start buying. RSI oversold. Looking for it to push off of this level. If Netflix can push off, eventually it's going to get back above 90, it looks like. Oracle at the high of the day. Oracle, I got to do something. We're at 200, 210 is my level for Oracle. Okay.
In the US, that is your key markets now, the US, Japan, there are other nations. How do you think about China being excluded, and should they be?
You know, the way to think about China is actually it's multi-pronged. So if you take telecom again, it's a scale game. They have scale in the domestic market. That's a market you need to be in. But more importantly, what was also clear is that given the development
did in March, but you're going to start to see that come through. The retail names like Walmart and Dollar Store, dollar stores have not reported yet, and I think you're going to start to see.
All right, so watching Netflix here, S&P is just kicking ass and taking names. Okay, 75.
Yeah, did a nice job the other day of looking at this hamster wheel of credit card balances.
Oracle, nice move on Oracle.
4-year high, percent of debt that's delinquent 9-year high. Can consumers subsist on credit for a while though, Meredith?
Well, the high-end consumer, it has not really, until the last 4 or 5 weeks, credit card borrowing has actually been growing at lower than the pace of inflation. It's only been since the price in spike in gas that credit card borrowing has picked up in excess of the pace of inflation. So I'm not so worried about credit cards because credit cards are being lent to the high end. The lower end, middle lower end doesn't have wide access to credit cards. So I think that's another false indicator. With delinquencies, you see the highest delinquencies in student debt, but you don't see a big spike in delinquencies across the board. I mean, I look for it like with
getting stuck.
Evidence of credit deterioration. Again, because this is my point. So much credit has been taken away from the low mid.
Penny, you're so critical. I know. I got to stop doing that. I got to stop doing it. NVIDIA still pushing here. NVIDIA. Anybody take NVIDIA from the low? Man, that was a nice move today. NVIDIA. I know Dollar probably trading this. NVIDIA. Dollar probably bought this morning. We were oversold at the close yesterday. Gapped up. NVIDIA continue. Probably keeps going with Jensen over there. Maybe some good news. Shorts got to be covering too. Anticipating that this could keep going.
Fed survey out today. 6% of homeowners go without insurance, mostly due to cost. 23% of renters behind on rent at some point during the course of the year. To the degree that you see a pullback in spend, what are they going to cut back on? I mean, travel was a good suspect, but it hasn't held. That thesis has not held up going into the summer.
Yeah, and I think travel has picked up also because of business. But I think the data that I look at, you've already seen a pullback in grocery spend. People are going to value meals, but I think that's going to hit wider to reach.
Value meals? Who eats at McDonald's?
I think that should pull back.
Unless you're super hungry on the road. I haven't ate. I can't remember the last time I bought something from McDonald's. S&P continuation here. S&P looking really good.
I do wonder if political implications as well, Meredith, into the midterms.
Well, a lot of people voted for the Trump administration because they didn't feel better off. They felt worse off than 4 years ago, and a lot of that was because with the bottom and middle end not having access to credit, stimulus money.
Apple's still pushing here. Apple looks like it wants to go. Let's see. Do I want to add to Apple? I have the 350s. That's right. Apple.
So 2 years later, after the 2 years into the Trump administration going into midterms, I think you're going to see a real wake up call. Either people choose not to vote or vote just for the other guy. The way I would argue that, with all respect to the Trump administration, that people just voted for the other guy because they were sick of what was happening with the current administration.
Yeah, that's usually how the midterms go. I guess.
All elections are binary choices.
Meredith, thank you. It's good to have you. Thanks for all the data, Meredith Whitney.
Still awaiting the first trade for Cerebras this morning after the company priced above the range. Indications now still holding in the mid 300s, 350, let's say.
Look at this market.
What to expect with an early investor in the company next.
Plus, NVIDIA shares now record highs. As CEO Jensen Huang is in China alongside the president. We'll discuss the impact of Huang's meetings abroad when we come right back.
RTW, SLS, ONTS, SITU.
Okay, Netflix turning up. All the New York Fangs look good.
SITU. TTIC may resume in less than a minute. FRMI. RXT. CONL. APHL may resume in less than a minute. UFDB. SITU. ASTX. SLS. RXT.
Mm-hmm. Looking good. Having a nice day. Continuation. What are we doing here? Okay.
APHL may rise in 10 seconds. WYFI. SLS. FRMI.
session highs here. Let's get a news update with Contessa Brewer. Hey, Contessa.
Hi there, Carl. The Trump administration is asking a federal appeals court panel today to reinstate executive orders that punished 4 major law firms for their past legal work, political ties, and diversity policies. The law firms all won resounding victories in a lower federal court, which found the executive orders violated free speech and other constitutional protections. Miami residents are suing President Trump, Miami-Dade College, and Florida state officials. They are arguing donating a stretch of downtown Miami property for the future Trump Presidential Library and potential hotel is unconstitutional because it violates the emoluments clause by benefiting a sitting president financially. The White House has yet to respond. And it is the largest, fancy, vivid, blue-green diamond known to exist. And if that's not enough adjectives for you, let me add some more. It's 5.5 carat triangular cut diamond, and it just sold yesterday at auction for $17.3 million. The gem is named the Ocean Dream, and Christie says this is a record price for a stone of its kind, more than double the price paid for it the last time it was auctioned in 2014. I mean, it's fine if you want to wear it, Sarah. I've never been the girls, diamonds are a girl's best friend, all that. But I was gonna say, I prefer pink purple ones, but I was also thinking, like, if you took that, let's say $7 million in 2014 and put it in the S&P 500, it probably would have beat the price for it now. Better investment. And there's no lab grown S&P 500. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Contessa. Coming up, we're going to talk to an early investor in Cerebras as we await the AI chip company's first trade this morning. Cerebras pricing above the expected range last night, indicated to open sharply higher. We're back in a moment.
All right. Wow, Microsoft just still going. S&P starting to level off here. All right, nice round number, 75.10 getting tested. Looks good. All right, S&P is starting to show some signs of profit taking, a little profit taking here. All right, so here goes Tesla. Tesla's starting to move too. Okay, Tesla. Don't forget Tesla. Wow. 140%. I'll take a Modelo.
Welcome back to Money Movers. Big day for the IPO market today. Cerebra set to make its debut on the NASDAQ in what will be the biggest IPO of the year so far, raising $5.5 billion, now indicated at $325 a share. CEO of the AI chip company, Andrew Feldman, joined us earlier this morning, making the case for going public ahead of several other mega IPOs.
Oracle. All right, so it's starting to show some profit taking. Oracle, S&P, some profit taking expected. Take some off.
Joining us this morning in a first on CNBC interview in a series, an investor, Series A investor in Cerebra's back in 2016, Foundation Capital General Partner Steve Vassallo. Steve owns over 15 million shares. Steve, congratulations on.
Okay, take some profits off. Take some profits.
Can you tell viewers the story of how this came to you as an investment idea?
Well, yeah, great to be back on, Carl, and yeah, thanks for having me. So, yeah, this was not one of those come-to-me stories. This was actually me chasing Cerebras. So I'd originally met Andrew and his co-founder, Gary, almost 20 years ago when they were raising money for their last company. We didn't end up investing in that, but then I got acquired.
Okay, here we go. S&P. You might want to try it on the other side now. I don't know. If you made a nice gain today, call it a day. Call it a day. Mondo ran Oracle calls up 140%. That's a good trade by any measure. Okay, Oracle. Let's see.
Here we are today. Explain why this is a compelling business case.
So the way to think about Cerebras is in a larger context of the workloads in AI and machine learning growing. And they
Google turning up, Amazon, no follow through yet. Amazon, Microsoft, a little profit taking. Microsoft.
Workload changes. That means there's usually an opportunity for new silicon. So if you go back to the PC era, those workloads were very well suited to what we ended up building. Intel built the x86 platform, and then graphics became much more important in the.
Okay, IONQ. All right, that looks okay. IONQ. All right, so this time of day, you're looking for B and C pivots. Prices are not going to go straight up, although it seems like that lately. Assume you're going to see some profit taking. We're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. Reduce your exposure. If you bought at the low of the day, don't give it back by being too greedy. Stocks like Netflix came off the low. You took the 1 minute chart. You checked out the 1 minute. You said, Vinny likes this setup. Triple bottom here on the 1 minute, start to rise. Okay, can we follow through? Well, now the problem is we waited, Netflix waited until almost noon to do this move. So not as good a setup, not as good a setup. Tesla, on the other hand, different. Tesla made an early little dip here at 10:30. Okay, RSI rising, higher low. Price is moving up. Okay, that looks really good. As we approach yesterday's high, maybe you want to take a little profits off into strength. You don't need to be greedy. It's Thursday, May 14th. We got a major OPEX tomorrow. I already started buying a little bit of hedges in VIX calls. Okay. These aren't going anywhere right now. I don't expect them to go anywhere with the S&P at highs up here. NVDA starting to go. NVIDIA. Okay, did I? NVIDIA. I was looking at NVDX. I never did take anything with NVIDIA. It's at the highs. I can't buy it now. Can't buy it now. NXC.
I call it literally a kind of a battlefield promotion into AI workloads, but it's not what you would build if you're serious about
Google. All right, Google turning up. All right, so Google. Let's take a look at Google. All right, Google, you got an oversold condition at 10:30. This looks really good. Making higher lows, higher highs. Can we come back up and fill the gap? $3.99, $4, $3, $3 to $4 upside. Put a stop underneath $3.95 maybe. Okay, Google looks like it wants to go here. Google's about to go. Google's about to go off the low. RSI, 1 minute chart. Google going. 1 minute. RSI setup. Stop 395. Stop 395. Okay, at $1 stop, can we get $2 upside? Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, Tesla looking good too. All right, that's working. Tesla. Did I get out of Tesla completely? Tell me I did. I probably did, right? I've been reducing exposure, so some of these positions are going fine for other people. Tesla, I do have a position. June 455. June 455s on Tesla. Okay, Tesla. NVDA at the high of the day. Probably keeps going. I can't buy it up here. If you're in it, though, it looks really good. 50 days turned up. Okay, 50-day turned up. We're extending our lead here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. All right, looks like the S&P is going to go again. S&P is not done.
Okay, so the way we look at it is the early stages of any market, particularly in the semiconductor industry, are dominated by
back to high of the day.
Customers. And you want the very best customers to be able to partner with, and who will help you not just kind of get those first systems running, but when you learn new things and need to adapt the technologies to fit the workloads. So to have a customer like OpenAI early in the life cycle of the company, or a customer like AWS.
What are you looking at there, dollar? What is that? Oh, junk. Yeah, junk. Looking for more follow through and junk. Okay, looking good.
Opportunity for us to go, but we actually are really proud to have them as our leading customers.
Finally, Steve, I'm sure we'll get a lot of headlines in the morning about an insanely rich valuation. Can you sympathize with those headlines, and how much of this are you looking to monetize in the near term?
So look, we invested in this company over 10 years ago as its Series A investor. It's been, it's been a long, very interesting road of lots of technology and innovation and many white knuckle moments. And what I would say is today is yet another example of that. It's very exciting.
Bitcoin needs to get above the 200-day. Got a ways to go. Bitcoin, but definitely doing a lot better. Firefly, we were looking for the space F-16. You can hear it. There's more than one. You can hear more than one. More than a feeling. Okay. Firefly. Okay. That's breaking above. Firefly looks good. Okay. Firefly looks good. Okay, that's going. Bollinger Band. Need Bollinger Bands to open up now. Okay. Firefly. Firefly. Okay. Junk bond. Excuse me. Rocket Labs. RKLB. Still going. Rocket Labs. Sorry, I cleared my throat in your ear. Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs. Bada, 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 da. Rocket Labs. Okay. ASTS. Okay, these are looking better. Some better than others. Rocket Labs the best. Okay. All right, this looks good, folks. I can't, for whatever reason, I can't seem to post. So don't get mad at me. RKLB, best, followed high fly breaking out. And ASTS rising. Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs. Been gone a long, long time, Rocket Labs. Think it's gonna be a long, long time. Rocket Labs. Cisco 117. Cisco kid was a friend of mine. Palantir. It's been grinding higher, but nothing really spectacular like Oracle. Oracle more spectacular. All right, so these look good. These look good. Rocket Labs, ASTS, Rocket Labs pushing higher, nice volume. And Firefly with a breakout above this little flag right here. Looks like 46 is in the cards for Firefly. So make sure you have enough time if you're trading options. Most of my options are June, except for anything that I'm day trading. Occasionally I'll go with 1 DTE calls or something like that. Like Amazon, they were cheap, but got stopped out already anyway. This morning, too early on Amazon, that just didn't go. Maybe it gets something going later this evening. Firefly, let's look at the 1 minute chart on Firefly. Okay, oversold at the open. RSI oversold at the open. You put your stop in, let it run. Tesla. Tesla, nice rally. Nice rally on Tesla. S&P hanging out at the highs. That's the longest it's been. Consolidating without dropping over the last 20 minutes or so. S&P. Okay, we're just sitting up here at the highs. Did we get to 75.25? That's the idea. This is where 99 percentile is.
Creative growth story, layer that on top of, a base business, that is great, double-digit growth. It's super intriguing when you look at it across the space.
I mean, I was asking also, I was sort of wondering if we're at a time now where the world needs oil, we have a supply crunch, and the U.S. is stepping up to provide it. And I wonder if you see that on the business, and the impact of the business, and that's helping.
That's right.
All right, now if this hedge flow line starts to turn downward, that'll be an indication that you need to take more profits off. Okay, so we got a 43% stability. That's the highest I've seen in a while. 43%. Okay, so lots of positive gamma. Okay, above and below. Non-zero day. Okay, we just zoom in a little bit so you can see lots of positive gamma there. If I go to net open interest, you can see all of this down here. Positive gamma. Purple is what you want to see. You don't want to see this red like we have up above. You don't want the background to be red. We have some red over here towards the close. Yesterday we had a nice rally, if you remember. Hedge flow line. Let me just turn this down a little bit. Hedge flow line continued to rally all day, for the most part. Okay, rallied up into the highs. Right around 2 o'clock, we started to peak, and price action just went sideways. So watch that hedge flow line. Okay, continues to rise. Okay, looks good. I think, I don't know, we got a lot out of this. Maybe take some of your position off into strength if you took any S&P this morning. Looks like Bitcoin wants to keep going here. Watch Bitcoin. Bitcoin having a nice day. Okay, so the 200 day is over there. Okay, we're going to retest the 200 day. Look at the volume coming in. Any news on the Senate Banking Committee plan markup on Clarity Act would classify Bitcoin as a CFTC, regulated digital commodity. Just not ready, says Senator Warren, while Bitcoin climbs towards 81,000. Okay. There's a bill out there to make a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Netflix turning up. Okay, Netflix has had a couple of good days off the low over here. So if we do see a big day later this evening or tomorrow, we see a move towards a 21 day. That's what we're watching for. That would indicate institutions. Note MACD is turning. Okay, as a function of price, of course. Not surprising. As a function of price, MACD is turning up. Momentum is shifting. The bears still have control of Netflix. Let's look at what's Cisco doing. Cisco. Okay, hanging out. Cisco. Doji.
When we come back, NVIDIA shares record highs today as Jensen Huang visits China with the president. More on the impact of the trip for the chip maker when we come right
NVIDIA. Wow. I did a Mondo. I sold too soon. That's okay. Some of you are still in this. Going into earnings. Good for you. I don't mind selling too early, as long as it's a profit. Okay. Tesla flagging right now. Tesla. TSLA. Tesla looking for another pop to the highs. Higher highs, higher lows. Tesla. Looking for that high from yesterday to be tested. Tesla looks good. Tesla highs right there. There's Tesla highs. Okay, let me just adjust this a little bit. Okay, there we go. Tesla. 50-day. Notice the 50-day is starting to turn. Okay, I don't know if you can make that out. Okay, the 50-day is starting to turn. If I exaggerate this a little more, you can see it's starting to turn up. So we got a 5,200-day cross coming. Tesla. All right, there goes the S&P making new highs. S&P making new highs. Google's still going. Google looking good. All right, so I want to take some profits off in the strength of Google. If it takes out the high, we could get a nice little short covering rally. Okay, where's the call wall? Let me go check Money Magic levels because I know this isn't right. What I have on the screen on the right side. Money Magic for Google updated. If you're not using Money Magic levels, you're missing out on some critical information if you're a trader. Okay, 405, 410. Okay, so 410's up here. Looks like we're headed for 410 call wall. Okay, 410, 410, call wall coordinates, 410. Okay. And the other one is what? 405. 405. We're above 405, right? Are we above 405? No, we're not. Okay. 405. 405. 405. Coordinates. 405. Not 505. 405. Okay, there goes Google. Holy crap. Look at that go. Look at Google go. Google. Google ripping. Holy smokes. This is like shooting fish in a barrel. Damn. Google ripping. Holy smokes. Up only. All right, so you were able to upload. Let's see. Google. Let me see if I can upload now. It was giving me difficulties before. Google. Looks like it's going to upload. Yep. Okay, so finally Slack is working again. Cisco's rolling over. Cisco really is the only thing that's not. Cisco. Okay, there goes Amazon. Amazon turning up. Oh, look at that move. Look at that move. Yeah.
NVDA shares trading at record highs today as Jensen Huang is in China alongside the president. Our Christina Partsinevelos joins us with more on a busy day on your beat, KP.
It really is. I'm running up and down the stairs. But for Jensen Huang, this isn't about necessarily getting new deals from Washington. The U.S. didn't issue any new export licenses for this trip. NVIDIA already got them back in January. The main task for NVIDIA CEO is to really convince Beijing to actually follow through on purchases that have already been approved. So Reuters is reporting the Commerce Department approved around 10 Chinese companies to buy H200 chips, including Alibaba, Tencent, ByteDance, JD.com, the big guys. Those companies were approved already, but not a single delivery has been made. At GTC,
Google on the move.
I ran into the CEO himself, Jensen Huang, in the hallways,
Okay.
and he told me NVIDIA had purchased orders and got approval from both governments. Somehow, after that moment in the hallway, those Chinese orders stalled. Then, on April 22nd,
Yeah, why don't you guys shut up, CNBC, so we can just let the markets work. Okay, you're getting on my nerves now. Okay. Sure, she's a nice lady. Man, I'm getting old. Everybody's getting on my nerves now. Anybody getting in the way to making money really gets on my nerves, you know? That can be as simple as, people, you've heard this before. Vinny, what do you think about the S&P 500? Well, I think we should, without saying anything specific about, well, GEX is up at 75.25 today, so more than likely we're going to see a test of 75.25. We'll see people taking some profits off into strength, more than likely around a nice round number at 7,500. Not an opinion, but because I see what GEX is doing. If they could all do that, I'd be happy as a camper. And I know I bitch too much, but I get so aggravated because I listen to these people and you can see right through what they're doing. They're just filling airtime, not really adding any actionable setups that we can trade off of. We're a special breed. I understand that. We're day traders, long-term investors. So the people who don't understand what's going on, they're watching the ticker running across the bottom of the screen. They listen to these people like it's gospel, or maybe not. I remember the first time I was watching CNBC ticker was when we invaded or when we went after the Kuwaitis, not the Kuwaitis, the Iraqis that invaded Kuwait. And I was sitting there in New Jersey watching that ticker. I didn't really know what the hell I was doing. Since then, I learned a lot. And most recent has been Gamma, GEX, and understanding how institutions are positioned, no matter what it is, whether it's individual stocks or the S&P or whatever. Okay, Google might want to take some profits here. Google probably lost a little bit right there without watching it. Google. Where are we? Google. No, I got more room to the upside, but Google. Okay. So anyway, I know I bitch and moan about these guys a lot, but at least Schwab, they talk about trades. You can take a trade, do this. You can do a butterfly. You can do iron condors. You can do a credit. You can, they cover trades a lot more. That's what I wish CNBC and Bloomberg did more of, instead of just talking about the news and Trump and who gives a crap, you know? I know I'm on a roll today. Sorry. Because we're getting up here at these highs, and okay, there goes Cisco rolling over here. Cisco, they're taking people are taking profits off of Cisco right here. Cisco just rolled over. Okay, killing that IV. That's what I want, so I can get out of Cisco unscathed. Boeing. All right, Boeing was up yesterday. Boeing. Boeing pull back. All right, so big engulfing candle. So whatever was set over in China, markets didn't like it. Here's Boeing. Okay, maybe they bounce this. We'll see. Big cup and handle potentially. Meta looks like it wants to go. Meta. Don't mind me when I start bitching about things. Just take it with a grain of salt. Meta looking good. Meta, pretty obvious what we need to get through. Meta. What's Marvell doing? I was going to take Marvell yesterday. I took it off early. Did exactly the same thing as what it's doing today. Look at Marvell. Check out Marvell. Did the same thing. Gapped up, went sideways. So if I had taken this on the breakout, okay, I'd been sitting here with a losing position, so I didn't do that. Cisco. Okay, still hanging out at the highs. All right, here goes Tesla. Tesla going again. All right, Tesla, you know, that 1 minute setup is a beautiful setup. If you catch it, the pullbacks are almost always a good setup. Whatever you've got the stock moving higher, when the stock is in a bullish trend, okay, check out your stochastic. It should be rising or embedded above 80. If it is, one last check you can always take a look at is where am I relative to the 60-minute 20 EMA? Came down to the 10 EMA, bounced. Okay, so I know that on that bounce 3 hours ago that I can look at the 1 minute chart of Tesla, and then I'll have a setup in the morning, right? Okay, so it's 12:05. Let's switch to CNBC. All right. So I know that this is going to be a good setup. Okay, Amazon's turning. So too early on Amazon, but it's starting to turn now. Probably gets back up to the high. So if you didn't take these stops over here, you'll probably be fine. Probably have a profit by the end of the day in Amazon. Okay. Penny, you bitch too much. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's see what DRAM looks like. DRAM. Okay, at the highs. I'm gonna take some of the shares off. I have options too. I'm just gonna reduce. S&P futures are at 75.40. S&P 75.40. S&P cash.
Because of chain of reasoning. Yeah. Right? It's about to go up by 1 billion times. Right. By a million X, by a billion X. That's right. That's the part that most people haven't completely internalized.
Jensen talking with Brad Gerstner.
This is the Industrial Revolution.
My take from that is that
All right, we're 10 points away from the target, 75.25. If you've been paying attention, we had the 75.25 0 day, 99 percentile right here. All right, they're already starting to take some of this off. It's still 99 percentile. So the dealer is coming out. The dealer is being able to reduce their exposure. The purple, the dealer is long. That means the markets have been selling up there. They sell premium at 75.25. That 99 percentile telling us exactly what to look for as a target. and we continue to run back up to that level. So if you're still holding on to the S&P, congratulations. Good trade. Okay. I'm just reducing exposure on stocks that aren't moving, that aren't doing what everything else is doing. Okay. Okay, Keel is up. Okay, KEEL. That one was mentioned yesterday. KEEL. Used to be Bitfarm, I guess, from what you guys were saying. Big day today on Keel. Continuation. Okay, nice move on Keel.
There were 5 companies in the S&P 500 that specifically said on their conference calls this earnings season, they can't believe the cost of compute and tokens. That is now becoming a material factor in the profitability of the enterprise users and all of these products. Does a company like Cerebras or many companies like that, is what we're seeing the race to solve that problem so that the price of compute doesn't outrun our willingness to do more and more things with AI?
Right. Remember, in the early phases, 23 and 24, we were solving for pre-training of LLMs. That required a lot of flops.
Keel new high of the day. I mentioned that yesterday. Okay, going again. Keel.
They need to have an inference loop. Agents require inference, and ChatGPT exploded. So the world moved.
Okay, I'm reducing non-performing assets. Okay, non-performing assets I'm reducing. I want to add to performing assets like Morgan Stanley. Okay, this hasn't followed through yet. Okay, Doji, I'm looking for this to close in the upper half of the daily range. Why? Stochastics is rising. Now it's not a guarantee it's going to close in the upper half of the daily range every day, but Stochastics tells you the probability is positive. Okay, the probability is very positive. When this is rising, it's telling you that look for a close in the upper half of the daily range. Why does that matter, Vinny? It matters because if you know Stochastics is rising on the daily, you can be pretty certain that if you buy the dip, you're going to be ahead of the game because we're going to close in the upper half of the daily range, however much that is. Will have to be determined, but higher lows, higher highs, RSI rising. Okay, you can go to the 3-minute chart. If you analyze with the 3-minute, trade with the 3-minute, make sure you trade throughout the day with the 3-minute chart. I mean, that's just what I do. I can't tell you what to do, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, let's see what Goldman Sachs is doing by contrast, because that was looking a little better. Goldman Sachs. Okay, Goldman Sachs is at highs. Okay, we're looking for that to break above 1,000. All right, so if you like Morgan Stanley, I do. It's probably going to do what Goldman Sachs is doing because these two are mano right now. Mondo. Morgan Stanley. Okay, Doji for now. If you like Goldman, more than likely, Morgan Stanley will be up there too. Morgan Stanley.
So I still love the name, but for us, we've seen this run up, and then we have the Trump-Xi meeting, and at the time of this trim, Jensen was not joining that party. And then we have next week, we have NVIDIA's earnings. So I think to try and hit recall. Not necessarily. I'm happy with the move.
Okay, Tesla's still rising here, looking good.
The market moving up, what was that, Tuesday night, and the news changed. But I'm happy, still a top position.
All right, so great day today.
And it's been our top position since the back in 2022. I mean, it's always been right there. So nothing changes in our mind, but we're a little more tactical here. Across the moves we've made, selling things that haven't had momentum and kind of trying to leaning into the semi space over the past month or two. It gets us in a really great spot. We have about 7% cash. I'm looking forward to over the next week, the next couple of months to get to work.
So you made the point as we again wait for the first trade here, indicated far higher than 185 is where price is above the range. Last check was around 335. So we'll watch for that. But you made the point as our viewers are watching this, and this is, the first of the really huge AI IPOs to come. It's the biggest since Snowflake. It's the biggest chip one since ARM. They're like, this looks really tasty for me, you made the point with us when you were on a week or so ago that companies like this, maybe to a degree, not as much as a SpaceX or an Open or an Anthropic, have in a sense already IPO'd in the private market. So temper your expectations as a retail investor.
Yeah, I always try to shoot straight when I come on here, and I see some of these retail investors placing bids, without limits, Josh, at $375, $400, in order to buy Cerebras stock. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is a generational company that I believe if you're in it for the next 2 or 3 years will compound much higher because we're on a generational and transformational wave around AI and inference, and they are delivering the inference factories to the world. With that said, I think you just have to be, cognizant of the moment. You just described, we've had, epic moves in semiconductors. We have an all-time high today, for NVIDIA. So, we got a lot of excitement around here. There'll be plenty of time if you want to be on the train and compounding with Cerebras to buy this stock. It obviously moved up on the pricing, didn't start at 185. We moved it up to 185, which is where it ultimately priced. I think the institutional demand for this stock is probably in the $250 range, $275 range. If you said, Brad, where are you getting excited about buying more of this stock? I would say it's more in that range. That's what I'm hearing from the institutions. I think most of the demand over 300 is
Okay.
retail.
Morgan Stanley.
Out of all of these great value creation stories, it's a pet peeve of mine. That's
Man, what a freaking week, man. Ay, ay, ay. The last 7 weeks have been insane. Bears must be so upset. I can't imagine being bearish in the face of the strength that we've been seeing. Despite everything, all the news, the markets just keep ignoring it. What am I doing? Okay, wrong chart list. Here we go. This is better. S&P. Wow. Look at the strength. Look at the muscle. RSI muscle. Persistent strength. Breakout. Wow.
It's just become a daily
Wow.
occurrence for many of these companies. So how would you assess the exuberance that some are suggesting exists within this market? This is Cisco's biggest gap up on earnings since 2002.
Keep talking about it because it's starting to fall.
Anything AI is going up. Anything
Just
that
keep
looks
talking
like
about it.
it's attached to a data center is going up. But I have a little bit of a hard time understanding the exuberance on the side here that's saying Cerebras should be valued at $400 a share when it IPOs, considering what its technology is proposing to do. Right? It basically strips away all the old ways of semiconductor manufacturing that Moore's law taught us we need to get as many transistors as we can.
Moore's law is dead since they started doing these 2 nanometer chips, and okay.
Perspective as we've been talking about. We're not talking about the level of power consumption. We're not talking about the amount of fiber optic cables coming from somebody like a Corning. So all of the stocks that are going up and to the right because the amount of money that's being poured into this by the 4 hyperscalers spending $700 billion, Cerebras' success flies in the face of that, right? To an extent, at least. And so I think that the irrational exuberance on one side should be met with the cold water or the rationalization that, like,
wow.
everything can't go up and to the right forever. And once something
Muscle.
come along that changes the way we've been doing this for this amount of time, what does that mean for me and the companies that I'm
Okay, so that plays to, I guess, Josh, the idea that
He's going to underplay what the guy just said. He's been pretty good. He mentioned Quanta a few months back. That's worked out really well.
Cyclical than secular. Right now, you can make the argument this is a fundamentally driven market. Sure, there is probably hype mixed in somewhere. Ed Yardeni has a note today where he says he's tracking the exuberance, to which he says it's impossible not to recognize some of the more ridiculous anecdotes that indicate some folks are getting a bit over enthusiastic about AI. Companies are switching into
Oh, here we go.
entirely unrelated.
Again, you see what I mean? They start talking about people's. How do they know what people are thinking? They don't know. They're full of, you know what, doo-doo. Okay, S&P's still going here. This is crazy. Tesla. Lala, Tesla. Tesla.
So you look at a company.
What's going on here?
Look at SanDisk.
Tesla keyboard not working. There goes Tesla. All right, Tesla.
Okay, on the surface, it's insanity. But then you look at the projected earnings.
Yep.
And it's like, wait a minute, you're going to 8x their earnings over the next year. So what would you expect the stock to do? So now the question becomes, all right, but are they going to do that in 27? Are they going to 8x their earnings again in 28? So then the bigger concern becomes lapping these miraculous, some would say, once in a generation CapEx explosions. Can we lap it another year, another 2 years? Because ultimately the growth rates can stay high, but they can't match what we've just witnessed. That's my trouble with some areas of memory chips, semiconductors, but that doesn't apply to every stock. The semi index right now, even after having gone up 222% in total return from the Liberation Day low, is still selling at 27 times forward. 27 times forward in arguably the biggest boom for chip demand we've ever seen. It's not 57 times. It's not 100 times. I wish it were. It'd be easier. Just hit the sell button. It's harder because the fundamentals are there.
Well, how about that? Your Taiwan Semi, Brad, for example, says the global chip market is going to hit $1.5 trillion by 2030 because of AI. That's a fundamental fly in the face of that. This is all just hype and irrational exuberance driving this whole thing. I mean, Josh just said, you have these companies that are growing at extraordinary rates. In the case of NVIDIA, over 70%. And, they were trading below market multiples, right? This is a radically different situation than what Cisco faced in 2002. And so the people who have been, propagating that myth over the last 2.5 years have missed out on all of this upside. The question you're always asking is, when is too much too much? But if you look at the memory stocks, which we've been very large in for now 2 years, they're still trading at 5 to 6 times earnings. So I'm going to have the CEO of Micron on the BG2 pod next week, and this is what we're going to talk about. We are fundamentally restructuring these industries. So if you said to me, what is going to be the signal, right? What's the signal that something can go wrong?
I know it already.
Okay, tell me the signal.
Tom Brady launches a data center. Literally, take the portfolio flat, take the rest of the year off.
That's scary because
we're not there.
The number of Neo Labs.
He makes funny of Tom Brady, but
We're being pitched in our venture
I understand what he's saying.
Any celebrities?
A new Neo Cloud. There are celebrities in these things,
Right.
So vodka to tequila to data centers. That's where we're going. But I would just say this. Back to the Neo Clouds, and the biggest challenge we have right now is our ability to stand up all the compute. So why might revenues fall short, Scott? For a company like Cerebras or anybody else. Well, if we can't get the compute to run all the things that we promised to run, we will have a problem. And you've heard the rumors, you've seen the headlines that 30 or 40% of compute now is delayed this year. So keep your eye on power and compute. If delays persist and we don't get these things stood up, it will roll back onto the revenue and the ROI of the CapEx spend. That could slow the whole trade.
I'll come back to you in just a second. I got to go to Megan Casella's got some breaking headlines for us from down in Washington. What are we learning?
Scott, President Trump sat down with Fox News for an interview in Beijing following that summit with President Xi Jinping of China, and we're starting to get some news out of that interview. The top line for our viewers being that President Trump says that China has agreed to a large purchase of Boeing jets. Here's the full quote here. The president saying, one thing he, meaning President Xi, agreed to today, he's going to order 200 jets. That's a big thing. He says 200 big ones without specifying. And Trump goes on to say, I think it was a commitment, sort of like a statement, but I think it was a commitment. So a few things to say on this, Scott. 200 jets from Boeing, he says China has agreed to purchase, but it's unclear at this point whether that was a firm order, whether it might be something like a memorandum of understanding with an agreement to keep talking about this down the road. And while the president says 200 jets would be a big order, I will caution that the expectation going into this was that the order might be something like 500 jets. Bloomberg had reported as far back as March that China was considering a deal for about 500 737 Maxes, those narrow body planes. So no immediate comment from Boeing to CNBC on this, Scott, but you can see the shares have been moving on it just a little bit. Two other quick pieces of news to flag from this interview that we're getting, a little bit more on Iran and the geopolitical conflict ongoing. President Trump saying that President Xi had agreed not to give any military equipment to Iran. President Trump saying that was a big statement, but he did suggest that that China is going to continue purchasing Iranian oil. That's something that the United States has been pressuring China to stop doing, to stop funding, they say, the largest state sponsor of terrorism. In doing so, the president says that Xi told him they buy a lot of their oil there and they'd like to keep doing that. Separately, though, he does say he would love to be a help on Iran. He would like to see the Hormuz Strait open. So potentially more details coming out on that front as we start to get more from this interview. Scott?
All right, Megan, thank you very much for that. That's Megan Casella. We'll show Boeing just one more time. If you're asking yourself, well, why isn't the stock popping on this? Well, it already did. It already moved earlier in the week when it was learned that the CEO of the company would be on the trip to begin with. So, obviously investors assumed that there would be business to be had. And it looks like, in fact, there is. We'll get some more clarity, and we'll bring it to you certainly when we have it. What about the narrowness of the market? Okay, so we talked about some of the exuberance. Let's talk about some of the narrowness. Bespoke today, the only precedent for when the S&P.
Time is it? Okay, I gotta take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. I gotta mute you guys. I gotta make a phone call. All right. We're starting to roll over here. Looks like a more definitive profit taking at the moment. Okay, so watch here. SPX. All right, that looks like more like profit taking. All right, Tesla.
So let's just stipulate that. That being said, the worst mistake that investors have made over the last 15 years is looking at these divergences.
Tesla. Okay.
They see this gap, they say, look out below, it's going to be a catch down, and then son of a bitch, all of a sudden the Russell 2000 comes roaring back, the financials join the party, and
Apple.
over again to new highs.
Apple.
It's really, really tough to time these types of net momentum divergences, or to be able to say anything substantive about the market.
Google.
Because we've got these 10 gigantic companies at the top whose earnings growth is coming in as far as the eye can see, almost regardless of weakness in housing, regardless of gas prices.
That's why we make little moves over time that add up and help us make those rotations. Wells from yesterday, remember we brought
Google.
I mean, you can
GLW. Let's see. All right, watch here. Looks a little more like profit taking, more profit taking.
to get to in the mega cap space, and I don't want to miss that. I want Brad to hear what Orlando Bravo told me about the software trade, see if he agrees.
More profit taking.
Early investor, Brad Gerstner, he's going to stay with us. You can stay, right? All right, he's staying.
So we'll be back right after that. And we have Josh's best stocks in the market, too. So we'll get to all
That's
that.
part of the show, if you ask me.
Okay. All right, profit taking, S&P. Profit taking. Nice. Okay. Good day. A very nice day. Definitely. Firefly. Looking for follow through. IREN. IREN is up, huh? IREN. IREN. Nice bullish move on IREN. 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 At the highs of the day. Looks like it wants to keep going. IREN. IONQ pushing higher. Oracle at the highs. CLPT. I don't know who mentioned CLBT, but that's up there. CLPT. All right. That looks like that's going to keep going. ClearPoint Neuro. I think that was Joe K, right? Mentioned that one. Tesla just took some profits off into strength for Tesla. Okay, Firefly. These look good. Firefly pushing a bit more. That upper and lower band should open up if volatility picks up. S&P continues to roll over. Okay, S&P. Looks like the algos are, dealer algo buying has shut off for now.
There are a lot of things that you could be doing around the edges. So I almost feel like it's used as more of an excuse to explain why you make a move. You trimmed Amazon and Alphabet. Now, I'm sure you're going to tell me exactly what I just said. But,
well, the numbers speak for themselves. What we put up. I mean, we outperform the S&P very well every year after year. And the reason we do it is because we're able to take some stuff off the top. We're ready to put that cash to work when the market comes back. I'm not calling a top here, but we do see some cyclical highs that come in June from our business cycle analysis and other indicators. But what we're doing in Alphabet and Amazon specifically, I mean, look at it.
what do you mean from your business cycle analysis?
We use a business cycle analysis that overlays with wave analysis and some of the proprietary indicators we're looking at with breadth. It does line up that we have a pullback. We're also in year 2 of a presidential cycle. That this could be a bit of a, not a blow off, but this rally, I don't know where it's going to extend to, but then we may not do much for the rest of the year, and we may bottom out to the end of the year and look at for a low in February. I want to have some cash because if we rotate or things like that, I want to be able, I don't want to just make no money for the rest of the year.
No, I understand, but blow off top.
I'm not saying blow off top. I'm saying this could be the top that we kind of,
this could be a blow off.
I said that. I don't think I said it. I don't think this would be a blow off. For a run up.
No. He's a big boy. He knows what he said.
Yeah. Okay.
How you feeling, bud? Okay.
I think with our moves here, trimming a little bit around the edges, Amazon and Alphabet, 125% Alphabet's outperformed the S&P over the last 12 months. I mean, I think right here from the weighted size, we've kind of gone a little underweight some of these Mag 7 names individually.
individually doesn't mean that we don't have tech overweight in general. So we're using this as an opportunity to take a little bit off the table, trim around the edges. And one thing about Amazon that it is breaking out, and it has looked multiples come down is because the spending is there, and then we talk about the constraints around compute and the revenue. I think that's what we're seeing, where some of these they're still terrific multiples. I think that lays a lot of opportunity. In 2027, I think it's going to be on fire. If I recall, they're the
GLW. All right, let's look at the Rocket Labs RTB. Rocket Labs still going. Rocket Labs. ASTS. What's SpaceX doing? SPCE? Not SpaceX. Virgin Galactic. I don't know why I confuse those because of the spelling SPCE. All right, that one, that's a $2 stock. It doesn't move that much. These $2 stocks, you sit in it forever and you get 20 cents. Need a big day. Tesla just off the high. Took a little profits off on Tesla. Firefly. That's doing well. Firefly. FLY. MACD's crossed. Stochastics rising. Firefly should keep going. Having a good day on Firefly.
We really start having an honest conversation about how much debt is being racked up now by the Mag 7, the hyperscalers, the biggest 10, whoever you want to talk about. And a lot of it's being done off book, right, through the SPVs and everything else that we can't directly see on these companies' balance sheets. So at some point, conversation about that starts to get louder and louder, and I think that is where the
Firefly.
you're talking about maybe starts to come from.
Okay.
October and November of last year.
All right, Google off the high. Google.
CapEx, and that's when the market said, "Yeah, I hear you, but $100 billion sounds like too."
Broadly speaking, we're only 7 to 8% above that October high. The market has done a lot of moving in between, and we are breaking out right now. But I think there's a longer runway. I just think we need to cool off a little bit here.
What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, we own a lot of Amazon.
I know you
It's
have
been one of our biggest positions. I mean, listen, I remember the criticism of Amazon back in 2010. They were spending a lot of their free cash flow to build something. Everybody said, why the hell are you wasting all your money on this? That's something. AWS turned out to be one of the greatest gold mines in the history of the world, right? So I'm looking, if they weren't investing this aggressively in AI, I would.
Okay, Cisco continues to drop off here. Cisco. All right, so Cisco, this is what I've been looking for. Cisco, so I could take that call side off. Cisco dropping pretty quickly here. Okay, the low this morning was down here.
We are in the lead globally. You look at China, etc. They're having to subsidize this with taxpayer money. We have such profitable companies in this country. We got these incredible, frontier labs and this CapEx build out going on. So I'm not concerned about that.
Kirshner.
They're good investments, but we'll see. We just saw the growth rates accelerate in the quarter. 28% at AWS, 39%. At Microsoft, 60% at Google Cloud. If we weren't seeing those numbers, Scott, let me tell you this: if Anthropic, why might the market be different this year? Okay, we're up a bunch.
Okay, IRIN.
Anthropic had not shown up with the most
IRIN. IRIN.
In the history of capitalism, that shocked everybody. The market may be down, to Josh's point. The only story is AI, and everybody came into the year skeptical as to whether or not those revenues were going to show up. There was a huge wall of worry. They just posted, or it's reported, $1 billion of incremental annual recurring revenue in the month of April. Nobody's ever seen anything like
Meta
that.
looking for more upside.
2 Databricks and 1 Palantir. Okay, in a month that you're adding in terms of annualized revenue.
Yeah, it's astonishing. We'll come back to the conversation in a second. I don't want to get.
Okay, what's Meta doing? Meta.
Hi there, Scott. President Trump bought
Back to the top of the range.
American companies since the beginning of the year, according to a newly filed disclosure with the Office of Government Ethics. It shows Trump invested in NVDA, Apple, and Oracle, among other companies in defense, energy, pharmaceuticals, and banking. And of course, a lot of those companies have business with the U.S. government. Protests erupted in Cuba last night after its energy minister told state media the country's run out of oil and diesel. President Miguel Diaz-Canel blames the crisis on the U.S. government's energy blockade against Cuba. It started in January.
Nah, it's Venezuela stopped giving them free oil and gas. The media's got it wrong.
Former Spirit Airline employees have filed a proposed class action lawsuit against the airline, claiming workers were laid off without proper notice. They're still owed benefits and pay. The lawsuit filed in U.S. bankruptcy court alleges that Spirit
Apple.
Federal Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act. That requires at least 60 days written notice of company closure. That's the news now, Scott.
Let's see, IONQ, IONQ. Pushing higher.
The first trade there. We'll get Brad's take on software as well, whether he agrees with what Orlando Bravo told me just the other day. Josh Brown is also ready with his best stocks in the market. He is flagging today a breakout for one of the names on the list. We're back right after this.
All right, I'm just reducing into A pivot, some B pivots, stocks pulling back. So existing positions like IONQ, whatever, I'm just reducing exposure. IONQ, you can see very clearly we're at the upper Bollinger Band. RSI is near 70. Can it keep going? Yeah, but I don't want to keep 50 calls. I want to keep 20. All right, so and with everything overbought for the most part, you get volume tapering off. So that looks like a good idea. Look for it to come back a little bit. The next time stochastic and MACD get oversold like this, I'll probably take another position. This time for the long term. I'm still in a position, don't get me wrong. I had a very large position, 50 calls. I got to take some of those off. Get it while the getting's good. Who knows what's going to happen? Is S&P going to start to fade from here, or we're going to make it up to the highs? We still look really good. Earnings are good, so I don't see anything happening dramatically. And we've got purple background, which means we got positive gamma, and positive gamma tells you look for support above and below. Look at how much support we got in this area. Okay, so above and below, all purple. Okay, so that looks good. That looks really good. Let's see, I'll zoom out a little bit. Okay, a lot of red overhead. Okay, we're not going to get up there anytime soon. All of this purple just overhead. All of this bright purple, that's resistance. You can see over here on the left, a lot of resistance up to 75.50, 75.25. These are coming off now. Reducing exposure. We're probably going to roll over a little bit more. I don't know, maybe we bounce. But that's the reason why I'm taking profits, okay? Positions where I have June, July, August, September, whatever, or December, even December and January, some in March. Oracle, I have March calls. I'm not in a hurry to reduce those, okay? It's just the ones where I have like May options, or maybe I have tomorrow's calls. I had some Apple yesterday. I took that off. Tesla, I had some Friday calls. I took those off. Just quick stuff. Okay, just going with the flow. The flow right now is very bullish. I don't want to like completely be devoid of any longs because the markets are going up. Now, I did buy some VIX earlier today. I did buy some VIX 22 calls for June. It's just a hedge. I'm hoping that these blow up and I don't need anything. I mean, I don't make any money on this. That means the markets will be moving higher. It's just a hedge for now. So I got 10 of these, the 22s. Let's listen to what these guys have to say about software, because I am long software, IGV.
We've talked on numerous occasions about the peaks and valleys of what's happened here. Most of the stocks that are down deserve to be down. So I spoke with Orlando Bravo the other day, right? The world's largest software investment firm, Total Bravo. And I asked him whether the names have bottomed. I want you to listen to what he said to react on the other side.
It's so hard to predict the markets, but I really think so. These software stocks, many of them are great leaders. They're in an excellent position for this AI wave, and they're pretty cheap. So I do think we're pretty close to a bottom.
I wonder if you agree. And by the way, I don't see it on your top holdings, and maybe that doesn't mean anything. Snowflake, is it still you? You still have it?
We don't have it in the public funds.
Nope. And As you, big deal. Well, as you know, I still own a lot personally. Yeah. As you know, I've been skeptical of software now for 2 years. Yeah, I know. But right? We run a long short fund, and so my job is to find both winners and losers. And I've said very clearly, multiple times on the show, starting 18 months ago, software was in the too hard basket. Right? I had Satya on my podcast in December of 24, where he said software was a thin layer on top of a CRUD database. Bill Gurley and I did a podcast, Is Software Dead, more than 12 months ago. So we've been worried about software. Now, what happened in software, and this is the only place I would take any issue with Orlando Bravo, who's extraordinary and an incredible investor. Software stocks, in my view, are not cheap. Software stocks have reverted from a decade-long superior multiple to the market to a market multiple. When you look at free cash flow adjusted for real SBC, when you treat them like all of the other Mag 7, they're basically trading at a market multiple. Now, if you ask me, I would say I can't see out more than 2 or 3 years max in terms of the impact that AI is going to have on software. So if you're asking me to pay a 20x free cash flow multiple on a business that fundamentally is at odds with AI, right? And so they're all trying to agentify their AI stacks, whether you're Salesforce or whether you're ServiceNow. But fundamentally, what AI does is solve a lot of those problems. So for me, I've just put most of those names in the too hard basket. We're all in on the AI trade, both picks and shovels as well as the models, themselves. And so I don't view them as cheap. They're definitely going to be winners, right? We've seen the bounce off the bottom for IGV. I think that you're going to see Snowflake have a great quarter when they report. Databricks is blowing the doors off. We're at another company called ClickHouse, which is in that data infrastructure layer. If you're in the data infrastructure layer, then this token consumption is driving a lot more consumption of your basic services, as Satya talked about. But the closer you are to a point solution, that feels to me like you're on the front of the conveyor belt heading toward the guillotine. And to me, it's just too hard.
And to be clear, what they do, obviously, is way more focused on the private software companies. Correct. Where there are infinite numbers of software companies relative to the publicly traded ones. That's more of what I think he's talking about than what is a number of the IG.
But do you look at what these guys were buying just 8 or 9 months ago? The multiples they were paying for those software companies they were buying, they were just way too high. They were way too high. We can't pay that anymore, given this level of uncertainty. Forever on software, and the inverse of that is multiples have come down.
Best stocks in the market. What's on the list? You have a new one today.
Yeah, we're going to keep this one simple. Allstate, this is insurance, property casualty. What's happening here is very simple. They've been able to raise premiums by over 7%, and there were no major storms, wildfires, catastrophes as a result. The last earnings report was just absolutely incredible for this industry, and as a result, we're seeing this stock now break above a level. You can see here it's been consolidating for a year. Now we're testing the other end of that level. I called it in progress in my pro column today. 220, if you're a purist, you're a true technician, you're probably waiting for that trigger at 220. I'm comfortable calling it here. I think it's going to go. It's not an AI stock. It's not going to go to 300, but I do think this stock could get up into the 230s, 240s, where Wall Street's targets seem to be clustering.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you for doing that quickly.
Nailed it too, right?
Yeah, coming up, the special edition of ETF Edge. There's a new way to invest in Josh Brown's so-called Halo stock strategy. We'll tell you about it coming up next.
Okay, Cisco. I mean, earnings were good. Don't get me wrong. Cisco's earnings were great. Well, I mean, they were in line. So is that enough to shoot it up 15%? I don't think so. I mean, the word think, nobody cares what I think. But 36% earnings growth, 12% revenue growth. Really? You beat by 2 pennies. Really? I guess the markets have been rewarding companies that report good earnings in line. In this case, rewarding it really well, but I got a feeling this is going to fade a lot more. So we took an iron condor on it. I sold the 120, 125 call side and the 90.85 put side. I took the put side off this morning for $20 per contract. All right. So I want to participate in the markets. We are up 7 weeks. How much more can we get out of the markets? I don't know, but you can see look at the strength of trend. You see that muscle and RSI? That's telling you that this could keep going, at least until OPEX, which is tomorrow. Next week, a lot of the options fall off. If you look at Brent's 5-day forecast, okay? So if you come here and you look at the 5-day forecast, you go here and you see right there, see where it says 21st? So I can look out to the 21st. What does that mean? It means that institutions placing trades further out in time, you can see where they're very active, like today, very purple, very red. And then tomorrow, a little bit of red way up there at the highs and also at 7,500. And then when you go into Monday, Tuesday next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it changes color dramatically, which is telling you that there's not a lot of options that are there compared to this week. We got NVIDIA earnings, so you can see that starts to light up a little bit over here on the 18th. 19th gets a little purple in there. Okay. And you can see support and resistance, 7,400, 7,500, basically 7,550 or so, 7,525, and down below, 7,390. Apple just dropped off a little bit, Apple. Okay, looking for BNC pivots. Can the S&P still go?
Well, Scott, there is excitement because right now, according to what I'm hearing from the NASDAQ, there is 45 buyers for every one seller. The price is at $350 right now. The reason they're not opening is that Morgan Stanley feels that price is a little too high. Normally, when you have an offering, so for Cerebras, it was 30 million shares yesterday at $185. They just want to get 10% of that out into the market, so roughly 3 million shares. Right now, they're at least at 3.6 million that have been sold. But that price is still too high for them. They want to just find the next threshold, which is why this could take another 25 minutes. But it really speaks to the demand for this company today. Scott?
Yeah, good stuff. Good color. Christina, thanks. You got a comment on that?
I agree with her. I'm hearing it could be within the next 10 minutes. My bet is we're going to get it done on this show. We're going to open Cerebras. Going to be one of the most important IPOs, in the last 2 years. We're going to open it on the show.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. The clock's ticking, so we'll see. It was our own Josh Brown, by the way, who first coined the term HALO back in February, which stands for Heavy Assets Low Obsolescence. The idea was looking for names that would not be displaced by AI. Well, today, ETF provider Roundhill is launching a new fund to capture that strategy. Roundhill CEO Dave Mazza joins us now. It's good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
So how did this all come about? You heard Josh talk about these names and thought, hey, might be a good IPO. I mean, a good ETF. My head's in the IPO world. Sorry.
No, understood. And it's not that too far from the truth. I think Roundhill Investments is actually best known for our thematic AI technology-focused ETFs. But when we saw this term that Josh Brown coined, it really resonated with us due to the fact that, of course, we're seeing AI disruption across industry after industry, but these companies are really AI immune and have the ability to withstand whatever occurs with large language models or agentic AI because of their durability by focusing on hard assets and low obsolescence.
You get a founder's fee out of this or anything? Or?
Oh no, I'm involved. So I spoke to these guys shortly after they filed, and I said we could do a deal together or maybe a lawsuit. I don't know. What do you want to do? And no, I know Dave and his co-founder Will Hershey. They're terrific guys. I know them for a long time, and I've been impressed with a lot of the products they've launched. And I said, if you guys are going to do,
all right, you can see the buying algo has shut down. It's basically just drifting lower right now.
Because I'm in such agreement with Brad Gerstner about the disruption that's coming, and because names like Adobe, which is now 10 times forward earnings, and ServiceNow and Salesforce, they're all on the 52-week low list, and they go lower every week.
IONQ.
I was looking for a way to say, I want to own the S&P
or the Russell 1000. I want to own the
Okay, IO and Q. I took some off of IO and Q.
disruptable names.
Oracle, no, that's fine. CLPT.
It owns TFI International, Brad. You know what that is? No, good. Nobody does. Doesn't even matter. Lennox International, which is HVAC. Anglo Gold Ashanti, Barrett, Watsco is in here, Southern Copper, JD Hunt. These are great businesses. Some of them are 100 years old. There's nothing you could type into an LLM that's going to change what they do, at least not in a negative way. They're probably all beneficiaries of AI, quite frankly. So this is just a way to express a view. We think there's going to be massive disruption. We want to be invested. Let's not be invested in the most disruptible companies. Let's look.
Hey, Dave, some have looked at this one specifically, but you guys are the DRAM folks as well with that new ETF. And some have said, well, now here we go.
Firefly.
The launch of these types of products,
GLW,
the whole AI thing,
Tesla, S&P.
one of those signs that people look for when they're saying, oh, this looks like a top to me. How would you address that?
I think we've seen that before. People were saying that about our Magnificent 7 ETF, MAGS, when we launched that. They were calling it when we launched our meme ETF, which is up 65% year to date. And most recently, DRAM, which is one of the most successful ETF in history, is up 96% since we launched it on April 2nd. Now, that doesn't predict where the future goes, but I think it's a little bit easy just to say that because we're launching an ETF, it means that it trades over. In fact, I think it's actually unlocking the potential for investors to access they haven't had before.
I mean, the DRAM performance since the launch.
NVIDIA turning back up. Watch NVIDIA turning back up. NVIDIA opportunity. Probably. Well, let me take a look at NVIDIA real quick. NVIDIA. Is it going to move too fast on me? All right, it's up at the high. Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to go some more. It's at the highs. The probability that it breaks to the upside, probably pretty decent, but it's at the highs. I can't do it. I'd love to, but yeah, I'm not going to do it. Okay, everything is starting to fade a bit. Amazon. Amazon turned back up. All right, so Amazon did dip quite a bit.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, low tick alert. Amazon did dip quite a bit. All right, looking for that to get back to maybe green on the day. RSI might take a little while. Might be after 2 o'clock or so. Maybe this gets a runner. Okay, New York Bangs are mixed. What's Broadcom doing? Broadcom, Snowflake. Okay, all right. Broadcom's okay. Broadcom. Yesterday it was all chips. Everything was chips. Now we got a nice mix. We got some picks and shovels, AI picks and shovels plays. We got some Bitcoin strategy turning back up. We've got some software and app loving turning up. Some financial related stuff. We got Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley with this IPO that's supposed to come out in the next few minutes. Morgan Stanley, no follow through. Okay, watching that one. It's at the highs. It's having difficulty breaking to the upside. I don't think a lot of people are subscribed to Morgan Stanley breaking out just yet. Once it starts going and they start piecing together the whole SpaceX IPO plus all the other IPOs that they and Goldman Sachs are doing, we'll probably see Morgan Stanley continue like, all right, so Goldman Sachs is a doji now. What's working on the markets? I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Here's the Dow Jones. Okay, Cisco still at the high of the list, off the highs of the day. Fading from the high of the day. Cisco, NVIDIA, that's at the high. I can't buy it. It's too high right now. Looking for that to pull back in. IBM. IBM might be a nice play, you know. So it doesn't get a lot of press as far as AI, but you know, maybe something gets going here with IBM. I'm not really interested right this minute. It needs to break this downtrend. Needs to break the downtrend. You can see the 50-day back here. You go back to February, January, February. It's below the 50-day. Now look at Oracle. Okay, Oracle, same thing. 50-day was dropping from earlier this year and last year, late last year. Finally broke above. That's when you get your bullish trend. That's not there yet on IBM. It briefly tried to do that in March. So we'll come back and look at IBM, Caterpillar.
Apple's partnership with OpenAI has deteriorated to the point that OpenAI is preparing for possible legal action. Now, according to Bloomberg, OpenAI lawyers are working with an outside firm on options that could include sending Apple a notice alleging breach of contract, though no lawsuit has been filed and no final decision has been made at this point. The issue here, Scott, is distribution. OpenAI expected the deal to drive more ChatGPT subscriptions, deeper integration across Apple's apps, and better placement inside of Siri. And instead, Bloomberg reporting that OpenAI believes the integration is limited, hard to find, and has not come close to becoming the major revenue stream that it expected. One OpenAI executive telling Bloomberg, quote, "We've done everything from a product perspective. They have not." Apple's had its own concerns about OpenAI, including privacy.
CSCO, big gap. Coinbase. All right, nice move on Coinbase. Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is going to break through the 200-day. I think, being the operative words. Bitcoin.
Got about 2.5 minutes to go in the show. I don't know if we're going to get your trade before we go, but how should we be thinking about now that we're going to get, this IPO today, which is going to be the biggest, as we said, since Snowflake. Pretty good test case for the market, and it looks to be an explosive winner. Between SpaceX, Open, Anthropic, how are you thinking about it? What would you tell our viewers to think?
I mean, listen, today I want to celebrate Cerebras. It's my pick. If I can, Andrew, Gary, Sean, JP, Michael, the founders of this company. This is what it makes America great. We have a breakthrough chip. It was a long shot deal. We had the risk capital that stepped in, and now it's going to go public today. I'm hearing in less than 2 minutes at over $100 billion, right? An extraordinary, value creation. But if you know this team, Scott, you know this founder, you know Andrew.
Okay. 50-day. All right. All right, we're starting to go here. Starting to look good. Okay. Bitcoin is rising to the high of the day right now.
It's extraordinary too, the kind of risk. You said you were in this 8 or 9 years ago. As early as you got into a story as a believer, and now you get to realize all of those hopes, which we expect to happen. If not, it will surely happen in the early part of the next show, and you'll see the very first trade. Thank you so much for being here. Great to be here. It's been a treat to have you on set with us as we walk up to the biggest IPO of the year, no doubt, the biggest since Snowflake, the biggest chip one since ARM, and a really good precursor to what we expect will be blockbuster IPOs from SpaceX, OpenAI, and Anthropic whenever they hit the market. What do you got as your final trade?
Lily, we've been leaning into it. They've been leveraging the balance sheet, great earnings report, and it has rallied nice.
Well, you bought more.
We bought the lead. I just set you up. Oh, we bought more. That trimming that we've been making, we're taking it into where the momentum we see also kind of diversifying across the board. That earnings report they have, this reacted really well.
I appreciate you. What do you got?
I'm going Dominion Energy. We've been talking about the AI trade raising all boats. Energy's included in that.
I love this new storyline. Apple cheating on OpenAI with Gemini. This was always meant. Apple and Google work really well together. It was always meant to be. Let's watch for
there it is.
Next.
All right. The first trade. There it is. Well, is that? Yes, it does. Begin trading. Look at that.
CBRS. They offered at 180. It's at 350. CBRS. Jeez. Ay.
They say we can't do that. Things behind the scenes are sometimes more complicated with the equipment and everything. I'm Kelly Evans. Welcome to the exchange.
CBRS.
Every moment, one of the biggest IPOs, certainly of the year, if not of the last couple of years, as you heard Brad Gerstner
CBRS.
has just opened for trading. The company is Cerebras. It's a chip maker. It priced last last night at 185, which was already above the expected range. $350 appears to be the open price. That's that top left column there, that top left stat on your screen. Opens at 350. Pretty good for those who got in on the IPO. Its current price is 385. Even better now for those who could buy in right at the public opening. We love to see this. Companies that are able, of course, in the hottest part of the market as well, to upsize the offering, take it public, and do even better. And then for the people who bought it, now for the public, it's in your hands. You can do with it what you will. 385 is the current price for Cerebras.
Yeah, let it crash. Then we can get back in. That's crazy.
It was so intense for this IPO that there were 45 buyers for every one seller. Like you said, the company sold about roughly 30 million shares last night at 185 bucks. So that's a raising of about 5.5 billion. Normally, an IPO opens with about 10% of those shares trading hands, but you saw this opened with 4.3 million shares changing hands. Now we're seeing it open at 350, trading at 385.
$81 billion company on its IPO.
U.S. tech IPO since Snowflake in 2020. In this case, Cerebras raised $5.5 billion last night, now valued at roughly $56 billion at that IPO price.
350.
At $350, that valuation approaches $100 billion. So why all the demand, Kelly? Cerebras is an inference chip company. Inference is a part of the AI model where responders, you respond to users in real time. The company makes a chip, which I happen to have. It's quite large, with memory built directly onto the silicon. So it essentially eliminates the bottleneck that slows down the GPU system itself. Not only the chip, the whole computing system that runs with it, and also runs its own cloud services, which they're hoping is going to be a major segment to grow. OpenAI signed a $20 billion compute deal back in January. AWS has a binding term sheet, no financial details just yet. There are some big winners. Tiger Global, for example, made roughly $1 billion on this position in just 7 months, according to a source. CEOs behind me, he's definitely made over $2 billion. But investors, if you're looking to get in, should watch out. The lockup period is August, end of August. 84 million insiders.
That's crazy. CRBS. CRBS. Okay, they're not going to offer it yet. Let's see. IONQ at the highs. IONQ.
Seeing this halted for trading, this is the reason why they were stalling in the first place, because of that just mismatch between buyers and sellers right now. So that is why the stalling happened 385. But to your point about so much demand for Cerebras, there is so much demand for memory right now that companies all across the globe are trying to look for alternatives for cheaper memory options. The fact that a company like Cerebras is putting the memory directly onto this massive silicon sheet, dinner plate, whatever you want to call it, would cut costs. This does make it a little bit less flexible, though, especially when you start using smaller systems, when you start using physical AI. And of course, we know that NVIDIA is going to be launching their Rubin chip that will have the Grok technology, also memory directly on the chip, eliminating some of those bottlenecks, too. So there's no doubt the competition is fierce, but the market is so big, and everybody keeps talking about how agentic AI is just...
Oh, Nokia. Okay, back into yesterday's price action. Nokia. Apple. Firefly. Okay. Let me go grab my lunch. I'll be right back.
You've seen the IPO price, that's got walked up. I think the reason for that is people understand the long-term excitement. We're in the age of inference. You have to produce tokens in order to get intelligence. This is one of the best companies at producing tokens at scale and fast tokens by removing that memory wall, if you will. The challenge is NVIDIA. this is going to be all tides rising right now. I think some of this exuberance, I get worried about, Scott, like I said on the show, with retail investors. I would not be YOLOing into this thing at $400. I see it's okay. It's trading down a little bit now at $325. That feels better from a retail perspective. I imagine you'll see institutional investors begin to move in, at or around these levels.
Would you say that you couldn't have timed this IPO any better for the moment that we appear to be in, right? It's all about AI. Some have suggested it's literally the only trade in the market. Kel, you have to think about that kind of thing, right? The bankers, they timed it. The management team, they timed it perfectly to capture a moment in time. And they end up being the first, as Kelly was saying, Brad, the first of the real big AI IPOs of many more to come.
For sure. I mean, listen, 18 months ago, we pulled this IPO, if you remember. Right? The Biden administration would not allow this to move forward because of CFIUS, right? Remember, the UAE is an incredible and important partner here to Cerebras. They're also building out Stargate in the UAE, which is super important for OpenAI, Anthropic, and others. And so we couldn't even get it public 18 months ago. Today, you see how much has changed. When Jensen said inference is going to 1 billion X, as we showed in that clip, that was the tell. The whole world shifted from pre-training and flops to inference and overcoming that memory wall. That's what Cerebras does so well. This is going to be a long-term story with these guys. I'm telling you, they're business builders. Their product pipeline is chock full. I'm not trying to talk the stock up from the prices it's trading at today. I've already warned retail investors. But this is going to be something that plays out over the next decade, not out over the next 10 years.
I get the feeling you're almost trying to talk it down a little bit because it's in uncomfortable air. It gets a little harder to breathe, Kel. Kelly, if this is a test case for what's to come in some degree, it's look out above, not below, because there's just so much excitement about all of this. Anything AI related, as you know, and cover every day on your own program.
It's a great
just
line.
has been straight up to the right.
I would quickly ask Brad, but I know we have to let you go. But Brad, who is next? Everyone's talking about SpaceX, but I'm talking about now that this has happened, does it actually does it hasten an OpenAI, an Anthropic? I'm just trying to fill in the blanks here. Those names are already so mature, but is there anyone else early stage that this IPO frenzy could now kind of draw into the public space?
Well, listen, kudos to Andrew and Bob and team for having the courage to go first, right? They didn't know in the middle of an Iran war whether or not, the markets were going to be sitting where they're sitting. They had the courage to step out now, just like they did, 18 months ago. That will open the way for not just the mega caps like SpaceX, Anthropic, and OpenAI, which are all coming, right? But it's also going to open the door for us to encourage some of the smaller and medium-sized companies. As Scott knows, I want to see retail investors in this country get more access to these things. And I think there are going to be more coming as a result of Cerebras having the successful IPO.
Do you think some of those smaller companies are afraid to come out and like swim in a pool with whales? I just wonder if they're being discouraged actually to come to market and being crowded out rather than encouraged to go public in the wake of all of this.
My hunch is today in Silicon Valley, my portfolio companies are all saying, hey, we have a shot to do this. You don't have to be the biggest. You don't have to be $1 trillion company in order to go out. We can get access to cheap and durable capital. They all need capital to continue to scale and grow their businesses. This is a great example. It is a textbook play. Kudos also to Morgan Stanley for their leadership in getting this in price. This is not easy stuff. The people who wanted allocations in this IPO greatly exceeded, 25 times oversubscribed. Good indicator of what's to come. The next one's going to be SpaceX, and everybody wants a piece of Elon.
Yeah. Okay, Kelly, if you'd allow me one more, I just wanted Brad to just quickly go over the lockup structure on this because it's unique. It's unique. It's not normal for what we're traditionally used to seeing, correct? And that's for a reason.
Correct. So, in a traditional IPO, we had what we call a 6-month cliff lockup, where 6 months after the IPO, investors like ourselves, insiders, would be able to sell. The problem with that is, as these companies get bigger and bigger, it has this massive overhang. And that overhang gets arbitraged by quant firms and other folks. You don't want to have all that supply coming to market all at once. This one is very different. In fact, I'll post a chart on Twitter as to what the lockup looks like because it's a little complex. But basically, it's a rolling lock over a course of 6 months. It's called a dribble lock. So they'll be able to dribble out shares. Early employees or employees in the business, I think, can start selling shares within the next couple days. Investors and others over the course after their first earnings report, which I think will be 5, 6, 7 weeks from now, and then it will be drilled out over 6 months. So it's like 15% release, 15% release, and then 6% each few weeks after that. So you're not going to have a big overhang on this where all that supply splashes at once. And the other thing is that, Scott, this is clearly supply constrained. It's going to get supply into the market faster.
Carol, thanks for letting us hang with you for a little bit.
Oh my gosh, this is an honor. Truly, thank you both. Really, really appreciate it. Perfect timing here, right at the turn of the hour. Love getting your reaction. Scott, thanks. Brad, thanks very much for those details on Cerebras. A dribble lockup. Everybody should adopt that. Let's get back over to Christina Parks-Nettles at the NASDAQ. Christina?
To that point, the dribble lockup. So it's 84 million shares at the end of August. That will be the first tranche of Class B shareholders that can put their shares into the market. And then in September, October, it's another roughly a little bit over 80 million. So that's a substantial amount that we need to consider whenever we are buying into, meaning our viewers right now, buying into a publicly traded company. The other issue is that Brad did mention back in September a year ago when the company, or over a year ago, 2024, when they tried to go public the first time, the issue is the customer concentration concern with the ties with the UAE. Just last year, 86% of total revenue still only came from 2 customers from the UAE. Of course, that is changing. The company is growing their cloud services. They signed on to OpenAI, AWS. We're hoping that's going to translate soon into actual numbers so we can see how that's going to affect the revenue line. But that is still somewhat of a concern. The other major concern, too, is the moment NVIDIA launches the Vera Rubin offerings with the Grok technology in there. What does that mean for Cerebras and their, stance that they're, X amount faster when it comes to high bandwidth, HBM3, the memory on their chip? So how can they leverage that when you have Vera Rubin, a much smaller chip coming to market, as well as the Moat, too?
And that's what you just said. I mean, 86% of their revenue last year came from 2 customers in the UAE. There's a little hair on the story there, but still an incredible moment here. 368, 370 or so is the print right now. Christina, thanks. Let's bring that back after that halt. Yep, exactly. We went all the way back down around 352 a moment ago. Dan Primack is the business editor at Axios. And Dan, a year ago, a little earlier, I think it was around January, I asked you if we were going to start to see a bigger wave of IPOs. You said it wasn't the year. I posit the same question now. Is this a bigger, more significant moment? Or is this just going to be a Cerebras, a SpaceX kind of a 1 or 2 off?
No, I do think it's a bigger moment right now. You've seen this week, for example, I think there's been about $9 billion worth of IPO value just this week, and we're on Thursday. There had only been $18 billion going into this week. Things are definitely picking up.
Cisco back down to the morning low.
There was another infrastructure play, a lot of stuff around AI. There was also a healthcare one. No, we do seem to be seeing it, but that said, when the year ends, the numbers are going to be all skewed because of the big 3, right? SpaceX and then probably OpenAI and Anthropic.
SpaceX, OpenAI, and Anthropic. Do you think OpenAI and Anthropic are coming before year end?
I think they want to, and I also think each one wants to go before the other one. Maybe just in part to be able to tell the story first, and a little bit of concern that some demand will get sucked out, or some people will, make their bets and pick one, and they probably pick the first one.
So OpenAI and Anthropic, we love this rivalry that they have between them. They're also in a rivalry to go public and be the one to tell that AI story, and that could be coming along with SpaceX and Cerebras. And I guess Cerebras is telling us there's plenty of investor appetite for all of this.
Cerebras is definitely telling us that, right? And Brad talked about the timing, or Scott talked about the timing being so good. It really is. This is a chip company. When this thing originally got funded as a startup a decade ago, venture capitalists wanted almost nothing to do with chips, let alone memory chips. There have been a bunch of memory chip failure companies. So this is a huge success in this. Look, this year, kind of the rally since March has really been driven by chip makers. This totally plays into that. It obviously plays into the AI strategy. It's worth noting, though, it's tried to go public twice. Brad's right. About 18 months ago, it tried to go public. There was a national security review that kind of slowed things down. But it also pulled an IPO filing this past year, late in the year, well into the Trump administration. That was maybe because of the government shutdown, maybe not. Either way, it worked out very well for them timing-wise.
So, and do you know who, Dan, directly benefits in terms of the...
All right, I'm going to take a few minutes, take a break, get some sun, maybe go outside for about 10 minutes. I'll be back. I'll be checking in over the next few minutes, but give me about 10. I'm just going to get a little bit of fresh air and take a little break here.
And not just focus on SINCOM issues, but other hostages being held in Africa. We have major concerns around the world. It's a dangerous place. We're very blessed here in this country. But I'm grateful for their leadership. I'm grateful for their clarity. And look, they would be very protective with the latest intelligence, but they are willing to share it when they come in. And we ask the right questions. They're forthcoming, and I'm grateful for it.
All right, Republican Senator Ted Budd of North Carolina joining us live from Capitol Hill here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Senator, we appreciate your time, as always, joining us here on Bloomberg, where, of course, we're keeping our pulse on what's happening here in Washington, but also what's happening on Wall Street, and more specifically on the NASDAQ today, is that a new stock has just been listed and has begun trading and is doing quite well. Cerebras, after a little more than $5.5 billion IPO priced at $185 a share, it is now trading at $360 a share, up 95% in this debut. We want to get more on this now as we turn to Bailey Lipschultz, who covers IPOs and the like for us here at Bloomberg. So, Bailey, obviously we know anything in the AI realm is hot right now. It makes chips that powers artificial intelligence. You could probably assume that this was going to go fairly well, but going this well? How mispriced was this IPO?
See, we were debating that on our desk, and if I put on my banker hat for a moment, the issue with pricing an IPO is you can't really tell what retail is going to do in the immediate aftermarket. Yes, the stock is up 90%. Yes, we've only had 3 IPOs that raised more than $2.5 billion, close up more than 90% in their debut session. But when we look back to Figma over the summer, it opened up like 160% and is now well below what IPO buyers paid. So a lot of froth in the market, a lot of excitement, as you mentioned, around anything AI. You throw out NVDA competitor and people just get jacked up. It'll be interesting to see where the stock is trading 3 days, 5 days after their first earnings, and more importantly, 6 months from now when insiders are bought.
You know, considering all the concern about the sustainability of the AI spend, this is awfully reassuring for investors in the space. But I wonder if we need to look at this somewhat differently. Is this simply underscoring the incredible amount of spending that's going on? Because here you have a company that's going to receive that spending as opposed to ponying it up like the hyperscalers are. Is this going to be another NVIDIA?
Well, I think that's the question, Joe. And when you talk to investors, their perspective is when this IPO is called at $40 billion in market value, well, NVIDIA is right now trading at $5.7 trillion. So even if the stock doubles or triples or quadruples from here, we're still talking about a drop in the bucket relative to the world's biggest company and relative to the amount of spending that is anticipated in the coming years. To answer your question, I guess more pointedly, there was concern 2 years ago when they tried to go public around just exposure to G42. Then they inked contracts with OpenAI. They've been talking about others. There's just a lot of potential spending, and as kind of you alluded to, if you're the companies either selling chips or building out these data centers, at least from an investing perspective, right now that's more attractive than underwriting some of the massive capital expenditures that those hyperscalers are. I see.
Well, and when we consider where the hyperscalers are deploying resources and who ultimately is going to be the beneficiary of all of this, the users of this technology, how does an IPO like this for Cerebras, which, as you say, of course, is much smaller in scale than an NVIDIA or, say, some of these other artificial intelligence AI LLM companies that we believe may be pursuing IPOs in the not-so-distant future. If you're an Anthropic, I would imagine you see this and you're like, all right, we figured appetite was going to be good, but it might be better than we could have even anticipated.
No, I think that's true. And one thing that we keep an eye on is the private markets trading. And Bloomberg has reported that Anthropic's talking to private investors about raising money north of $900 billion in market value, which is astonishing from a year ago. The question inherently is, what would that company look like as a public company? And I think we're going to get a big test in not too many weeks when SpaceX is expected to go public and how that is going to trade. Yeah. So those are going to be interesting test points.
You know, I was asking Nora about this a minute ago. Bailey, when SpaceX hits, when Anthropic hits, when OpenAI hits, where's the money going to come from? Are we going to see investors harvesting gains in stocks like this, in NVIDIA, so they can buy the new issues?
We've been talking to everyone about that exact question. If you're a professional money manager, you're likely fully deployed, which means by definition, if you want to buy a new stock, you have to sell something. So we're looking at the Mag 7 names. We're looking obviously at Tesla, given the overlap with Elon Musk. We're also keeping an eye on Bitcoin, because if you're a retail investor, if you're willing to bet on SpaceX at any kind of cost, you likely are deployed to crypto. So certainly going to be dynamics that we track over the coming weeks.
Wow. Let's see if the market can handle it. Is there enough money to go around, Kaylee? I don't know. Bailey Litschultz with us in the clutch here on another IPO day, the biggest one of the year so far. Bloomberg News senior equities reporter Cerebras is cranking here. Kaylee, we're up 84% now, below the highs of the session. But for what? It was $185 IPO. We're at 337. We're doing okay, I think, so far. Charlie Pellet's got a view on the broader market here right now because we'll see if the rising tide is in fact in place here. He's at World Headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello, Joe and Kaylee. Lots of moving parts, and yes, we are looking at a record right now on the S&P 500 index. We were trading above 7,500, very close right now, on track for a record close. Right to the numbers for the S&P at 74.87. That is a gain of 0.6%. Dow Industrials below 50,000 now, 49,982 on the Dow, up 290, higher by about 0.6%. NASDAQ at a record up 174, higher by about 0.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index also rallying up 0.6%, and trading at a record. All of this about AI optimism. The 10-year currently yielding 4.45%, with a 2-year 3.98%, and the 30-year 5.00%. Spot gold down 0.1%, 46.82 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, 101.47 a barrel. Barrel of Brent 105.55 now, lower by 0.1%. As we have been reporting, Cerebras Systems jumping 93% in its trading debut out of the gate at 185. Cerebras right now trading at 335, up again by roughly 89%. Round one of the PGA Championship underway in Pennsylvania. Last check, South Africa's Aldrich Hockheider sits atop the leaderboard at 3 under par. Again, recapping, S&P at a record up by 0.6%. Joe and Kaylee, that is our Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We'll, of course, continue to check back in with Charlie on the wider markets and on Cerebras trading after this incredible debut on the NASDAQ, apparently being a competitor to NVIDIA. Gets you quite the warm reception among investors when you come to public markets. But, of course, as was pointed out to us by Bailey Litschultz and our own Warren Melinda, Cerebras has a long way to go if it wants to be the size of NVIDIA, the scale of NVIDIA. The question, of course, for NVIDIA, though, is how much it is able to scale and in what markets, as it would like, obviously, to be able to sell some of its chips in China. So how convenient that the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, was picked up in Anchorage and traveled on Air Force One to Beijing, accompanying the president on his trip for the summit with Xi Jinping. There's been a lot of question as to what exactly may be inked or at least talked about when it comes to NVIDIA's H200 chips in particular. And Bloomberg had the chance to speak briefly with Jensen Huang on the sidelines of this trip. This is what he said.
And the two presidents, President Xi and President Jinping, an incredible opportunity for us to rely on the relationships and build a much closer partnership. Did you get any specific customers for your chips for the H200? We didn't really talk about. I'm here to support the president and to represent the United States.
Really interested there. Did you get any specific customers for your chips? We didn't really talk, he said, but I'm here to support the president and to represent the United States. What's this all leading to? We heard about the deal today with Boeing, 200 jets instead of the expected 500. And that's not all. There's also an agreement to resume U.S. beef imports, which we'll talk about later this hour with Senator Steve Daines. He was in China just last week to help pave the road for that agreement. This summit is not over, though. We're joined right now by someone who's had a real focus on China for the past couple of years as a lawmaker here in Washington, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, Democrat from Illinois, who was the top Democrat on the China Select Committee at one time and still is steeped in this conversation. Congressman, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. I don't know if there will be a deal announced by NVIDIA, but the stock is at a new all-time high today. And I wonder if you are still concerned about the president mortgaging our national security for the sake of cutting a deal with China.
I am. I think that the president is going into the summit from a position of weakness. I think that the Iran war has sapped us militarily and it has sapped us economically, and consumers obviously know that because they're paying for it at the pump.
And I think, unfortunately, it feels like the Trump administration is almost a supplicant here, asking Xi Jinping to lean on the Iranians to end this godforsaken war. And because of that, I'm concerned that Xi Jinping is going to ask for something in return. What that is, I'm not sure, but it could be anything from easing export controls to us backing off of our support for Taiwan and the status quo and negotiating all differences at the bargaining table, to any number of other issues. And so I'm very concerned about what's going to be discussed today and possibly tomorrow as well.
Well, on Taiwan, Congressman, what was your assessment of the frankly pretty blunt words from Xi Jinping about Taiwan, warning that it's something that could lead to clashes with the United States?
Well, I think that he is basically trying to get us to back off our commitment and obligations under the Taiwan Relations Act, our 6 assurances, our different communications that we've made repeatedly, both to Taiwan and the world, with regard to the situation there. Look, I think that this situation with regard to Taiwan should be negotiated at the bargaining table, but Xi Jinping has basically told the People's Liberation Army hierarchy that he wants them to be ready to take Taiwan by force by 2027, which means next year. And so we're kind of in this zone of danger where if Xi Jinping, if he were to make that decision, I believe would be a terrible mistake, would be catastrophic, and now we should be communicating to him the same. And I fear that we're not. And through our body language and through our request for favors with regard to the Iran war, we're basically giving an opening for Xi Jinping to possibly get something in return that could lead to conflict and possibly war down the road.
Well, then, if China is in fact offering to help the United States or agreeing to help the United States reopen the Strait of Hormuz, should we take that assistance?
I don't know. I don't know exactly what they want and what they're getting in return. And I think, to me, because we are basically not working with our friends, partners, and allies on the Iran situation, because this is an unjust and illegal war, we don't have even the consent of the American people who are terribly opposed to the situation. I think that, again, Trump is in a corner, and I feel that he's isolated, and I'm concerned that he's going to make precipitous decisions that really endanger our national security, because he knows, and everybody knows, that we should not be in this war in Iran.
Well, on the subject of national security, returning to the question around NVIDIA and its ability to sell advanced chips to Chinese buyers, Congressman, how wary are you of that notion, knowing it would advance a tech giant that is, frankly, playing a very large role in sustaining at least U.S. financial markets, if not contributing to the economy overall? Where should the limits be for NVIDIA or for anyone else, knowing that China obviously can do things with that technology?
Look, NVIDIA is doing just fine, thank you. I think that the problem that we have right now is that if you ease those export controls, you do 2 things. One, you basically funnel our highest end technology to help modernize a military, which is basically arrayed against us and trying to erode our national security. And then secondly, you're also helping to fuel a techno-surveillance state, which is putting down the Uyghurs through their Uyghur genocide, that's harming their dissidents, that's harming their Hong Kongers. And it's essentially going against our values to provide them with the highest end technology, not to mention helping our competition to displace us. And so I think we should keep those very important export controls in place that Joe Biden put in place, the previous Trump administration put in place. They cannot be eased. I'm also concerned about them being skirted right now as is, as we've now heard reports that NVIDIA might be enjoying sales through third-party nations that are funneling some of these chips to China. So we should not only not ease those controls, but we should enforce them even better than they are right now.
Well, interesting. I've only got a minute left, Congressman. I'm just curious your thoughts on the invitation of President Xi as well. Apparently, he will be coming to the U.S. and visiting the White House in September. Is that a good thing?
I think it's always good to have these high-level visits and high-level talks. However, one, you have to be prepared, and two, you want to bargain from a position of strength. And if you don't have both of those particular conditions in place, then we enter as supplicants, and we're begging for favors. And when you ask for favors, guess what? The other side gets to ask for things in return, and I'm concerned that in a moment of peril, the Trump administration and Donald Trump in particular, who likes to freelance, will give away something that could cause us great harm.
All right, we will leave it there. Congressman, appreciate you joining us. Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy of Illinois here with us on Balance of Power. As we further this conversation now with our political panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, or rather Adam Hodge, I apologize, also a Bloomberg Politics contributor. Forgive me, Adam, our Democratic strategist. Rick, of course, a Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. I would love, Rick, just your reaction to what we heard from Krishnamurthy there, who clearly thinks that the U.S. is the one with the weaker positioning around this summit and has great concern about acquiescence to Beijing. Do you share that?
Well, certainly this is a good example of the defeat of the notion that all politics ends at the water's edge. I mean, that's the most full-throated sale on the president's trip to China that I've heard all week. So I guess kudos to the Democrats for getting their talking points out. Look, this is not the greatest time for a summit. Obviously, it wasn't the original schedule, and doing it when you have a shooting war going on in the Middle East is never a good idea. That being said, not speaking to our only global rival for long periods of time is equally bad. And so I think you got to give the president some credit for, even though it's not good timing, people were speculating on this trip getting canceled just a week ago. That he's there and he's putting as good a face on it as he can. I thought it was a smart move by bringing over a lot of our premier U.S. corporate executives to mix it up a little bit, try to get some good old-fashioned trade deals done. None of that really matters in the big global scheme of our relationship with China and our protection of Taiwan in an uncertain time. But at the end of the day, so far from what I can tell, no harm done. And the president will return with some novel items in his shopping bag that wouldn't be there if he hadn't made the trip. And everything else seems to be pretty much status quo ante. So knock on wood that the trip continues to go well tomorrow. And that we pass this moment without a net loss and some incremental gain.
Adam Hodge, what do you make of that? Should politics end at the water's edge?
It should, but I mean, come on, look at where we are in 2026. And I have the receipts from my time in the Biden administration when we were traveling abroad to know that that was not how the Trump administration and their officials operated. But that aside, look, I think what you heard from Congressman Krishnamurthy was really important, but that idea of giving away some of the crown jewels of our American innovation is a real risk. It's something that was important as part of the Biden administration's small yard, high fence strategy that we tried to implement. And it had the buy-in of our allies in the region. And I think the thing that China was most concerned about was that we finally got our act together. We had strengthened ties between Korea and Japan, between Japan and the Philippines. We deepened our ties with India, all while making billion-dollar investments here at home that strengthened us and made us more competitive. The Trump administration has walked away from all of that. And I think that is why you see some concern about, in this weakened state that he finds himself, is he then going to give away the store to try to get some backward deal? That is a real concern I think should be on the minds of all Americans.
Bloomberg Politics contributors Adam Hodge and Rick Davis, thank you both for taking a swing at this. Senator Steve Daines is coming in next on Balance of Power.
Mateo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
What about what's next?
Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
I still remember the first time I held a $20 gold double eagle. To me, it represented security, something that would hold its value. I would encourage you to buy gold at Simplify, my gold partner, Goldco.
Visit goldco.com/kit or call 855-297-2281 to learn how to get up to 10% in free gold or silver. Some wireless companies say that they stand for something. What exactly do they stand for, and why won't they say it out loud? Let me tell you what Patriot Mobile stands for. They stand for the lives of the unborn. They stand for the Second Amendment and the right to protect yourself and your family. They stand for our veterans and first responders who sacrifice so much for our freedom. Make the switch to Patriot Mobile today and support a company that doesn't just say they stand for something, but one that stands for the things that matter the most.
How can an insight in data help us deliver reliable energy to millions? Aramco, an integrated energy and chemicals company.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors, like energy, can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 15% chance of keeping the House. Think that probability is too low? Buy yes for 15 cents. Think it's too high? Buy no for 85 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
What if data didn't sit still? What if intelligence moved with us? Cotality helps communities rise, turning insight into action. Because when intelligence moves, we all move forward. Cotality, intelligence beyond bounds.
Hey. Hi. Could you please submit your census today?
I see.
You have those expense reports? Hi. Can you submit those receipts?
Never chase a receipt again. Red, love finance.
How can a top global beverage producer go from vendor credit holds to operational control?
Let's rewind the tapes. Sales were surging, but the accounts payable team was falling behind the account. Vendors threatened to walk.
Right there, the company called in Deloitte, who brought the teams and tech together to rethink the process.
In months, top vendors were back on track. The backlog eliminated. Payment accuracy climbed to near perfect.
Boy, they didn't just get out of a jam, they took over complete control of the game.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research by hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Is Asia ready for the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital.
About to some, the future of money to others. Real, secret to its trillion notes. For others, follow the noise. We follow the money.
Under the ServiceNow AI control tower that you see Google AI.
I'm tracking all our AI agents, HR, IT, customer service.
You put your eye on real AI. All right, too.
So many times.
Yeah, it's 1:40 on Wall
Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here. Bloomberg stocks higher, S&P at a record, and Cerebras system shares are jumping in their first day of trading, up right now by 81% after the AI chip maker and data center firm raised $5.55 billion in the year's largest IPO out the gate at 185. Right now, Cerebras is trading at $332. S&P 500 index right at 7,500 now, up 56. That is a gain of just about 0.6%. The artificial intelligence trade fueling a record-breaking run. Again, the S&P at 7,500. We've got the Dow above 50,000, 50,060 on the Dow, up now by 0.7%. NASDAQ also a record, up by 0.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index also a record, up now by 0.8%. All of this with a VIX just above 17, the 10-year at 4.45%, the 2-year 3.98%, and the 30-year at 5.00%. Spot gold yield change down 0.2%, 46.79 the ounce. While West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 0.7%, 101.70 on WTI barrel, of Brent 105.75, up now by just about 0.1%. CSCO, after earnings up 12.8%, coming up after the close of trading, we will be hearing from Applied Materials. Round one of the PGA Championship underway in Pennsylvania. At last check, South Africa's Aldridge Hot Eater sits atop the leaderboard at 3 under par. Recapping, S&P at a record right now at 74.99, up 0.7%, and shares of the hottest IPO, biggest so far this year, Cerebras Systems, up now by 81%. I'm Charlie Pellet, Joe and Kaylee. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The biggest IPO of the year, yes, and a very hot stock in its trading debut today. We'll continue to track that for you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We're more on the implications of Cerebras' strong demand that it's seeing and what it means for the overall artificial intelligence trade with Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in just a moment, especially how China factors into that entire conversation. Knowing it is China that President Trump has not only been focused on, but has been visiting over the last several days. Of course, properly vetted by Xi Jinping in Beijing today, going into hours of talks, and of course, setting the groundwork for more talks in the future, including for the first time since 2015, inviting President Xi to a state visit at the White House in September.
Thank you again, President Xi, for this beautiful welcome, and tonight it is my honor to extend an invitation to you, Madam Peng, to visit us, the White House, this September 24th. And we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American and Chinese people.
Those rich and enduring ties do come with some deliverables today. As you've been hearing on Bloomberg TV and radio, there is a deal for Boeing jets. This is something we were specifically looking for with the CEOs of Boeing and GE Aerospace on this journey. Not as much as the market hoped for. 200 jets. We're not sure what they are. There was an expectation they would be 737 MAXs, the president referring to them as the big ones, the biggies. And we'll have more on that for you. Boeing shares are lower on that announcement. And there is as well an announcement on a resumption of beef imports, U.S. beef imports to China. We're still waiting for news on agriculture, specifically soybeans. None of these deals might have been able to take place, though, without the help of Senator Steve Daines, the Republican from Montana, who spent part of his career in China, was back there with an important delegation earlier this month, a longtime advocate for the beef industry, led a bipartisan delegation to China with discussions covering all of these deals that I just mentioned. I'm glad to say that he joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Senator, we've been looking forward to this conversation, and we can start picking through these one at a time. Why don't we start with the beef imports, because I know that's important to you. This shipment for the shipment licenses, I should say, for hundreds of American slaughterhouses appears to have been scaled back since the original announcement. Can you give us details on what has actually been agreed on?
Well, first of all, it's important to remember it's the second largest beef export market in the world. U.S. beef was prohibited from that market until 2018. I was over there that year negotiating with China and getting access for the first time, which we did. But then these licenses expired last March. The Chinese did not renew them. So everything I'm hearing is it's positive, it's moving forward. I think the left hand will know the right hand's doing some time to get the final pieces done on the licenses. But when we were there last week, it was about Boeing, it was about beef, it was about beans, and sure enough, as we're starting to see, we're unpacking these deals. This is real good news. It was $1.2 billion in exports of U.S. beef to China before it ceased. So this will be good news here, certainly for farm and ranch country.
Well, and on Boeing, as Joe just mentioned, Senator, the president told Fox that China will be buying 200 big planes. Was it your expectation that that order would be larger than that? Because it certainly seems the markets was.
Well, I haven't seen the mix between the Maxes and the wide bodies yet, specifically, but I know China had not purchased a Boeing aircraft in 9 years. Of course, it's one of the largest commercial aviation markets in the world, one of the fastest growing. Very important we're in that market because the Chinese have their own homegrown brand of Comac, which are now commercially viable. They're flying several of those aircraft with airlines like China Southern, China Eastern. But just stepping back overall, this is good news. I'll tell you why. Let's not forget that China and the United States are 40% of the world's economy in terms of GDP, the two largest militaries in the world. It's very important that we are de-escalating, that we're not decoupling, that we're de-risking, and bringing our two leaders together. And trade can be a wonderful way to keep the diplomatic ties open as well as to thaw what was a pretty frosty relationship last year.
Yeah. Well, as someone who understands the nuances of our relationship and the psychology inside the government in Beijing, more than most in Washington, I'm curious what you thought of the rhetoric surrounding Taiwan today, because it raised a lot of eyebrows. Many thought Taiwan wouldn't really be a major factor in these discussions. I know the president indicated he would discuss weapon sales to Taiwan. But the foreign ministry readout says President Xi told Donald Trump behind closed doors the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. If handled properly, our relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries, he said, will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. What is President Xi getting at here? And will the president alter the sort of ambiguity that our stand has been known for?
Well, first of all, that's not a surprise. I worked in China with Procter & Gamble. We were some of those first early expats that were based in Guangzhou back in 1992. We had 2 little kids. We moved over there. We had 2 more babies born in Hong Kong during our 6-year assignment there, launching American brands. But I've been watching the Taiwan issue for a long time. China and the United States have remained consistent in their respective positions. You go back to the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979, and what President Trump was talking about today with the foreign minister Wang Yi and as well as Xi Jinping.
All right, we're back. Got sidetracked. Got sidetracked by my neighbor talking to him about his property. Palantir looks like it's going to make another higher high. Palantir, watching Palantir here. And the evening session is again when you want to start watching this 1 minute time frame. You might get a nice little rally to trade off of. Here's Palantir, a little oversold, right around 115 or so, 130. Now we're starting to rise. Palantir. Okay, not much upside though. Back to the high. So would probably pass on that. Amazon finally turning the corner. So if you took Amazon earlier, we got into this too early, got stopped out, can get back in. Looking for a follow through. Andrew, I saw your question when I was walking around the block. That 75-20 zone, okay. 75-20. You can see most of it's gone. 75-25, all of this is gone now. Okay, so even if you boost this, you can see the gray wicks. Okay, what was there before this morning? If you go back to 9:30 this morning, there's a pretty big node right there, 99 percentile. Throughout the day, it starts to trade out. Prices pull back from it. Do we bounce now? Hard to say. I mean, the markets are super strong, so wouldn't put it past traders to run this back up. You know, look at the 1 minute chart. Okay, you got 1 minute oversold again. Okay, 1 minute oversold, RSI. There you go. So, it's 5 points right there. Just using this one simple strategy. Watch MACD, watch stochastic, watch RSI, and watch price action. Okay, Microsoft, little dip on Microsoft. Okay, oversold, 12.15, 12.55 or so. Grinding higher, not the best setup. It's not really moving that much. IONQ, nice little dip there, pushing higher. Okay, what's Cisco doing? Cisco still fading. Cisco still fading. Okay. Apple, what's Apple doing? Maybe Apple does something end of day. Watch your 1 minute chart. Watch 1 minute. Okay, got oversold right around 12.45. Buyers stepped up. They flushed a lot of people out. Take the liquidity down here, take the stops, and then reverse it. Institutions do that, whether it's the high or the low. In this case, the low. We're still bullish. Apple's still bullish, following through a trend. So whenever you got a bullish trend and stochastics is pointing up, to look to the 1 minute chart. Checking the 60 minute, you can see we're trending. For the last 4 hours, we're just kind of hanging out at 298. But if you go to the 1 minute, if you're thinking about scalping it, you're looking for these oversold conditions. You wouldn't do it now, per se, because that's $4 or $3 right there. So you don't want to chase this now, but you're looking for stocks like that. Let's see what we have with strategy. Strategy is number 2 on the NASDAQ 100. Bitcoin, let's see, BITX, Bitcoin, BITX, oversold, rising. Still trending over the last 2 days. Netflix pulling back. Netflix, no follow through on Netflix. Netflix. Okay, let's do this. Let me go here.
Unclear whether he actually gets that done, but his presence there and President Donald Trump, of course.
It's so gorgeous out, so gorgeous outside. Which big and mid cap stocks are bullish with default stochastic rising on the daily with current price dipping on a 1 minute time frame with RSI oversold and ready to turn. FSBX QQQ bounce into the evening session. Let me, I'm going to keep this evening session. All right, let me keep this as a script so I can refer to it, because I do this a lot in the evening session. Okay, so we're going to look at what's going on there. Let me go just save this script. Okay. Evening, let me call this evening oversold.
Right now, Michael, what does this tell us about the appetite around AI and chips in particular?
All right, that's a typo there. Gemini, ChatGPT, Grok, they're not always correct. You got to check it. You got to check them for sure. All right, so let's see what this returned, if anything, worth looking at. All right. So here we go. Daily time frame stochastic oscillator is rising on the daily, but has only recently crossed or started. Okay, that's good. NVIDIA, AMD, Meta. Big cap leaders. If QQQ begins to swing into positive territory, these high liquidity mega caps react instantly 1 minute oversold triggers due to their sheer index weighting. NVIDIA, AMD, Meta. Okay, so NVIDIA, I don't have a position in NVIDIA. Okay, so the 1 minute chart. Okay, that got oversold at 115. That's turned back up. So, okay, Microsoft. We just talked about Microsoft. That's starting to get going. Microsoft. Any of these look like they're valid. Meta oversold. Less interested in Meta. AMD just got oversold. Okay, the daily is rising. Stochastics embedded. Not the favorite setup. Let's see. Palantir and Vertiv. Let's take a look at those. Palantir and Vertiv. Okay, Palantir, PLTR. All right, let's look at the 1 minute. Okay, coming off oversold, already moved. Vertiv, VRT. VRT. Daily. Yeah, that looks good. Vertiv. Okay, Vertiv. And what else? Anything else? Vertiv.
We're a veteran-owned company, and we've been building custom sunrooms for over a decade.
Our dedicated team ensures high-quality, efficient work on every project. No subcontractors involved.
With free custom designs to on-site project reviews and permit assistance, we make the process stress-free and easy for you.
Our goal is to bring your vision to life. Come see us in our showroom and let us build the perfect sunroom for you.
Okay, keeping an eye on Microsoft. That one's turned the corner. Microsoft, I have a position, right? Microsoft. Hope you were following what I was just talking about for the last 5 minutes. Okay. Palantir, Microsoft turning back up. Okay. Microsoft. Okay, I'm going to shift to the 3 minute in the evening session. Shift to the 3 minute. Oversold, turning up. Okay, so we could see 2 points to the upside, perhaps. On Microsoft, 50 delta should get you $1. 5 of those should make you $500. Microsoft, okay. Stop underneath 409. Okay, Amazon, this one dipped a little bit more, I think. Yeah, dipped a little bit more early. Now this is running back up, so Amazon's probably doing fine, right? Position from this morning if you didn't get stopped out. Or you jump back in. Okay. All right, let's see where that goes. S&P turning back up. NVIDIA, Advanced Micro, Meta. Okay, so Meta looking good. Amazon, Meta. Okay, nothing yet. AMD. AMD looking pretty good here. AMD. Okay. Higher low. RSI, higher low. Looking for this to run evening. Okay, so AMD, you know all about what they talked about during earnings. Do I want to do anything with it? Probably not. Netflix, Amazon. Okay, AAOI. Let's see. AAOI. Okay, trying to continue that bullish trend. We were up 40 points yesterday. AAOI. 1 minute chart oversold. Most oversold right here between 115 and 130. Starting to rise, but could be some more sellers for the time being. That got trapped from yesterday. All right, so what's Boeing doing? Boeing, did it ever bounce? Boeing, all right, did bounce a little bit. Boeing, 60 minute. They, I think they have like, what did they say? 200 planes. Chinese, they say one thing. If you're native Chinese and here you're living here in the United States. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the government. They say one thing and just to make you go away. That's a pretty ignorant American thing to say, but I'm just talking out loud. So forgive me. I'm not reading too much into Boeing at this point. It did pull back. It was looking really good going into today's meeting. All right, S&P just rolled over. S&P, so a lot of stocks are going to go with. Okay, S&P just rolled over. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm thinking, take some more profits off the table, reduce your exposure, still be exposed to the markets on the long side. Okay, Nokia dipped. Now it's starting to turn back up. Okay, buyers showing up. So it could be cybernetic that institutions want more shares of Nokia. It could be that they're doing this little shakeout dance to get people to sell their shares so that they can grab shares and look at it from the long term, because sales are supposed to double according to the company management. So Nokia looks good. Nokia, if you're thinking about Nokia, you're already in Nokia. I have the 13 call for January. Okay, that looks okay. Dipping intraday. Starting to make higher highs, higher lows. We'll see what happens there. Oracle had a big move this morning and then giving some of it back right now. That's okay. It's going to be fine. Oracle. Now we need to make a higher high and start trending more. Oracle, you know what I'm thinking on Oracle. I've already presented this half dozen times now. Oracle breaking the downtrend. Okay. Back in second week of April. We broke the downtrend second week of April, going into the 13th. Moved higher. The short-term traders took profits, came back down. Institutions supporting the ones that are buying in this area, institutions, during the accumulation phase. They bought on the dip. Prices start rising, gets near the 200-day, dips a little bit. Notice the dip here is a couple of days short of the last dip and wasn't as intense. So Oracle, once this gets through the 200-day, this is really going to be a conversation piece because the company's done everything they need to do to satisfy big investors, that they don't have a debt problem, and they're not going to issue more bond offerings. That was the two big sticking points for why this pullback. Because back here in phase 3, last year September, they reported earnings and they talked about all the capex spend, and all the big institutions were like, "Well, how the hell are you going to pay for all that?" And there was a brief time there where, when it dropped below the 50-day, that everybody was saying, "Oh, this company is going to fail. It's going to no longer exist." That's a little bit of a hyperbole, but that's what people were saying. That turned into the markdown phase. Institutions get out until they can prove that they've changed their ways. They did. So institutions start accumulating shares, and now they're letting it get marked up. So we're in the best part of the phase now with Oracle. So if there's any stock that you're looking at, especially in software, they're all doing the same thing. IGV broke the downtrend, higher highs, higher lows. Workday about to break the downtrend. Once it gets above the 50-day, this will be a good one. Snowflake. Okay. The security software stock, like Zscaler, breaking the downtrend. This is going to be good. If you have the same time frame as you have with Oracle, these are probably going to do very, very well. Okay, so you buy something in the money. Let's say you want to have 10 in the money calls, like maybe you want 10 of the 140s. They're probably like a 60 delta. So it's going to act more like shares. You buy the 140s or the 130s. Let's say you want to have 10 eventually. So you buy one or two now. Maybe you start with a spread. If it keeps going, you take the profits, you roll it into, say in June, you roll it into 140s. By then, you're probably at 160, 170. So you roll it into straight 140 in the money calls. And maybe you take one or two there and just look for this to continue to move higher. So here we go with Fibonacci's, just to get an idea. 50% is probably going to be just shy of the 200-day, just eyeballing it. So you're right about here. That's the low. All right, so 618, 50% is right at the 200-day. Pretty good, right? Pretty good eyeballing. 336. Okay, so right at the 200-day. Do this enough years, and you'll get used to doing this pretty easily just by eyeballing. So we're looking for this to move up to the 200-day over the next 6 months. So this is a valid setup, Z-scaler. Okay, let's look at Palo Alto Networks, PANW. We're not always talking day trades. A lot of times we'll talk about long-term trades like TRBCX or RGAFX or SPHD, which pays a dividend once a month. Hasn't moved much. SCHD, that's more defensive, SPHD. SCHD is more offensive names in there. SCHD, you got, I believe you got Texas Instruments, Lockheed Martin, and a few other names in there, big names. Qualcomm, I think, might be in there. All right, so this is more bullish. So this pays out once every 3 months if you want to have some longer-term ETF exposure. Devo, another one, Devo. That's above the 50-day. So CrowdStrike, another one, CrowdStrike in the software and security services. Okay, that's booking higher. So let's do this. Let's go compare Zscaler, PANW, CrowdStrike, prospects for the next 6 months, given security stocks oversold. Now, I'm not gonna rely on this 100%. I will check what comes back from Gemini, but I want to get a start on what to reference, right? 6 months, given security stocks oversold, and CrowdStrike super bullish. Thinking of buying in the money, deep in the money, deep in the money calls. Okay. I know it's going to like the strategy because it's a bullish strategy. But I just want to compare it to CrowdStrike, which is like super bullish. As Zscaler breaks the downtrend. So I'm going to do this anyway. Okay. I mean, we have so many tools at our disposal now. It's just ridiculous if you're not using them, right? Netflix just rolled over. If you're not using some of these, you're really missing out. Let's see. The trade setup you're eyeing relies on powerful catalyst. CrowdStrike acting as a sector engine to lift oversold peers, while Zscaler offers the highest technical leverage as it breaks out of its structural downtrend. Below is a strategic comparison: Zscaler, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, followed by a risk analysis of using deep in the money calls. Okay, super bullish. Zscaler rebounding from deep 34% year-to-date drop. Short covering, technical trend breakout, and cheaper relative valuation. Intense firewall competition from Cloudflare, NET, and Netscope. High reward, high risk. Palo Alto, stable base building, post CyberArk merger. All right, they bought CyberArk. That's right. Merger. Enterprise platform rotation. Slowing standalone sales growth due to heavy M&A. Moderate reward, low risk. High reward, premium risk. Super bullish. Hyper acceleration of Falcon Flex platform. All right, so that tells me all I need to know. Probably would stay with CrowdStrike. I would just be looking for a flag now that it's at the high. Look for a cup and handle. Look for a handle up here somewhere. This could keep going because these tech stocks are just gone ridiculously bullish. Okay, RXT trying to break above 7. RXT. All right, there it goes. RXT. Weekly trend. Super extended. Looking for that to hit 10. Okay, this has come a long way. It's hard to buy this now if you didn't buy last week when Armando was mentioning it on Thursday or Friday. Okay, this is way extended from the moving averages. Should stop somewhere in this range between 7 and 750 or so. There's a lot of pivots in here. S&P bouncing. Nokia doubling sales. According to management, they'll double sales this year into next year, so that's a big plus. Nokia, higher lows, looking for higher highs now. Okay, S&P, spiders, you're looking at spiders. Okay, spiders. This looks pretty good, actually. Looks like we could go some more spider. Maybe I'll buy some spiders for Friday. Let's see. I'm going to buy some spiders for Friday. Maybe I should do it for next Friday. Or should I do it for tomorrow? I'll go out to next Friday. I'm going to go next Friday. Okay, SPY. Okay, 750 definitely is possible, right? We got very close earlier. 750. That's a 46 delta. I'm going to buy a vertical. I'm going to go vertical. 750, 755. See what that costs me. 750, 755 for a few of these. All right. All right. So a couple $100 to make 350. I don't know if I like better odds. Let's go. 40 delta is a 752. 752. 752. 755. I don't like the odds. I mean, it's not really that great for a spread, not that great.
Right, so that's the rules-based order that we know. So the rules-based order effectively is how can we generate growth collectively?
Yeah, that's not really good. Not really good odds. What about the Qs? Qs are probably better. Let's see. I'm going to look at some Qs. Same idea with the Qs. QQQ. Okay, so what are the Qs? Daily. Okay, that top Bollinger Band is 727, basically. 727. Qs. 727. 727, 730. Let's see what that looks like. We're up here at the highs. We are bouncing though. 720. What do we say? 727. 727 is a 40 delta. 727, 40 delta. Buy. Or should I just stay out of this? 727. 730. 727, 730. Oops.
That's going to put a lot of pressure on a deficit. So if you need higher growth, how do you get that? And that's what the challenge is today. So from our perspective, we think about this as a major structural change that's putting money.
Yeah, I should wait, I guess.
What it does is it creates that the world has to look for a new growth model. And there's a lot of structural change.
All right, Qs. All right, Qs oversold. Looks like it wants to go here. Okay, Qs look like they want to go. All right.
Are we going to see more governments? I mean, look what the U.S. has done. and things that we were so critical of China and other places for doing. Do we see more of that?
Yeah, so what I call state capitalism effectively is the foundation of this investment. So the way that I look at this is that governments want to generate this new growth, but they can't do it themselves because if they do, they go into deficit, right? So they need to, this is very key, what they need to do is incentivize the private sector to generate this growth. So how do you do that?
Policy and so on.
And so on, right? So if you want manufacturing,
I just took a little bit more Microsoft off here. Okay. Oh, Qs. Let's see what the Qs do the rest of the day. The Qs. We got oversold just a few minutes ago. Oversold. We got a higher low on the Qs. Watching the Qs here. Okay, evening session after 2 o'clock. You want to be watching your 1 minute chart. Look for RSI to be oversold. You could also use the 3 minute chart. Okay. I'm on the 1 minute and go to the 3 minute. In the evening session, I tend to use the 3 minute versus the 1 minute. Could use either one. It doesn't really matter. It's just a preference. Higher low. Okay, looking for the S&P to bounce. We want to keep an eye on, let's go look at Hero for the Qs. Okay, let's look at the Qs. NASDAQ 100. Okay, calls dropping off here. Okay, Qs. Calls being bought. Okay, puts being bought too as this drops. Now we want this blue line to start rising. That'll show positive gamma. The Qs want to see that blue. I want to see both of these lines, blue and orange, moving higher. That's positive gamma. I'll put it into one signal. Okay. And the blue is positive gamma right now, turning up. So calls being bought, puts being sold on the Qs. Looking for that to break higher. We'll come back to this in a minute. Okay, looking for that to push higher now. Okay. Apple and Microsoft moving higher would help, along with NVDA. Still don't have a position in NVIDIA. I'm reluctant to chase it up here. Amazon turning back up after stopping some people out this morning. Amazon. Okay, Oracle turning the corner. Okay, here's another one. Okay, here's another one. Okay, so if you like Oracle, Mondo made 140% on this morning. Here's Oracle, ORCL. Okay, so you got oversold here. Let me go back to the 1 minute chart. 1 minute. Not the fastest price movement, but it's starting to turn back up right now. So if it gets above the 100 period, that red line, if it gets above, watch this to start to accelerate. RSI is rising, so I'm going to go back to the 3 minute. Keep an eye on that. 2 minute looks good. 3 minute. Okay, so there you go. So 196, can we get 4 points out of this one? Back up to the high, close at the high of the day. That would be great if we could see that from Oracle. For those of you trading it. Oracle, let me just put Oracle here. Oracle. Okay, let me put the Qs over here. Qs, all right, Q. Oracle. Okay, so if you made a lot of money in the morning session, don't give it back. If you traded several positions, just maybe trade 1 or 2 in the evening. So there goes IONQ. IONQ. Looks like it's going to keep. Let me take a look at IONQ because that dipped before. IONQ. IONQ. All right, that's about to break out. Okay, daily. Okay, looks like it wants to go. IONQ.
framework really help us through this.
All right, so full disclosure, Cerebras, you guys were involved in the IPO. The stock more than doubled on its highs today, and its first day of trading is still up about 67%. Some would say that's a very successful. Many would say, most would say, all would say that that's a very successful IPO. I know we talked a little bit about. There's always that question about leaving money on the table, but what do you think that this IPO is kind of representative of? Is there going to be more services in your view?
IonQ, there's a lot of open interest, so they're looking for this to continue. IonQ, I guess people are looking for this to break out.
I think the greatest opportunity for investors right now is to find these value companies that are out there who are incorporating technology, and the AI adoption rate is going exponential right now. So as every middle market, small market company, large cap company comes out, it needs to have some component of a hyperscaler, some component of AI technology and chips embedded into their business. That's the demand. A year from now, we're not going to remember this IPO.
Is it every company though that needs that tech?
I love when you say that, right?
All right, I bought some 65, 75 call spreads on IonQ. It's a little more risky because it's the end of the day. All right, so an hour and a half to go. IonQ.
Healthcare is a sector that I think would benefit the best from AI. It is the best area, in my view, that can benefit from AI. But how do you play it? Do you buy pharmaceuticals? Do you buy insurance companies? Do you buy hospitals, which have had struggled with profits? So creating like a basket around this to see who in the healthcare sector, what segments, like the insurers, for example.
IonQ looks like it wants to go. And look at the 60 minute. Got lion eyes in my head. Lion eyes. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. 1 minute chart. 1 minute. Okay, so we're going here 1 minute. Okay. Looks like a good breakout. All right, so I'd be surprised if Jensen hasn't already mentioned this name as his one of the biggest strategic partners. Okay. Daily, 60 minute, and 1 minute charts. Okay, let's go IonQ. Maybe you can drag AOI with you too, Microsoft. Okay, Amazon. All right, looking good. Looking good.
Briefly, Walt Disney Company says it will add one cruise ship per year through 2031. In New York City, planning a new tax on homes over $1 million bought with cash. Round one of PGA Championship underway.
So, have yet another friend leaving New York, the New York area. Taxes was his concern. Looking for a breakout. Daily, 60 minute, 1 minute charts. Firing.
Well, we should note, yesterday the company did announce that $68 million debt facility plans to use it to buy aircraft in the next 18 months. The stock down more than 9.5%
Okay, looking for a liquidity grab or a follow through if this takes out the highs. Can we go for 60? I sold the 60. What did I have? 60, 65, 60, 70, something like that. I sold those. I know a couple of you might have been in that. I took those off. I have the 65, 75s now.
A customer.
Sure. First, thanks for having me back, and it's great to be with you. So we've been on this transformation journey for about 2.5 years now since the Delta-led investment in October of 2023. And this time, I stepped off the board of Delta. You guys on the board to run the company. And the idea behind that investment and our go-to-market strategy. Okay, let's see what we got going here. All right, kind of hesitating, but you got a few people may be interested in buying. I just posted on Stock Twits. All right. All right. Bitcoin, it's right at the 200-day. All right. So the intuition that maybe Bitcoin would do something, we're right up at the 200-day. Okay. So this is risk on. Risk on. Here's the daily. Okay. So we're right at the 200-day. This is the third time testing the 200-day. Breaks through this. Forget about it. Okay. Okay, Bitcoin. Breakthrough here would be probably take out a whole lot of stops up here. Okay. Which have been performing as expected, and so we're very pleased with that. We also sunsetted our legacy memberships that were supported by those fleets, and now exclusively offering to our customers memberships underpinned by those Phenom and Challenger aircraft. Bitcoin, a breakout here would be good. We're still flying King Air, a much smaller part of our mix going forward, but again, we can offer any customer any aircraft, whether it's a King Air, a helicopter, a seaplane, or a Global 7500 to take them around the world. Our business consists of two parts, and obviously the part we're best known for, the original business, is our membership business, and that's half our company. But the other half is this. Let's see, money magic levels. Let's go take a look at money magic levels on Bitcoin. Let's see, money magic. Bitcoin. Let's see. Okay, BITX. Bitcoin. Okay, let me go take a look. Does Brett have it on his site? I don't know if he does. BTC. No, I don't think he does, right? Bitcoin. BITO. BITO. Nokia, looking for higher highs. Okay, Bitcoin, BTC, USD. All right, we're trying to take out the 200-day. And we've been on an operational turnaround journey as well. We publish our operational stats every quarter. We're the only private aviation company to do that. And we're hitting the cover off the ball operationally. We're running over 99% completion. Half our days have no cancellations. We're running at over 92% on time. We have 14 days in a row to start this year without a single cancellation across over 1,000 flights. That wouldn't have been possible 2 years ago, and it wouldn't have been possible on our legacy fleet either. Yeah, what a week. 7 weeks. For everything else that's been working. It's lovely when everything works, right?
I'm curious about how much cash Wheels Up has, and when do you expect to become sustainably cash flow positive, George?
Yeah, so We have ample cash and liquidity now, and we of course raised $165 million as we announced with our quarterly results this week. We had our first positive EBITDA quarter in Q4, and we were expecting, by the way, Q1, which is a seasonally weak quarter, to be negative again. But we're on the path to sustain profitability, and we see the performance of the business model and the fleet we now have delivering that in not too distant.
Will that simplified fleet materially improve margins as well?
Absolutely. The unit economics of these new aircraft were very different from the legacy aircraft that we retired.
What about Delta though, and that relationship? Will they need to continue to be pumping cash into you guys?
The cash we raised in this quarter funds our growth plan well into the future. It's a little bit a function of how fast we grow. We are returning to growth again. Underneath our relatively flat revenue performance for the quarter.
Amazon just dripped over, turned over a little bit. Palantir, trying to break out Palantir. Q's, looking for the Q's to continue. Q. Nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Oracle, turning back up. Nokia, okay, higher lows. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go some more. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Jeez. NVIDIA. Next week, NVIDIA.
Premium commercial strategy that, as Delta's gone on its premium journey, Wheels Up is a core part of that journey for its corporate and high-value customers who access both modes of aviation. This idea of creating access to private aviation when you need it, integrated into a broader relationship that spans across commercial and private. And so whether we're talking to Delta's 45,000 corporate customers or that subset of their 20 million strong SkyMiles member base, so 0.5% of 20 million people is obviously a lot of people. It's 100,000 people. These are the folks that we're going to together, joint marketing, ultimately joint digital integration, merchandising, and so forth. So that's the plan that we're executing.
So what portion of Signature members come over from Delta? What percentage?
Yeah, so when we started this journey, the vast majority of our membership was a leisure base. We're now 50-50 in terms of leisure and corporate members. And that is kind of an optimal mix, right? You want your aircraft flying with your corporate members during the week and with your leisure members during the weekends and during holiday periods. And so this idea of smoothing demand through the week and through the year is an important part of our strategy as well. But corporate has been our fastest growing segment. We've grown corporate at 25%.
Cisco turning back up. Cisco.
Well, to a very significant extent through our collaboration with Delta. And charter has also been growing at double digits throughout all of this. And this idea of delivering global solutions is resonating. It's very different than I think the narrative we heard from some of the other folks.
So Bloomberg loves numbers. So I have to just ask you. So can you give us a percentage of what portion of Signature members are coming over from Delta? Can you give us any kind of number?
Sure. So we are today. We have over 800. We launched the Signature membership in September. We crossed over 800 members at the end of the quarter. So about a third of our total members are now Signature members, with the legacy members converting over every day. And right around just over a third of those members are corporate members today.
We love talking about this space. External risks. What worries you the most? Fuel costs, regulation, economic slowdown at this point. I mean, and you can throw in what demand looks like. We only got about 35 seconds.
Sure. The demand remains very strong. Obviously, fuel is a significant input cost. We're somewhat immunized from that. We cover surcharges to our customers. We haven't seen a significant change or any real change in demand since fuel spiked.
Okay, Oracle making higher highs, higher lows. It tested last Thursday's high, got just above it. Oracle and retreated. I got a feeling we're going to be above the 200-day probably in the next couple of weeks. Oracle. I got a feeling, a feeling deep inside. Okay, let's see what strategy looks like. Strategy, higher highs, higher lows. App 11, high of the day. Evening session, take 2. All right, charter communications coming off the low. Let's see what some of these look like coming off the low. Okay, 1 minute charts. Okay, these most of these are at the highs. Let's see what NVIDIA looks like. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA, higher highs, higher lows. IONQ. Okay, Morgan Stanley. Looking for these to all be moving higher. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley did hit 196 and change. Morgan Stanley. Okay, the doji filling out. Looking for a follow through next couple of weeks. It was in on this IPO that just came out today. I don't see how they could make $360 per share. They offered it at 180. It's just ridiculous. Oversubscribed, I don't care. Just seemed ridiculous.
Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital. The end of jobs.
CRBS. Let's see what that's looking like. CRBS. Still nobody with it. Nobody has it. Let me see if it's on Thinkorswim. CRBS.
Never bugged with STEM. Before apricot sugar for allergic itch, giving dogs pills was a battle of wits. Oh no. Why is too foolish? Is it gone? Totally gone. Relief for itchy dogs can be easy. Apricot, the trusted #1
CRBS. No, nobody's got it. IPO today. Guess I have to, oops.
Do not use in dogs under 12 months of age with serious infections or in breeding, pregnant, or lactating dogs.
Ask your vet for apricot sugar.
Do it! If you can't hit the jackpot in 10 minutes in your slots game, just delete the app. Why don't you try Tango? It's free to download and built for the pure thrill of the win. Enjoy a reliable, professional platform where you can quickly claim your rewards whenever.
Okay, some of these stocks in the day. Let's see what these look like. AMD. Doji spending top. AMD. Okay, trying to push off the low. AMD. IONQ. All right, that's starting to break out. IONQ. We looked at the daily chart. We looked at the 1 minute chart. Looked like it was going to break above this 58 level. Looks like it's doing it right now. The 60 minute. Looking good for a break above 60. Okay.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar stories. While others follow the noise.
Stand shock of disruption, but actually thrive in it. That's the most important thing that we look for. And that's what we're doing today to our portfolio.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. This is Bloomberg Television.
Oh, hello there. Just wanted to say, Primer is back. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake.
Okay, IONQ. Let's do it.
And yes, we will be talking about AI. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
Bringing you up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shariani in Seoul.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Your Bloomberg first day of trading for Cerebras Systems. Shares now higher by 73% in its trading debut. This after the AI chipmaker and data center firm raised $5.55 billion in the year's largest IPO. The company has a market value of nearly $72 billion. Again, we've got the shares up now by 73% in the first day of trading. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all advancing. The Dow above 50,000, up 375 right now, up 0.7%. Dow Industrials at 50,068. S&P at a record right now just below 7,500, up 54, being there of 0.7%. AI fueling a record-breaking run. NASDAQ up 2.
Charlie Pellet. I love this guy's voice. He's got such a great radio voice, TV voice.
The VIX just below 18 now with a 10-year at 4.46%, the 2-year 3.99%, and the 30-year 5.01%. Gold is down 0.4%. Spot gold 46.69 the ounce. While West Texas Intermediate crude and Brent both advancing. WTI up 0.6%, 101.61 a barrel. Brent 106.16, up by 0.5%. After earnings, Cisco Systems now up 12.9%. Applied Materials will be reporting after the close of trading. Round 1 of the PGA Championship underway in Pennsylvania. At last check, South Africa's Aldrich Potgieter sits atop the leaderboard at 3 under par. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P now up by 0.7%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Bloomberg Business Week Daily continues. Once again, Carol and Tim.
Great. Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Masterton Standard Live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. While CDC officials did brief media on the hantavirus situation in the U.S., they said there are no cases of the virus infection in the United States and that they are monitoring 41 people who had exposure to the hantavirus.
Broadcom.
Somebody we talked to regularly during the COVID.
Charter.
Back with us, Dr. Hamish Adalja.
Broadcom's been grinding higher since 1 o'clock. Charter. Let me just look through these. Charter.
Center for Global Health. His work focused on emerging infectious disease, pandemic preparedness, and biosecurity. I was joking when he came in the studio. I mean, we literally, we were talking every week for, 18 months, just a few years ago.
Let's see what DoorDash looks like. DoorDash. We mentioned this one several weeks ago. DoorDash initially went right through the 50-day, came right back below. Now it's a double bottom. Like it again. I do like it again. Not my favorite stock. I've been reducing exposure, so not my favorite stock at the moment. But DoorDash looking pretty good if it's something you're interested in. Just want to point out what's working. Okay, Meli, Kalikimaka, Mercado Libre. That's up on the day, 55 points. Axon, body cams. This is just now turning the corner. Axon, AXON. Maybe comes off the low. Axon, just starting to turn. Yeah, I'm going to pass. It looks like it could go. Axon. CrowdStrike is right after that. CrowdStrike. Oh, CrowdStrike just jumped. There we go. CrowdStrike. All right, let's see what CrowdStrike looks like. Zscaler, higher risk, greater reward. Zscaler, if it gets going. CrowdStrike has been running, CRWD. Palo Alto, they merged with CyberArk. Palo Alto, that one's gone too.
There may be interest now in doing that, but it wasn't something that was high on the threat radar compared to avian influenza, for example.
Let's see.
During the COVID pandemic, Dr. Dalsha,
Okay.
we talked a lot about
Considering
considering
the above,
pandemics and what might come in our lifespan still.
any new vol OI positions noteworthy today or yesterday?
With the environment, all of that plays a role. And obviously those pressures are getting more and travel times are shrinking. Cities are getting bigger.
Hedge flows are just kind of flattened out. You can see that hedge flow line in the background. Okay, so we're just kind of flattening out at the moment. Maybe we test 74.25 tomorrow. 75.25 rather. 75.25, 75.30 maybe tomorrow. We got close today. Qs, looking for some upside on Qs. No.
Measles is reestablishing endemicity. We're likely to lose elimination status. We've already had 3 deaths from measles in 2025. This is unheard of.
Do those deaths prompt Americans now to pay attention and say, wait a second, maybe the move away from vaccinating young children is not the right move?
Some of them do, but some of them are really they're really stuck in the mud here, and they won't move. It's an entrenched view, especially from our Health and Human Services Secretary, who has been anti-vaccine for decades and decades. So it does move the needle literally in some people, but not everyone.
But I have noticed that he's speaking out less now on hantavirus, for example.
That's a good thing. We don't actually want him, or I don't want him to speak about hantavirus, but maybe that's because they recognize they have to do this competently.
We don't want him to talk about hantavirus, Kennedy. NVDA.
RFK Jr. is not somebody that instills confidence. He plays to his crowd, his anti-vax crowd, and that has no place in what's going on now with hantavirus. So the less he speaks,
boo.
How does the medical community, or at least from your group of medical professionals that you speak to, how do they see this administration? How do they see this particular?
I don't know. The doctors of old. Remember the doctors where you would go and they would talk about, preventative measures rather than every time you go there, you got a cough. Oh, let me give you a pill. You got a headache. Oh, let me give you a pill. I hurt my knee. Oh, let me give you a pill. That's all they do is subscribe. Unless I'm wrong, there are some good doctors out there, I'm sure. But just regular medical doctor, family doctor, pushing pills.
He's done so much damage that I don't know that we come back from this very quickly.
What's the impact on American health?
It's going to. We're already seeing it. Measles outbreaks all over.
Don't listen to me. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. I am an idiot.
Our pandemic preparedness is in shambles. The mRNA vaccine contracts that they had signed with Moderna, that HHS had signed, he canceled all of that. He said we need to take a pause on infectious disease. He's put his own people in NIH and other places, and it's really dismantled the entire way that we think about infectious disease preparedness.
What's noticeable, I think, is how during the Biden administration, and when we spoke to you quite a bit during COVID, there was a lot of concern from people on one end of the political spectrum, distrust coming from the government, distrust of vaccines. Now it seems like a completely different political spectrum is being is questioning this administration. So it seems like there's this question about public health and messaging, no matter who's in power.
That's exactly the worst case scenarios. Now public health and infectious disease preparedness is a political issue. And there's a Republican version of it, a Democrat version of it. It's gotten sucked right up into tribal politics like everything else in life. And now you have a Republican CDC director, a Democrat CDC director, and they're not going to be the same thing. And that's not how you manage an infectious disease. An infectious disease doesn't care who's in political power.
Just got 30 seconds left. Could the hantavirus mutate to become more contagious?
There's no evidence that this is mutating. All viruses mutate, but there's no evidence that there's any kind of mutations going on that can make it more transmissible.
Thank you. We have been talking about this in the newsroom and just trying to get a good feel of it. Dr. Amish Adalja, thank you so much. Senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, adjunct assistant professor at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of
NVIDIA.
Of course, the Johns Hopkins.
Okay, trying to make more higher highs. NVIDIA.
Founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Thank you.
I'm just taking a look at markets right now.
Exactly right there, Rob. Exactly right.
NASDAQ 100 also set to close at a record up 0.7%.
All right, stick around, everybody. We continue on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We take a look at stocks on the move on this Thursday. Carol Masterton, Senator.
Listen, don't take what I say with a grain of salt. You know, I'm an idiot when it comes to stuff like that. You know, I understand architecture. You know, I'm really good at what I do there. I understand the markets. I'm really good at doing that. But everything else, you know, I'm just like everybody else. I got an opinion. I'm going to let you hear it before I let you get to say anything. Give you all of my worthless experiences growing up as a kid. I don't think I went to the doctor maybe once when I was a kid. I had the measles one time, and that's it. That's the only time I went to the doctor. The rest of the time, you know, just out there playing, healthy kid. You get germs, you build the resistance. Okay, NVIDIA looking pretty good, right? NVIDIA's looking good. NVIDIA's looking good here. NVIDIA.
We see the endless funds fueling the AI. While others follow the noise.
Let's go, NVIDIA. Follow the money. That's my saying. Follow the money. NVIDIA.
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital.
An ETF for your cash? That's genius. ProShares Genius Money Market ETF, IQMM. The largest money market ETF in the world. Learn more at ProShares.com/IQMM.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
My name's Toby Fanning, and I'm here to talk about my cabinets that I got from Wholesale Cabinets. It was an incredibly easy process. Originally, when we got these,
All right, Z-Scaler.
She just turned 6, but they're handling our wear and tear. We
Z-Scaler.
Cabinets and we toss stuff around very quickly, and they've been holding up the test of time very well.
Wholesale Cabinets. Get your free design today.
Men can't stop sending me their stick pics. Gross. The only stick your man should pick is this Dr. Squatch natural deodorant. Aluminum free, just the way you want his stick to be. Dr. Squatch deodorant. Let your stick do the talking.
Real yield around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, folks, we're coming up on the last hour of trading on this Thursday. Carol Masser, Tim Stenevec, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Quick check on the major market averages for you, up about 0.7% on the S&P 500, the Dow, and the NASDAQ 100. So 224 points higher on the NASDAQ, 56 points higher on the S&P. And S&P got most names in the index, more than 300 to the upside. And then we had a big IPO.
I think we're still having it because shares of Cerebras Systems, they're off their best levels of the day, but still up a cool 74%. On this first day of trading, so trading at $322 a share. Was it 185? Not if it was 185.
180%?
No, $185.
Oh, $185.
Yeah, I go back.
It's like, wait, am I on
So
it?
you're not on it.
You're not on it. Stock, what are you asking?
I'm just saying it's trading at $322 a share.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
386 was the high and change.
Talk about the actual price. That's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec. Let's get to some stocks on the move. And to be fair, we do mention Cerebras because it is an IPO, the biggest one of the year, and the stock is up 74% as we speak, but it was up as much as 108%. It was an oversubscribed IPO, and it's part of the AI story and the semiconductor story. So,
where is it currently trading?
So, ticker is CBRS. Let's go to another tech name.
Yeah, it was $185 IPO price.
Okay.
That's what the number I was going for.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I couldn't read you. Let's bring it. It's been a long week. We realized
you have to be with me for 2 more hours.
I know. We've realized in the last 24 hours we went to a breakfast together. We did a show together. We went to kind of a
325. Okay, it hit a low of 300. Cerebras. Yeah, I gotta wait for that thing to pivot a little bit. Cerebras. CRBS. CBRS rather. CBRS.
Absolutely. That's ticker CSCO. Currently up about 13%.
326.
That's after reporting third quarter results that very much came above.
I'll give it a few days. I might be interested.
Worth noting that it did also announce job cuts as it continues to focus on sending those resources towards AI. But Morgan Stanley said that their AI preparation is really helping the company hit a growth rate that they haven't achieved in 15 years. That's amazing, just soaring. And there's a period, go back a little bit, where I think people were concerned they were going to miss the whole AI craze, and here they are.
Definitely proving some people wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Where should we go next?
Ford, a different name that has also been kind of popping on the AI train that you wouldn't expect. That's ticker F. It's currently up about 5.6% and on pace to notch its best 2-day gains since 2020. That's partially because it's extending those gains as investor enthusiasm for AI and more specifically the automakers pivot toward energy storage builds. Part of that hype is because of Morgan Stanley's great note yesterday, very bullish, saying that the automakers energy storage business could make a deal with hyperscalers soon. And we already know that's very much involved with AI.
There are some analysts who are cautioning that the hype around this, energy storage business could be short-lived. The stock is vulnerable to a quick reversal, but some have warned that the rally seems more like momentum-driven than a sober reevaluation of its prospects. That said, this 2-day increase is pretty remarkable.
Exactly. The CEO is putting a lot of money towards that as well.
Sounds like we could do a debate, right?
Yeah.
These analysts, right?
Okay, Bitcoin. Looking for that to get through the 200-day. Bitcoin, looking for that to get through the 200-day. Rejected over here from that little peak.
RegionX Bio, that's ticker RGNX. It is sinking 37%, most intraday on record. Part of that is because they reported that 2 of their patients who were taking this gene therapy had significant complications or side effects. And while the goals were met for this drug, it's treating a very deadly muscular disease. Investors remain skittish. Sarepta is also treating the same thing, and they had a lot of issues last year, as you guys remember. And so there's a lot of questions of, will this be able to make that?
So it looks like a car salesman is suing Andrew Left because of comments he made about Chronos years ago in 2018. So it takes 8 years to get to hear your case. That's wild.
You can check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
There is a chance we're going to come back.
Okay.
He's going to be gone.
I do want to talk to Ed about Cerebras.
Oh, okay. So maybe you'll talk to Ed, and then you'll leave. Hey, we do have a headline crossing the Bloomberg Terminal benchmark. Eclipse reaps billions in returns from Cerberus IPO. So listen, we're going to be seeing those who were involved in this IPO and who are benefiting. So it's something. Did I not say Cerebras?
Cerebras.
I keep wanting to say.
Your head is stuck in the financial
service.
In Chrysler post financial great financial crisis.
Like cerebral, which I'm apparently not cerebral right now. But nonetheless, I think Cerebras is what my team in the control room is saying. Anyway, it's a story we're going to continue following into the 3 o'clock hour. No doubt about it. I'm going to be curious about the trade tomorrow and what we see and longer term on this. What else are we doing?
We're talking more planes, Carol.
Oh.
Yeah. Are you kidding? President Sentient Jet is coming on.
Oh. Anyway, for those on
Okay, Qs continue to rise up.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for
Qs are rising up. NVIDIA is about to take out the high of the day. NVIDIA. Okay, Bitcoin. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go here. NVIDIA is ready to launch. And NVIDIA ready to go. Power Hour.
I'm Katie Greifeld. Let's kick you off to the closing bell here in the U.S. with the check on where markets stand right now. And boy, the S&P 500 higher by about 0.8%. We're looking at another record high. The NASDAQ 100, a lot of that strength coming through in the tech sector as well, matching the rally there. The NASDAQ 100 higher by about 0.8%.
Okay, NVIDIA's going.
Pretty well behaved. I mean, you take a look at those levels. We're sitting at 4.46% just about on your 10-year Treasury yield.
Bitcoin.
Flat on the day. And then Brent also cooperating
NVIDIA.
as well. You can see higher by a little bit, but trading below 106 a barrel. And investors really embracing a familiar catalyst as that record run has the S&P 500 flirting with 7,500. AI is front and center today as CSCO soars on a strong outlook.
755. I don't see anything.
Even Ford getting in on the action with hype around potential energy storage deals with the hyperscalers, driving the stock's best two-day gain since March 2020. Plus, volatility is something investors are getting.
75.50. It's all played out.
Andrew Schlossberg told me exclusively in his first ever TV interview this morning.
I think clients are frankly leaning into the volatility that's been in the market. I think they're starting to get a little more comfortable with volatility being the norm. And we're really seeing every client around the world, whether it's an institution or an individual,
Thanks.
more personalized about their portfolio and customized.
And a shot across the bow from China's President Xi Jinping wasn't enough to derail that optimism. The leader telling President Donald Trump at their Beijing summit that U.S.-China relations could face, quote, clashes over the self-governed island of Taiwan. Trump also signaling China's willingness to support negotiations to end the war in Iran as the Islamic Republic's largest oil buyer. Now, that support would come at an opportune time with U.S. import-export prices surging by the most in 4 years in April, driven by higher energy prices. U.S. retail sales, however, brushing off the pressures to rise for a third straight month. All in all, the economic data this week paints a mixed picture of the economy's resilience in the face of that Middle East conflict, which largely depends on how long the impacts linger. Let's kick things off with Liz Thomas. She is SoFi's head of investment strategy, joining me in studio. Great to see you, Liz.
Great to be here. Thank you.
So let's talk about the data that we got this week, because CPI, that looked pretty spicy. PPI, maybe even spicier, but I mean, you think about the consumer still holding up here as evidenced by retail sales. I mean, at what point do we see these sort of hot inflationary pressure readings that we've certainly seen in the past couple of weeks actually start to maybe impact that very resilient consumer?
Well, you're right. The consumer has continued to spend in the face of all of this worry, all of this uncertainty, and even in the face of falling consumer sentiment. We've got the University of Michigan sentiment data that it seems like it can't go any lower. So continuing to open their wallets to do what they're supposed to do, it's already affecting consumers in that they're having to make different choices. There hasn't been demand destruction, and that's what a lot of people are looking for. There hasn't been demand destruction, but they're choosing what to spend money on. So you're seeing some pullbacks in things like durable goods, those larger ticket items, but still really resilient in things like restaurants and travel, despite the increase in airfare. So I think this consumer is still looking through the war and hoping that it will be over shortly enough that we can recover from it, at least this year, and put this behind us, so to speak.
And sort of wrap that into what we're seeing when it comes, especially to earnings, when it comes to the tech space, because that's the rallying cry of bulls. I mean, you take a look at some of the numbers that these tech companies are putting up, the commitment to still fundle, hundreds of billions of dollars into CapEx. And I mean, that has the S&P 500, as I said, flirting with 7,500. It does seem like there is a bit of a disconnect between, what we're seeing in the economic figures and, what we're seeing out of big tech driving the market.
So there are two big forces in the market right now that I think are arguing with each other. There's some cracks in the economic data, but really the economic data is still pretty solid. We even saw a pickup in hiring in the weak labor area that last month. So that was a good indication that there's some increased activity in the labor market. Yes, inflation is hot, but I think most people are still thinking
Microsoft, Apple turning. Microsoft, Apple turning. All right, I bought a little bit of the CBRS. I'm not really big on this, but I'm going to go ahead and buy some here anyway. It just got filled at 324.49. 324.49. 324.49.
So even if the economic data hits a slowdown because of the war, perhaps later in the year, meaning consumer spending slows a little bit, maybe even business spending slows a little bit, inflation starts to take a bite out of that. Even if that happens and there is a mini growth scare, investors still have strong enough risk appetite that it seems like they're looking in the equity market to make up for an economic growth scare. And where does that lead them? Technology stocks. And right now it's led them to semiconductor stocks in particular, but I think the rest of the technology ecosystem will benefit from that as the course of the year draws on.
Yeah, and it seems like it's that sort of ladder narrative that certainly is front and center for investors. I do wonder how the bond market factors in. That's the conversation we've been having this week. You take a look at the movements in particularly the long end of the curve, and it's definitely a little bit hair raising. We were talking to Jim Caron over at Morgan Stanley, basically saying that 4 3/4% on the 10-year Treasury yield. Maybe that's where things get a little bit hairy for the equity market.
CBRS, sorry.
At what point, if at any point, we do start to see that act as a braking mechanism?
So the equity market has, in this cycle, gotten uncomfortable at 4.5, and we touched 4.5 yesterday, moved back down beneath it today. I think 4.5 is going to be a really strong level of resistance on yields. I don't think that yields are going to get much above that without some more hot inflation news. Now, I want to be clear too. If you look over history, we would expect that inflation does continue to go higher.
Spiders at the highs, yet NIMO is still minus 17. Oh, that's pretty interesting. I didn't notice that until just now.
Would suggest 3.9%, and given the severity of this particular oil shock, I would expect it maybe to go higher than that. So you might see the 10-year yield rise above 4.5%. We've already seen cuts completely priced out of the market, perhaps hikes starting to price in.
All right.
We're getting a hike this year, but 4.75% on the 10-year, I think, would absolutely be problematic for the equity market, and particularly those long duration growth stocks. So, but there's a big gap between 4.5 and 4.75, and I think in that gap there will be a lot of pressure on yields to stay down beneath 4.75.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of cross currents here to work out. Liz, great to get some time with you. That is Liz Thomas. She is SoFi's head of investment strategy. Now, coming up, perspectives from the C-suite with Dow outgoing CEO and Chairman Jim Fitterling, as well as Via Corp CEO Bracken Darrell. We'll hear how their decades of experience in corporate America are.
Okay, Netflix turning. Looking for NVDA to break out. NVDA.
In Napa Valley. Plus, from chemicals and clothing to this week's cacophony of economic signals.
Cacophony. That's a nice word. Do you know that word? Cacophony. Okay. All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We got an hour, less than an hour to go. 51 minutes to go.
Coming up, this is the close on Bloomberg.
Mateo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The client the best interest possible. The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
What about what's next?
Better of the same. It's not more of the same. It's better of the same.
An ETF for your cash? That's genius. ProShares Genius Money Market ETF, IQMM, the largest money market ETF in the world. Learn more at proshares.com/IQMM.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors, like energy, can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 15% chance of keeping the House. Think that probability is too low? Buy yes for 15 cents. Think it's too high? Buy no for 85 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing
Okay.
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital.
Keep life in drive with Blue Def Platinum. Triple filtered and guaranteed pure. It helps prevent deposits before they create problems, while optimizing fuel economy and avoiding costly repairs. Blue Def Platinum, guaranteed for what drives you.
Bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Guys, buckle up. This week, leaders from the world's two largest economies will come together in Beijing. With geopolitical stability and the future of global trade on the line, trust Bloomberg to go beyond the headlines with on-the-ground reporting, expert analysis, and real-time market reaction. The Trump-Xi Summit. Special coverage all week, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There's just an extraordinary demand right now for fast inference. We're the fastest, not by a little bit, but by more than an order of magnitude. So we're 15 times faster than the next nearest competitor. And as AI has become useful, everybody wants it to be fast. Nobody wants to wait.
And that was the CEO of Cerebrix joining Bloomberg Television earlier today as the AI chipmaker makes its public debut. It's the largest IPO in the world so far this year, and it was quite hyped. And you can see that shares are still soaring regardless. Let's bring in Anthony Hughes with Bloomberg News to break this all down. So let's see. I mean, we were
16.
Extremely well timed. I mean, obviously, a few months particularly, we've had such a big run up in chip stocks.
Those pilots must love flying that damn plane. Any of these fighter jets. Those are really cool. Woke you up, huh? Kitty cat scared you? That man scared you? My kitty cat?
The big question, I guess, is whether the company will be able to maintain this sort of gains because the valuation that they've achieved today is.
It's funny, the cat's outside in the backyard. We'll be hanging out, having a beer or whatever. And jet fly over. Man, they take off to get into the house. Those jets scare you, huh?
It's going to be really fun to look at this chart in 6 months from now, 12 months from now, and see what it looks like. But as you said, this is a very well-timed IPO. I mean, anything AI seems to be on fire right now. And that sets us nicely for some big IPOs.
All right. So New York FANGs are recovering pretty nicely. The ones that did pull back, like Netflix, Tesla also pulled back a little bit, along with Meta. They're starting to recover a little bit. Apple's back up. Evening session high, Apple. Okay, NVIDIA just got rolled over there. NVIDIA. Apple back up, trying to go green on the day.
Last year, and it's probably going to have a valuation if you really dilute for all of the
shares out there that it's probably up to there around $80-90 billion, which is a big number for a company that's relatively new. And I think their private valuation was maybe around $8 billion, say about six months ago. So these are pretty amazing numbers that we're talking about, and obviously we're going to talk about even bigger numbers when we get to SpaceX in the trillions. And that's a company that's been around a bit longer, so obviously that has a bit more of a longer record with investors and more mature investor base. So I think it really ultimately with all of these IPOs is whether the valuations really stack up over a longer term, and these short-term movements can be spectacular and eye-popping, and but they may not always be reflected in the longer-term performance.
Absolutely. Well, Cerebra shares, at least on this day, higher by 75%. I know it's a busy day for you. Appreciate your reporting that. It's Bloomberg's Anthony Hughes. Now, coming up, Bloomberg TV is going to California. We're live at the 2026 Spark Summit with some major CEOs talking the biggest issues facing the C-suite.
Netflix turning the corner. Netflix. Okay, last hour of the trading day, you might get something going here. It's overbought already. Apple going green on the day. Okay. The Q's looking for something. SPY looking for something there. IWM been looking for this to lead. It hasn't started yet. QBRS. They still not. He still can't find it on stock charts. Let's see. What happened to my trading view? Trading view.
The largest money market ETF in the world. Learn more at ProShares.com/IQM.
QBRS. Symbol still doesn't exist. Symbol still doesn't exist on some of these platforms. It does. I have it on Thinkorswim, but that's it. Okay, NVDA. Apple.
Equity indices built on opinions. That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Not opinion. That's a laugh. That's all they talk about is opinion all day. People they have on. Bloomberg.
Your air ducts aren't clean until they're Stanley Steamer clean.
Happening right now on the West Coast, executives from across the globe are meeting at the Consilla Spark Summit 2026 in Indianapolis, sharing real-time knowledge on the issues at hand in the business world, including supply chain pressures, consumer worries, and the adoption of AI. The Bloomberg Tech host Caroline Hyde has been there all day.
Zscaler, CrowdStrike.
He is the chair and outgoing CEO
At the highs, Palo Alto. Okay.
Katie, thank you so much, and I'm so pleased to be here with Jim, who has been navigating for quite a time now supply chain in all its joys and
NVDA,
front and center.
AMD.
China, US.
Okay, AAOI. Still no follow through on AAOI. IONQ looked like it was going to break out there. Got rejected. Maybe tomorrow.
There are a lot of materials that they don't have the ability to make. The dialogue has been helpful. I think getting some better trade relationships between the two countries and getting a more level playing field is going to help. There's been a lot of overcapacity in our industry in China and a lot of product that's been moved really at uncompetitive prices around the world, which has put huge pressure on areas like Europe. And so I think this dialogue and getting some regular meetings together is going to help.
uncompetitive prices feels a long time ago right now, because we're just only seeing prices going up and to the right, with, again, today, the issue about the Strait of Hormuz and the logjam there. How are you seeing your industry adapting to that? How long will these pricing pressures remain?
Yeah, it's had a dramatic impact on our industry. I mean, when the straits closed, 20% of oil capacity, as we know, got shut in. About 40% of the naphtha supply, which supports the Asian petrochemical industry, got shut in. So things became very tight overnight. Demand has been.
All right, let's go see what. Let's see what junk bonds look like now. Junk bonds. Junk. Okay, so it's off the highs of the day. Junk bonds.
And so product is still moving. Demand is still good. Obviously, everybody's keeping an eye on inflation and what that does. But these are everyday items that people need, and so they're not the kinds of products that people are going to go without.
And so how does that eventually elongate itself? I mean, if we had a dramatic change of events and the Strait of Hormuz open tomorrow, how long until we got some normalization?
Yeah, there's a few layers of things that have to happen. The straits before the closure, we're moving 130 plus ships a day. I'm talking oil, LNG, marine pack cargo through the straits. Today we're moving one or two.
Yeah.
So you've got to get that
How
right.
dangerous is it to move those one or two?
Well, we're not moving hardly anything, right? So we're really sourcing from all of our other locations for our customers. But to get that reopened is one move. And then you've got to get everything that's in there locked in the Gulf out. And it takes that weeks to get to market. You've got to get empty ships back in to load them. You've got to get product moving out of the tanks from the refineries and the crude oil processing plants and the petrochemical facilities, so that you can have enough room to start things up again. So there's multiple layers of logistics constraints that have to be worked through. And our best estimate, and this was back at the very beginning, was if it opened up overnight and you could get back to those rates, it could take, 275 days to get back to normal. And as it elongates, what happens is the ships get dispersed. It becomes like we saw in COVID with West Coast ports and how things backed up.
Yeah.
Things get dislocated. Things are out of position. You've got to get this whole supply chain resynchronized, and it doesn't happen overnight.
Have you, from the hindsight of managing through COVID,
Our Q's rising here.
and others in the industry?
All right, Microsoft looks like it wants to break a bit higher. Microsoft.
Well, it takes a lot of work. I think
Microsoft.
because of what we learned.
Microsoft looks like it wants to go a bit more here. Microsoft.
So their ability to move has been good.
RSI rising. Microsoft. What is Intel doing? I haven't looked at Intel since this morning. Intel's still down. Okay. Sitting on top of 9 EMA. It's overdue. Intel's overdue for a little consolidation. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Thursday, May 14th. Coming into the last trading day of the month.
Keep them moving, keep them from being shut down.
On the bell as Fed Chair Powell's term comes to an end tomorrow. How will his tenure be judged? What is he leaving behind for his successor, Kevin Warsh? Our senior economics correspondent, Steve Leisman, joins us now to help us answer those questions. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Scott, good afternoon. Fed Chair Jay Powell, he stood at the helm of the Fed through historic economic and political change, leaving an economy behind for his successor with relatively low unemployment, inflation, though, above target, but trend-like economic growth. Here's a Powell scorecard. He can boast of the lowest average unemployment rate compared to his predecessors, Greenspan, Bernanke, and Yellen. At the same time, at around 3% over his 8-year term, he had the highest average inflation rate. He was second only to Greenspan with a 2.7% average GDP growth rate, and second again to Greenspan with a 2.6% average Fed funds rate.
Oh, boy.
6.2, a bit above what's considered neutral. Highlights of the Powell Fed tenure include, the 2019 repo market scare, unprecedented pandemic response, both in cutting rates to zero and in building up the balance sheet, the post-pandemic inflation that will forever mark his career, and the historic soft landing, which probably gets a little bit of short play there, in which the economy avoided recession despite massive rate hikes and many, many forecasts for that recession. So what does he leave for war? She leaves an above target inflation rate, a funds rate above neutral, a $6.7 trillion balance sheet that Warsh wants to bring down, and of course, that strained relationship with President Trump. Warsh has said there are no excuses when it comes to inflation. It's a choice of the Fed. He was critical of Powell's pandemic inflation, but Warsh has suggested that the Fed should look through the current oil price surge, which is the same policy, curiously, that Powell is pursuing, Scott.
You know, Steve, it's not for you or me to say what grade the Fed chair deserves, but I think we could assess to whatever grade you give him whether he deserves any extra credit for the fact that he dealt with things that a Fed chair would maybe have to deal with in terms of only one of these items. You mentioned the once in 100-year pandemic, historic inflation, now a war, and really the unknown AI-led productivity gains, not to mention the attacks, obviously, from the president. Maybe a chair deals with one or two, not all.
I think that's fair, and doing so against the barrage of criticism from the president makes it even more astounding, or even more remarkable, I think is the way to put it. Look, a lot of people, Scott, tell the history of the inflation that came from 2021 and 2022 without mentioning the pandemic, without mentioning that that Russia invaded Ukraine and caused a major spike in oil. It's like, yada, 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 we had some inflation. Well, there was a couple things that went on then, and all of that deserves consideration. There were people who said the Fed chair should be hiking rates at a certain time or reducing balance sheet reduction. He himself has acknowledged the mistake. But then you know what? The comeback was pretty impressive itself. Those rate hikes, historic rate hikes of time, and doing so without a recession, that was also pretty remarkable as well. The question is how you balance it. And just a quick reporter's note, Scott, I didn't know whether or not to lead this story with the momentous political events of his tenure or the economic ones. So I did the economy today, and I'm going to do the politics tomorrow.
All right, good stuff. We'll look forward to that, and I'm sure I'll see you then. Steve, thanks so much. That's Steve Leisman, and we'll look forward
You know, the interesting thing is with Warsh coming in, financials and mega caps are poised to benefit significantly from a steeper yield curve. So if the yield curve does steepen, let me see if I get this right. Inflation is about 4%, a little bit more than 4%. I believe the idea that Warsh has is like bring the current yield down below, cut rates down below, or is it GDP? He wants to bring one below. Wants to cut rates so that it's under inflation. It's below inflation. That'll create a positive outcome for equities and the economy. So bringing rates down below inflation. Problem is we've got oil. We have the issues with oil right now and Iran. So hopefully that's going to be short term.
And he took him to his ranch and physically beat him up. And then, of course, Martin gave in. My boys are dying of Vietnam, said the president, and Martin cut rates. Well, Martin confided to his friends he was going to his deathbed ashamed of himself, and he felt he started the Great Inflation. So this is the third chairman that has to deal with a very aggressive president. I think he's handled it well, and I think he should be honored as such.
I'm sure there are no doubt people watching who would say, how can you give him an A? You may think he did well, but how could you give him an A when he made the admitted transitory mistake, the continued mortgage bond buying, which was excessive, and then being late to start raising rates? Don't we need to take any points off of
Okay, Apple's still pushing here. Apple.
I think Scott is a good point. I'll give him an A minus. Now, I think it's important to realize.
Okay, Apple is green. Okay, Apple is green. Continues higher. Apple.
Second best or first best.
Apple.
But we're going to also see what is going to happen going forward. And I think the important thing was to keep an even keel, conduct yourself with dignity. On that sense, I would give him an A or an A-. The transitory inflation thing, I remember telling Chairman Powell, I'm transitory, you're transitory. I expect to live another 20 years. I don't buy that. So that's one mistake. That's the big mistake he's known for. He regrets it, and he's corrected for it.
Yeah. What do you make of him staying around? Does that do anything to impact his legacy? Should he just ride off into the sunset, content with what all he's done and achieved?
I have a different view of that than I think anybody else. He is giving cover to Kevin Warsh
NVDA.
by staying by. Because Kevin may be under enormous pressure to cut rates. There's no logic to doing so presently. You can't just quote the Dow's trim mean or the Cleveland trim mean. Remember, Arthur Burns reduced everything in two variables. We know what he did. He set the pace for one of the greatest inflations of all time. So I think when I say he's providing cover for Kevin, Kevin's going to be under a lot of pressure from the committee not to move. There's some on the committee who actually would like to increase rates. I doubt they will move in these first couple of meetings. And you know who will get the blame for it from the President of the United States? It'll be because Powell is resisting. And I think it's pretty noble of him to take that heat. And I think the heat will be turned on him. And I think he protects Warsh in that fashion. Warsh has to think about what his legacy is going to be 20 years from now. He's only 55. He's a young man. He'll be next to Mackenzie Martin or equal to Martin, the longest serving Fed chairman in history. So I think that is a good thing, not a bad thing. And I think it's a noble thing to do. And if I were him, I'd do the same. But I'm not
Jeez. All right. So the markets aren't really moving that much. Don't expect a big pop or a big drop at this point.
Threats, maybe, that Warsh is going to have to deal with. You know, if you don't cut rates, et cetera, et cetera. What about the internal disagreements that he is coming into? The dissents, obviously, on the language in the last meeting. Some have suggested that, you know, that was this Fed's declaration of independence of sorts, to just throw it on the line right now that said, look, we're not
Google turning back up. Google.
pushed around by an administration that wants to cut rates if we don't think
NVIDIA.
the time.
Yeah, there's not much going on here. Tesla. Drifting lower. Hughes.
Repair some bridges that he at least rhetorically tore down. And former Fed Vice Chairman Don Cohen referred to this when he said that Kevin was a bit too caustic in his criticism of the Fed. And it's interesting that, Alan, when you think of what Ben Bernanke, how positive.
Yeah. Remember Ben Bernanke?
I think he's going to have to repair some stuff. He hurt some people.
Helicopter Ben.
To deal with the staff, which has not a positive view of him presently. And also the bank presidents, et cetera, you referred to, and those that were there when he was there on the board. So, but he's a charming fellow.
S&P cash.
People skills. It'll take him a while to repair those injuries that he inflicted.
S&P cash trying to go here.
And actually, I think he's going to be a good chairman.
I can't believe we're at. Can you believe we're at 7,500? It just blows my mind.
Thank you, Scott. Bye-bye. All right, Richard Fisher. Still ahead, the NASDAQ heading towards yet another record close. Intelligent Alpha's Doug Clinton. He tells us how he's investing in tech at these levels. I'll be right back after this.
Crazy. Yeah, just 7 weeks ago, people were, asking me. I mean, I understand, especially if you're a new investor, the whole thinking process, the emotional process. You get attached to the market. You start seeing your accounts losing money instead of gaining, Yeah, it's tough. But I can't believe we're 7,500 plus. Okay, looks like people are just closing positions, getting ready for the closing bell.
In the market, because you take a look at the S&P 500, we're right on 7,500 there on the big index today. You wouldn't necessarily know we're having this conversation right now. It feels like not just a bifurcated economy, but certainly a bifurcated stock market.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Well, the spending that is going on with AI investing, and there's a ton of money to go in on that, and that will keep more people employed. And I think the government, any monies that are allocated, the government the White House is making sure those go out the door. So the employment picture should hold on, but that doesn't mean that wage growth is going to increase at the rate of inflation. And I think people are going to be really struggling. So how this impacts the market, I think it's going to start to impact the retail names and the consumer names, because there's very little wiggle room. And the holy grail, which is I'm such a massive fan of Walmart,
Okay, S&P turning back up. Microsoft. All right, so we've had a nice run today. Okay, what is, let me just go check and see what is Core 1M doing today? Core 1M, should have checked this earlier. Okay, we're down to 8. Okay, so this is telling you a very, very, very important message. See that? Core 1M is right at 8. That's telling you everything is expensive and we're due. Has the market still have not been a buying opportunity? Oh, always. Always an opportunity. Just okay, Core 1M. Core 1 touched 805. Okay, Core 1M touching 8.
back. Takeoff, sending the NASDAQ to new highs once again, and we're now joined by Doug.
All right.
He is the Intelligent Alpha founder and CEO, also Deepwater Asset Management. It's good to have you back. Welcome. Scott. I mean, the NASDAQ is like going straight up. How do you feel about what you're seeing? Is this healthy? Is it all good? What are you telling your clients?
Anytime you see something go straight up like we have for the tech trade, in particular, I think the semi-complex, it does feel concerning. I mean, as a human being, we use AI and Intelligent Alpha to do a lot of our analysis and stock picking. But as a human, it's hard to look at that and not feel maybe we've gone too far too fast. But I think if you step back and think about what the trade is doing, kind of what it's reflecting the underlying demand we're seeing for AI services. It's reflecting, I think, the reality that the CapEx that
Okay, it'd be nice to see Bitcoin above 200, the 200-day.
It's not going to slow down over the next 3 to 5 years. And so even if we get a pullback in the shorter term, Scott, I think this trade will likely continue to go on for the next few years.
So it's not reflecting irrational.
Let's see if the Qs can bolt here. Let's see if the Qs can bolt higher. Coming into the close. Qs trying to break out. Got a couple of levels here. Got this level. And we got this level. Can we get there?
But as it stands right now, I still think that sort of floor, we thought of it as this sort of like floor. Are the hyperscalers, are they going to stop? Are they actually going to decrease CapEx in the next 3 to 5 years? What are the odds of that? I think the odds of that are quite low. And if that's true, when you have companies like a Micron trading at 8-9 times forward, it's hard to see what the big downside case is from there.
Well, can't you be, you said if you saw the multiple, expanding, you get concerned. But shouldn't you at times be equally concerned about earnings expectations, expanding, and doubting as to whether you can keep up the pace to meet those expectations? That's the only reason why the multiple has come in like it has, because we assume that their forward growth estimates are going to be able to meet the moment. Well, what if they can't?
I think that's the question that we will have to grapple with over that next 2 to 3 year period as we think about the continuation of the AI trade. And if I actually expand out into some of these other semi names that have moved, you look at some of the
Okay, Qs. Apple just sitting here at the low. I mean, right below the high. Apple. All right. It doesn't feel like there's anything going to happen between now and the close. Up or down. Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin. Maybe we'll go after hours. Micron. What's Oracle doing? Oracle had a good day. It's off the highs of the session. Was hoping that it would close at near the high of the day. ARM holdings. Okay, finally, ARM breaking out. ARM holdings breaking higher. Can't buy it up here. ARM, I would like to buy some more ARM, but it's at the high of the day and ripping now. ARM. Okay, it looks like it wants to break out of this pattern. 240 would do it.
Today, he is, of course, with the president in Beijing. They said he was summoned there, but assured the jury this morning that he is passionate and does care about this case. Sam Altman is in the courtroom behind me here in Oakland. The attorneys for Musk, though, kicked things off for their closing argument, saying, again, trying to call Altman's credibility into question. That has been the big theme. They said, quote, if you cannot trust him and don't believe him, they cannot win. They've talked about his alleged self-dealing. And then witnesses on the stand over the past couple of weeks, 5 witnesses they called out in particular, that have said that Sam Altman is not trustworthy. And that is really the crux of their argument. They also argue that Microsoft...
Missed you, man. Yep. Mortality Yep. Yep. Exactly. 100%. 100%. There are others. There were others. There were others. I might have some on my phone, actually. Lee Star. Lee Star. Tricky Ricky. There was one that he did. There's one he sent me with a Rolling Stones song. He was going out on his boat. It was Hey Negrita, that song, the Stones. Let's see if I have it. I might actually have downloaded that. Where would I have put it? Probably in my Dropbox. Rick. Anyway, we're coming into the close. We got about 11 minutes to go. All right, NVIDIA is starting to bounce a little bit here. Apple trailing off. Microsoft just staying put. ARM holdings at the high of the day. CBRS pulling back a bit. Okay. MP4. All right, Q is coming back in a little bit. All right, NVIDIA bounce, Apple down. All right, so just got the end of day closing positions. Okay. Oh, boy. All right, Netflix trailing off a bit. So is Amazon. Okay. Nokia, Apple, just off the highs. GLW. Let's see what some of these in the last couple of minutes here are doing here. GLW, AAOI. Okay, IONQ. AAOI had a big day yesterday, $40. AAOI, IONQ looking for a breakout, grinding up. We're looking for Morgan Stanley to break out. Okay, Morgan Stanley doing a lot of these IPOs. The one that was today for CBRS, Cerebrus, and going to be doing the SpaceX IPO. All of those should be moving higher. Plus, with Warsh coming in, Warsh is going to be good for banks, by the way. Should be. It's anticipated that Warsh will be good for banks. Goldman Sachs, Marcus. BTDR is up. Okay, BTDR. A lot of these, yeah, nice little move there, BTDR. Bit dear. Don't forget that bill in Congress. Strategic, Bitcoin, reserve, government, buy. It'd be nice if I spelled it right. All right, so if that bill passes, the strategic Bitcoin reserve, I don't know what they're doing with it. It's been there for a while, but a move, a positive, a passing of that bill would be positive for Bitcoin, which is dealing with the 200-day moving average. Once it gets above the 200-day, Applied Materials, same thing as BE, same thing. Sell covered, not swell, sell covered calls. Applied Materials. I was thinking about taking an iron condor. I said, no, I'll do that. It's too far up here. I like it when it's made a nice move and then it starts to taper off a little bit and you get prices are right in the middle of the Bollinger Bands and you can place them outside the Bollinger Bands. Your strikes. With this, like CSCO, this was up at the top Bollinger Band and then you get this big move. So I got to manage this thing. Got to manage CSCO over the next few weeks. Roll it out. Okay, NVDA turning back up. NVDA turning up with 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. NVIDIA. Okay, looking good. Turning back up now, NVIDIA. Okay. Morgan Stanley. Fly. Let's see what Fly is doing. Firefly. Off the best levels of the session. This one was up along with Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs, RKLB, at the highs. Rocket Labs, ASTS, turning the corner as well. SPCE, Virgin Holdings. There's a few other rocket-related names that you might be interested in. What was it? I want to say DMA. No, it was, what's the one on the watch list? Put it on the watch list. Let's see. MDA? No. What the hell is it? It's not something I've traded before. MDA. Yeah, MDA. It's a Canadian company, MDA. That broke higher, MDA. Okay, so the last 4 days, that broke out above 37.50 and heads for 40. Okay. Fly. Yeah. It used to be BITF. Schuster. All right. Closing bell, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. I got a hard stop as usual. Have a great day, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the closing bell, Thursday, May the 14th. May the force be with you. Have a good one. We will see you tomorrow. Okay, that was the closing bell. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao. Nice day trade.